Blowpipe Weapons by Paul Fountain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In certain kinds of mechanical skill, savage sometimes far excel civilized men, not because they have greater ability, but owing to the perfectness of long practice. The skill of our English ancestors with the bow now seems to us, their descendants, who have long since lost that skill, to be almost incredible. So it is also with the blowpipe. My relation, in a recent work, of the marvellous skill of the Guianan Indians with that weapon has not altogether escaped criticism. I propose, therefore, to describe this singular instrument and give some incidents of its use among those people. Waterton has given such an excellent description of the blowpipe that, practically, I cannot add much to it. There are two kinds of blowpipes in use among the Indians. The first, called a pucuna, is made of the oorah reed. This remarkable reed is only found on the Orinoco River, and there only at certain spots, a fact which does not seem to have been known to Waterton, for he does not name either the reed or the place of its growth. The oorah grows to the height of at least 30 feet, and the basal joint, of which the blowpipe is made, is 14 or 15 feet long, straight as an arrow, and without a knot. The inside of the reed is as smooth as glass. Hence the facility with which the dart traverses it. Very little of the reed is cut away, so that the pipe is about 12 feet long, and so strong that when held horizontally there is not the least bend in it. The reed, having been carefully selected, cut, and prepared, is enclosed in a small, thin palm trunk, which is split open for the purpose, scraped thin as a wafer, and then rejoined with the reed in the centre. This palm for length, straightness, and lightness is as remarkable as the reed. The whole pipe, when finished, never weighs more than 1.5 pounds or 1.75 pounds. Both the mouth, or muzzle, and the breech are bell-mouthed, the bell pieces being fixed on. There are front and back sights, the latter formed of the curved teeth of the Dasyprocta acuchi, a species of rodent somewhat larger in size than a wild rabbit. Two of the incisors of this animal are fixed on the breech of the pipe by means of wax. The teeth being placed parallel to each other, and very close together, the sight is taken between them. Sometimes the foresight is made in the same way, but it more often consists of the single sharp tooth of a fish. It is placed about 1 foot back from the muzzle, the back sight being affixed 4 feet along the tube, so that it is a considerable distance from the eye when aiming. The missile used with this tube is usually misnamed an arrow. It is really a dart, scarcely bigger than a large darning needle, and with a point quite as fine. The dart is made of the rib of the cucuruit palm leaf, and is so heavy that it will sink in water. It is about 7 inches in length, not thicker than a large needle, and the usual number that an Indian carries with him when shooting is from 350 to 500, ready poisoned, but not prepared with the necessary cotton plugs. These darts are strung together something like the reeds on which soft cheeses are placed, and then rolled on a stick and carried in a quiver points upmost, it being requisite to protect them from every chance of being broken or dulled. To protect the hand when handling them, the top of the stick is furnished with a small wheel-like shield. The fine points are given to the darts by means of the teeth of the devilfish (Cerassalmus pariah), and the cotton with which they are plugged before use is found growing wild. It is bound to the base of the dart with thread made of silk grass. This thread, with wax obtained from several trees, being largely used also in making the blowpipe. The skill used in binding the plug of cotton to the dart must be great, or it will not fly true and far when shot. The Indian never carries more than 5 or 6 ready plugged, and when these are lost he must draw others from the quiver and plug them. He always tries them repeatedly before use, and perhaps never succeeds in getting one to fly perfectly true. But if it is only a few inches out of flight, like a rifleman, in aiming he makes allowance for this inaccuracy, and it proves to be of little moment. The distance to and accuracy with which these darts are shot are simply wonderful, though the darts do not strike with any great force. The death of the game is occasioned not by the impact, but by the poison with which the dart is tipped. This poison lodges in a tiny groove cut, or rather scratched, in the dart for the purpose of affording it a lodgment, and also in the notch cut near the tip. So finely pointed is the dart that it will penetrate the flesh on a mere touch, and if any animal, such as a monkey, irritated by the prick, endeavours to draw it from the wound, it breaks at the notch and leaves the fatal jag behind. There is a knack in blowing the darts from the pipe. I have succeeded in propelling them about 100 yards, and I have never seen a European send them farther. But the Indians puff them double that distance, and at 100 to 150 yards will hit a mark only a few inches square. I have seen native marksmen who could hit parrots and toucans at the last distance once in 2 or 3 shots. Remarkable as this statement may seem to persons unacquainted with the steady hand and sure eye of these men, it is in no wise an exaggeration. When a dart has been shot, if it misses its mark the Indian takes great pains to find it, on account of the danger it is to persons walking near the spot. For if trodden on it is likely to be as fatal as the bite of the most venomous snake. I have formed the opinion that the woorali poison used to tip the darts owes its great virulence to the venom of a snake, which, I think, is mixed with it. But I need not discuss that matter here. Although it is so light, the blowpipe is a clumsy weapon to handle, on account of its great length, and it is easily damaged. The slightest wrench or knock renders it useless, and the Indian is most careful to avoid accidents of this kind. He carries the tube in a vertical position, never leans it against a tree or places it on the ground without being sure that it will lie perfectly flat, and when it is not in use it is suspended in an upright position to the bough of a tree, or to a post erected near the hut for the purpose. The darts must fit the tube closely enough to resist the passage of the tiniest stream of air, and yet so loosely as to traverse it easily; and the attaching of the cotton plugs is a troublesome business, which often occupies the Indian for hours at a sitting. When the dart is placed in the tube, it is pushed up with a small stick a distance of about 14 inches from the mouthpiece. At this distance from the mouth the greatest force of the breath is obtained. But it is a matter of much practice to manage the breath properly. A steady, somewhat prolonged puff has more effect than a short, sharp one. At what period these blowpipes came into use it is now impossible to learn. There is no reference to them in the works of the old Spanish writers, and they were never used by other Indians than a few Guianan tribes. Nor were they ever employed much in war, the weapon being too long, clumsy, and easily damaged for use in the rough work of warfare. There is another kind of blowpipe, used for shooting deer, peccaries, and larger animals. This weapon, made of a small palm trunk, is much shorter and thicker than the ordinary blowpipe, and does not carry the dart more than 100 yards. The darts for this tube are much heavier than those for the longer weapon, and poisoned arrows and spears are also used by hand. The only other uncivilized nations that I can find ever used weapons of the kind just described are the Javanese and some other tribes of the islands of the Indian Ocean, and the Japanese. The former used a blowpipe called the sun-piton. Poisoned arrows were blown from it, but it was altogether an inferior weapon to the Guianan blowpipe. The Japanese peasantry use a small blowpipe, about 40 inches long, to shoot small birds. The darts are not poisoned, and the force of impact is so slight that only very small birds, such as sparrows and finches, can be killed. The Guianan blowpipe is an ingenious and, for its purpose, a powerful weapon, which is more than can be said for either the Javanese or Japanese blowpipe. But it is extraordinary that such a weapon seems to have been employed only by nations living so wide apart on the earth's surface. The effect of the Guianan poisoned dart is to cause immediate paralysis, however slight the wound inflicted, so that the victim never escapes. End of Blowpipe Weapons by Paul Fountain.
The Bluegrass Region by James Lane Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Bluegrass Region. One might well name it Saxon grass, so much is it at home in Saxon England. So like the loveliest landscapes of green Saxon England has it made other landscapes on which dwell a kindred race in America, and so akin is it to the type of nature that is peculiarly Saxon, being a hardy, kindly, beautiful, nourishing stock, loving rich lands and apt to find out where they lie, uprooting inferior aborigines, but stoutly defending its new domain against all invaders, paying taxes well, with profits to boot, thriving best in temperate latitudes and checkered sunshine, benevolent to flocks and herds, and allying itself closely to the history of any people whose content lies in simple plenty and habitual peace, the perfect squire and yeoman type of grasses. In the earliest spring nothing is sooner afield to contest possession of the land than the bluegrass. Its little green spear points are the first to pierce the soft, rich earth, and array themselves in countless companies over the rolling landscapes, while its roots reach out in every direction for secure foothold. So early does this take place that a late hoarfrost will now and then mow all these bristling spear points down. Sometimes a slow-falling sleet will encase each emerald blade in glittering silver, but the sun by and by melts the silver, leaving the blade unhurt, or a light snowfall will cover tufts of it over, making pavilions and colonnades with white roofs resting on green pillars. The roofs vanish anon, and the columns go on silently rising. But usually the final rigors of the season prove harmless to the bluegrass. One sees it most beautiful in the spring, just before the seed stalks have shot upward from the flowing tufts, and while the thin, smooth, polished blades, having risen to their greatest height, are beginning to bend or break and fall over on themselves and their nether fellows from sheer luxuriance. The least observant eye is now constrained to note that the bluegrass is the characteristic element of the Kentucky turf, the first element of beauty in the Kentucky landscape. Over the stretches of woodland pasture, over the meadows and the lawns, by the edges of turnpike and lane, in the fence corners, wherever its seed has been allowed to flourish, it spreads a verdure so soft in fold and fine in texture, so entrancing by its freshness and fertility, that it looks like a deep-lying, thick, matted emerald moss. One thinks of it not as some heavy, velvet-like carpet spread over the earth, but as some light, seamless veil that has fallen delicately around it, and that might be blown away by a passing breeze. After this you will not see the bluegrass so beautiful. The seed ripens in June. Already the slender seed stalks have sprung up above the uniform green level, bearing on their summits the fuzzy, plumy, purplish seed vessels, and save the soft, feathery undulations of these as the wind sweeps over them, the beauty of the bluegrass is gone. Moreover, certain robust and persistent weeds and grasses have been growing apace, roughening and diversifying the sward, so that the vista is less charming. During July and August, the bluegrass lies comparatively inactive, resting from fructification, and missing, as well, frequent showers to temper the sunshine. In seasons of severe drought it even dies quite away, leaving the surface of the earth as bare and brown as a winter landscape or arid plain. Where it has been closely grazed, one may, in walking over it, stir such a dust as one would raise on a highway, and the upturned, half-exposed rootlets seem entirely dead. But the moderated heats and the gentle rains that usually come with the passing of summer bring on a second vigorous growth, and in the course of several weeks the landscape is covered with a verdure rivaling the luxuriance of spring. There is something incongruous in this marvelous autumnal rejuvenescence of the bluegrass. All nature appears content and resting. The grapes on the sunward slopes have received their final coloring of purple and gold. The heavy mast is beginning to drop in the forest, followed by the silent lapse of russet and crimson leaves. The knee-deep aftermath has paled its green in the waiting autumn fields. The plump children are stretching out their nut-stained hands toward the first happy fire-glow on chill, dark evenings, and the cricket has left the sere, dead garden for a winter home at the hearth. Then lo, as if by some freakish return of the spring to the edge of winter, the pastures are suddenly as fresh and green as those of May. The effect on one who has the true landscape passion is transporting and bewildering. Such contrasts of color it is given one to study nowhere but in bluegrass lands. It is as if the seasons were met to do some great piece of brocading. One sees a new meaning in Poe's melancholy thought, the leaves of the many-colored grass. All winter the bluegrass continues green. It is always green, of course, never blue, and it even grows a little, except when the ground is frozen. Thus, year after year, drawing needful nourishment from the constantly disintegrating limestone below, flourishes here as nowhere else in the world this wonderful grass. Even while shivering in the bleak winds of March, the young lambs frolicked away from the distant teats of the ewes, with growing relish for its hardy succulence, and by they were taken in to market the sooner and the fatter for its developing qualities. During the long summer, foaming pails of milk and bowls of golden butter have testified to the Kentucky housewife with what delight the cows have ruminated on the stores gathered each plentiful day. The Kentucky farmer knows that the distant metropolitan beef-eater will in time have good reason to thank it for yonder winding herd of sleek young steers that are softly brushing their rounded sides with their long white silky tails, while they plunge their puffing noses into its depths and tear away huge mouthfuls of its inexhaustible richness. Thoroughbred sire and dam in foal and paddocks or deeper pastures have drawn from it form and quality and organization, hardness and solidity of bone, strength of tendon, firmness and elasticity of muscle, power of nerve and capacity of lung. Even the Falstaff porkers, their eyes gleaming with gluttonous enjoyment, have looked to it for the shaping of their posthumous hams, and the padding of their long backbones in depths of snowy lard. In winter, mules and sheep and horses paw away the snow to get at the green shoots that lie covered over beneath the full rank growth of autumn, or they find it attractive provender in their ricks. For all that live upon it, it is perennial and abundant, beautiful and beneficent, the first great natural factor in the prosperity of the Kentucky people. What wonder if the Kentuckian, like the Greek of old, should wish to have even his paradise well set in grass, or that with a knowing humor he should smile at David for saying he maketh his grass to grow upon the mountains, insomuch as the only grass worth speaking of grows on his beloved plain. But if grass is the first element in the lovely Kentucky landscape, as it must be in every other one, by no means should it be thought sole or chief. In Dante, as Ruskin points out, whenever the country is to be beautiful, we come into open air and open meadows. Homer places the sirens in a meadow where they are to sing. Over the bluegrass, therefore, one walks into the open air and open meadows of the bluegrass land. This has long had reputation for being one of the very beautiful spots of the earth, and it is worth while to consider those elements of natural scenery wherein the beauty consists. One might say first that the landscape possesses what is so very rare even in beautiful landscapes, the quality of gracefulness. Nowhere does one encounter vertical lines or violent slopes, nor are there perfectly level stretches like those that make the green fields monotonous in the Dutch lowlands. The dark, finely sifted soil lies deep over the limestone hills, filling out their chasms to evenness and rounding their jagged or precipitous edges, very much as a heavy snow at night will leave the morning landscape with mitigated ruggedness and softer curves. The long, slow action of water has further molded everything into symmetry, so that the low, ancient hills descend to the valleys in exquisite folds and uninterrupted slopes. The whole great plain undulates away league after league towards the distant horizon in an endless succession of gentle convex surfaces, like the easy swing of the sea, presenting a panorama of subdued swells and retiring surges. Everything in the bluegrass country is billowy and afloat. The spirit of nature is intermediate between violent energy and complete repose, and the effect of this mild activity is kept from monotony by the accidental perspective of position, creating variety of details. One traces this quality of gracefulness in the labyrinthine courses of the restful streams, in the disposition of forest masses, in the free, unstudied succession of meadow, field, and lawn. Surely it is just this order of low hill scenery, just these buoyant undulations, that should be covered with the bluegrass. Had Hawthorne ever looked on this landscape when most beautiful, he could never have said of England that no other country will ever have this charm of lovely verdure. Characteristically beautiful spots on the bluegrass landscape are the woodland pastures. A Kentucky wheat field, a Kentucky meadow, a Kentucky lawn, is but a field, a meadow, a lawn found elsewhere. But a Kentucky sylvan slope has a loveliness unique and local. Rightly do poets make preeminently beautiful countries abound in trees. John Burroughs, writing with enthusiasm of English woods, has said that in midsummer the hair of our trees seems to stand on end. The woods have a frightened look, or as if they were just recovering from a debauch. This is not true of the Kentucky woods, unless it be in some season of protracted drought. The foliage of the Kentucky trees is not thin nor disheveled. The leaves crowd thick to the very ends of the boughs, and spread themselves full to the sky, making, where they are close together, underspaces of green gloom scarcely shot through by sunbeams. Indeed, one often finds here the perfection of tree forms. I mean that rare development which brings the extremities of the boughs to the very limit of the curve that nature intends the tree to define as the peculiar shape of its species. Any but the most favorable conditions leave the outline jagged, faulty, and untrue. Here and there over the bluegrass landscape one's eye rests on a cone-shaped, or dome-shaped, or inverted pear-shaped, or fan-shaped tree. Nor are fullness of leafage and perfection of form alone to be noted. Pendency of boughs is another distinguishing feature. One who loves and closely studies trees will note here the comparative absence of woody stiffness. It is expected that the willow and the elm should droop their branches. Here the same characteristic strikes you in the wild cherry, the maple, and the sycamore, even in great walnuts and ashes and oaks. And I have occasionally discovered exceeding grace of form in hackberries, which usually look paralytic, as if waiting to hobble away on crutches, in locusts, and in the harsh hickories, loved by Thoreau. But to return to the woodland pastures, they are the last vestiges of that unbroken primeval forest which, together with cane brakes and pea vines, covered the face of the country when it was first beheld by the pioneers. No bluegrass then. In these woods the timber has been so cut out that the remaining trees often stand clearly revealed in their entire form, their far-reaching boughs perhaps not even touching those of the nearest neighbor, or interlacing them with ineffectual fondness. There is something pathetic in the sight, and in the thought, of these innumerable stricken ones that in years agone were dismembered for cordwood and kitchen stoves, and the vast fireplaces of old-time negro cabins. In the well-kept bluegrass pasture, undergrowth and weeds are annually cut down, so that the massive trunks are revealed from a distance. The better because the branches seldom are lower than from 10 to 20 feet above the earth. Thus, in its daily course, the sun strikes every point beneath the broad branches and nourishes the bluegrass up to the very roots. All savagery, all wildness is taken out of these pastures. They are full of tenderness and repose, of the utmost delicacy and elegance. Over the graceful earth spreads the flowing green grass, uniform and universal. Above this stand the full, swelling trunks, warm browns and pale grays. often lichen-flecked or moss-enameled. Over these expand the vast domes and canopies of leafage, and falling down upon these comes the placid sunshine through a sky of cerulean blueness, and past the snowy zones of gleaming cloud. The very individuality of the tree comes out as it never can in denser places. Always the most truly human object in still voiceless nature, it here throws out its arms to you with imploring tenderness, with what Wordsworth called the soft eye music of slow waving boughs. One cannot travel far in the bluegrass country without coming upon one of these woodland strips. Of the artistic service rendered the landscape of this region by other elements of scenery, atmosphere and cloud and sky, much might, but little will, be said. The atmosphere is sometimes crystalline, sometimes full of that intense repose, of dazzling light which one, without ever having seen them, knows to be on canvases of Turner. Then again it is amber-hued or tinged with soft blue, graduated to purple shadows on the horizon. During the greater part of the year the cloud sky is one of the strongly outlined forms. The great white cumuli drift over, with every majesty of design and grace of grouping. But there come in milder seasons many days when one may see 3 cloud belts in the heavens at the same time, the lowest far, far away, and the highest brushing softly, as it were, past the very dome of the inviolable blue. You turn your eye downward to see the light wandering wistfully among the low distant hills, and the sweet tremulous shadows crossing the meadows with timid cadences. It is a beautiful country. The Kentucky skies are not the cold, hard, brilliant, hideous things that so many writers on nature style American skies, usually meaning New England skies, as contrasted with skies European. They are at times ineffably warm in tone and tender in hue, giving aerial distances magical and fathomless above, and throwing down upon the varied, soft, harmonious greens of the landscape below, upon its rich browns and weathered grays and whole scheme of terrene colors, a flood of radiance as bountiful and transfiguring as it is chastened and benign. But why make a description of the bluegrass region of Kentucky? What one sees may be only what one feels, only intricate affinities between nature and self that were developed long ago, and have become too deep to be viewed as relations or illusions. What 2 human beings find the same things in the face of a third, or in nature's? Descriptions of scenery are notoriously disappointing, those whose taste in landscape is different, or who have little or no sentiment for pure landscape beauty. So one coming hither might be sorely disappointed. No mountains, no strips of distant blue gleaming water, nor lawny cascades, no grandeur, no majesty, no wild picturesqueness. The chords of landscape harmony are very simple, nothing but softness and amenity, grace and repose, delicacy and elegance. One might fail at seasons to find even these. This is a beautiful country, but not always. There come days when the climate shows as ugly a temper as possible. Not a little of the finest timber has been lost by storms. The sky is for days one great blanket of gruesome gray. In winter you laugh with chattering teeth at those who call this the South, the thermometer perhaps registering from 12 to 15 degrees below zero. In summer the name is but a half-truth. Only by visiting this region during some lovely season, or by dwelling here from year to year, and seeing it in all the humors of storm and sunshine, can one love it. But the ideal landscape of daily life must not be merely beautiful. It should be useful. With what may not the fertility of this region be compared? With the valleys of the Schuylkill, the Shenandoah, and the Genesee, with the richest lands of Lombardy and Belgium, with the most fertile districts of England. The evidences of this fertility are everywhere. Nature, even in those places where she has been forced for nearly 100 years to bear much at the hands of a not always judicious agriculture, unceasingly struggles to cover herself with bushes of all sorts, and nameless annual weeds and grasses. Even the bluegrass contends in vain for complete possession of its freehold. One is forced to note, even though without sentiment, the rich pageant of transitory wild bloom that will force a passage for itself over the landscape. Firmaments of golden dandelions in the lawns, vast beds of violets gray and blue in dim glades, patches of flaunting sunflowers along the roadsides, purple thistles, and of deeper purple still and far denser growth, beautiful ironweed in the woods, with many clumps of alder bloom and fast extending patches of perennial blackberry and groups of delicate May apples and whole fields of dog fennel and goldenrod. And why mention indomitable dock and gigantic poke, burrs and plenteous nightshade, and mullein and plantain with dusty gray-green ragweed and thrifty foxtail, and innumerable company. Maize, pumpkins, and beans grow together in a field, a triple crop. Nature perfects them all, yet must do more. Scarce have the plows left the furrows before there springs up a varied wild growth, and a fourth crop, morning glories, festoon the tall tassels of the Indian corn ere the knife can be laid against the stalk. Harvest fields usually have their stubble well hidden by a rich, deep aftermath. Garden patches, for all that the hoe and rake can do, commonly look at last like spots given over to weeds and grasses. Sidewalks quickly lose their borders. Pavements would soon disappear from sight. The winding of a distant stream through the fields can be readily followed by the line of vegetation that rushes there to fight for life, from the minutest creeping vines to forest trees. Every neglected fence corner becomes an area for a fresh colony. Leave one of these sweet humanized woodland patches alone for a short period of years, it runs wild with a dense young natural forest. Vines shoot up to the tops of the tallest trees, and then tumble over in green sprays on the heads of others. A kind, true, patient, self-helpful soil, if ever there was one. Some of these lands, after being cultivated, not always scientifically, but always without artificial fertilizers, for more than 3/4 of a century, are now, if properly treated, equal in productiveness to the best farming lands of England. The farmer from one of these old fields will take 2 different crops in a season. He gets 2 cuttings of clover from a meadow, and has rich grazing left. A few counties have at a time produced 3/4 of the entire hemp product of the United States. The state itself has at different times stood first in wheat and hemp and Indian corn and wool and tobacco and flax, although half its territory is covered with virgin forests. When lands under improper treatment have become impoverished, their productiveness has been restored, not by artificial fertilizers, but by simple rotation of crops, with nature's help. The soil rests on decomposable limestone, which annually gives up to it in solution all the essential mineral plant food that judicious agriculture needs. Soil and air and climate, the entire aggregate of influences happily cooperative, make the finest grazing. The Kentucky horse has carried the reputation of the country into regions where even the people could never have made it known. Your expert in the breeding of thoroughbreds will tell you that the muscular fiber of the bluegrass animal is to that of the Pennsylvania-bred horses as silk to cotton, and the texture of his bone, compared with the latter's, as ivory beside pumice stone. If taken to the Eastern States, in 12 generations he is no longer the same breed of horse. His blood fertilizes American stock the continent over. Jersey cattle brought here increase in size. Sires come to Kentucky to make themselves and their offspring famous. The people themselves are a fecund race. Out of this state have gone more to enrich the citizenship of the nation than all the other states together have been able to send into it. So at least your loyal-hearted Kentuckian looks at the rather delicate subject of interstate migration. By actual measurement, the Kentucky volunteers during the Civil War were found to surpass all others, except Tennesseans, in height and weight, whether coming from the United States or various countries of Europe. But for the great-headed Scandinavians, they would have been first, also in circumference around the forehead and the occiput. Still, Kentucky has little or no literature. One element that should be conspicuous in fertile countries does not strike the observer here: much beautiful water. No other state has a frontage of navigable rivers equal to that of Kentucky, but there are a few limpid, lovely, smaller streams. Wonderful springs there are, and vast stores of water in the cavernous earth below, but the landscape lacks the charm of this element, clear, rushing, musical, abundant. The watercourses, ever winding and graceful, are apt to be either swollen and turbid or insignificant. Of late years the beds seem less full also, a change consequent, perhaps, upon the denudation of forest lands. In a dry season the historic Elkhorn seems little more than a ganglion of precarious pools. The best artists who have painted cultivated ground have always been very careful to limit the area of the crops. Undoubtedly the substitution of a more scientific agriculture for the loose and easy ways of primitive husbandry has changed the keynote of rural existence from a tender Virgilian sentiment to a coarser strain, and as life becomes more unsophisticated it grows less picturesque. When the work of the old-time reaper is done by a fat man with a flaming face, sitting on a cast-iron machine and smoking a cob pipe, the artist will leave the fields. Figures have a terrible power to destroy sentiment in pure landscape. So have houses. When one leaves nature, pure and simple, in the bluegrass country, he must accordingly pick his way circumspectly, or go amiss in his search for the beautiful. If his taste lead him to desire in landscapes the finest evidences of human labor, the high artificial finish of a minutely careful civilization, he will here find great disappointment. On the other hand, if he delight in those exquisite rural spots of the old world, with picturesque bits of homestead architecture, and the perfection of horticultural and unobtrusive botanical details, he will be no less aggrieved. What he sees here is neither the most scientific farming, simply economic and utilitarian, raw and rude, nor that cultivated desire for the elements in nature to be so molded by the hand of man that they will fuse harmoniously and inextricably with his habitations and his work. The whole face of the country is taken up by a succession of farms. Each of these, except the very small ones, presents to the eye the variation of meadow, field, and woodland pasture, together with the homestead and the surrounding grounds of orchard, garden, and lawn. The entire landscape is thus caught in a vast network of fences. The Kentuckian retains his English ancestors' love of enclosures, but the uncertain tenure of estates beyond a single generation does not encourage him to make them the most durable. One does indeed notice here and there throughout the country stone walls of blue limestone that give an aspect of substantial repose and comfortable firmness to the scenery. But the farmer dreads their costliness, even though his own hillsides furnish him an abundant quarry. He knows that unless the foundations are laid like those of a house, the thawing earth will unsettle them, that water, freezing as it trickles through the crevices, will force the stones out of their places, and that breaches will be made in them by boys on a hunt, whenever and wherever it shall be necessary to get at a lurking or sorely pressed hare. It is ludicrously true that the most terrible destroyer of stone walls in this country is the small boy hunting a hare, with an appetite for game that knows no geological impediment. Therefore one hears of fewer limestone fences of late years, some being torn down and superseded by plank fences or post and rail fences, or by the newer barbed wire fence, an economic device that will probably become as popular in regions where stone and timber were never to be had as in others like this, where timber has been ignorantly, wantonly sacrificed. It is a pleasure to know that one of the most expensive, and certainly the most hideous fences ever in vogue here, is falling into disuse. I mean the worm fence, called worm because it wriggled over the landscape like a long brown caterpillar, the stakes being the bristles along its back, and because it now and then ate up a noble walnut tree close by, or a kingly oak, or frightened trembling ash, a worm that decided the destiny of forests. A pleasure it is, too, to come occasionally upon an Osage orange hedgerow, which is a green eternal fence. But you will not find many of these. It is generally too much to ask of an American, even though he be a Kentuckian, to wait for a hedge to grow and make him a fence. When he takes a notion to have a fence, he wants it put up before Saturday night. If the Kentuckian, like the Englishman, is fond of fencing himself off, like the Frenchman, he loves long, straight roads. You will not find elsewhere in America such highways as the Kentuckian has constructed over his country. Broad, smooth, level, white, glistening turnpikes of macadamized limestone. It is a luxury to drive and also an expense, as one will discover before one has passed through many toll gates. One could travel more cheaply on the finest railway on the continent. What Richard Grant White thought it worth while to record as a rare and interesting sight, a man on an English highway breaking stones, is no uncommon sight here. All limestone for these hundreds of miles of road, having been quarried here, there, anywhere, and carted and strewn along the roadside, is broken by a hammer in the hand. By the highway the workman sits, usually an Irishman, pecking away at a long rugged pile as though he were good to live for 1,000 years. Somehow, in patience, he always gets to the other end of his hard row. One cannot sojourn long without coming to conceive an interest in this limestone, and loving to meet its rich warm hues on the landscape. It has made a deal of history. Limestone bluegrass, limestone water, limestone roads, limestone fences, limestone bridges and arches, limestone engineering architecture, limestone watermills, limestone springhouses and homesteads, limestone Kentuckians. Outside of Scripture, no people were ever so founded on a rock. It might be well to note likewise that the soil of this region is what scientists call sedentary, called so because it sits quietly on the rocks, not because the people sit quietly on it. Undoubtedly the most picturesque monuments in the bluegrass country are old stone watermills and old stone homesteads, landmarks each for separate trains of ideas that run to poetry and to history. The latter, built by pioneers or descendants of pioneers nearly 100 years ago, stand gray with years, but good for nameless years to come. Great low chimneys, deep little windows, thick walls, mighty fireplaces, situated usually with keen discretion on an elevation near a spring, just as a Saxon forefather would have placed them centuries ago. Haply one will see the water of this spring issuing still from a recess in a hillside, with an overhanging ledge of rock, the entrance to this cavern being walled across and closed with a gate, thus making, according to ancient fashion, a simple natural spring-house and dairy. Something like a feeling of exasperation is apt to come over one in turning to the typical modern houses. Nowhere, certainly in rural America, are there, within the same area, more substantial, comfortable homesteads. They are nothing if not spacious and healthful, frame or brick, 2 stories, shingle roofs. But they lack characteristic physiognomy. They have no harmony with the landscape, nor with each other, nor often with themselves. They are not beautiful when new, and can never be beautiful when old. For the beauty of newness and the beauty of oldness alike depend on beauty of form and color, which here is lacking. One longs for the sight of a rural Gothic cottage, which would harmonize so well with the order of the scenery, or for a light, elegant villa that would overlook these light and elegant undulations of a beautiful and varied landscape. It must be understood that there are notable exceptions to these statements even in the outlying districts of the bluegrass country, and that they do not apply to the environs of the towns, nor to the towns themselves. Nowhere does one see masses of merely beautiful things in the country. The slumbering art of interior decoration is usually spent upon the parlor. The grounds around the houses are not kept in the best order. The typical rural Kentucky housewife does not seem to have any compelling, controlling sense of the beautiful. She invariably concedes something to beauty, but not enough. You will find a show of flowers at the poorest houses, though but geranium slips and miscellaneous tins and pottery. But you do not generally see around more prosperous homes any such parterres or beds as there is money to spend on, and time to tend, and grounds to justify. A like spirit is shown by the ordinary bluegrass farmer. His management strikes you as not the pink of tidiness, not the model of systematic thrift. Exceptions exist, many exceptions, but the rule holds good. One cannot travel here in summer or autumn without observing that weeds flourish where they harm and create ugliness. Fences go unrepaired. Gates may be found swinging on one hinge. He misuses his long cultivated fields. He cuts down his scant precious trees. His energy is not tireless, his watchfulness not sleepless. Why should they be? Human life here is not massed and swarming. The occupation of the soil is not close and niggard. The landscape is not even compact, much less crowded. There is room for more, plenty for more to eat. No man here, like the ancient Roman praetor, ever decided how often one might, without trespass, gather the acorns that fall from his neighbor's trees. No woman ever went through a bluegrass harvest field gleaning. Ruth's vocation is unknown. By nature the Kentuckian is no rigid economist. By birth, education, tradition, and inherited tendencies, he is not a country clout, but a rural gentleman. His ideal of life is neither vast wealth nor personal distinction, but solid comfort in material conditions. And the material conditions are easy: fertility of soil, annual excess of production over consumption, comparative thinness of population. So he does not brace himself for the tense struggle of life as it goes on in centers of fierce territorial shoulder-pushing. He can afford to indulge his slackness of endeavor. He is neither an alert, aggressive agriculturalist, nor a landscape gardener, nor a purveyor of commodities to the greengrocer. If the world wants vegetables, let it raise them. He declines to work himself to death for other people, though they pay him for it. His wife is a lady, not a domestic laborer, and it is her privilege in household affairs placidly to surround herself with an abundance which the lifelong female economists of the North would regard with conscientious indignation. In truth, there is much evidence to show that this park-like country, intersected by many beautiful railroads, turnpikes, and shaded picturesque lanes, will become less and less an agricultural district, more and more a region of unequaled pasturage, and hence more park-like still. One great interest abides here, of course, the manufacture of bourbon whiskey. Another interest has only within the last few years been developed, the cultivation of tobacco, for which it was formerly thought that the bluegrass soils were not adapted. But as years go by, the stock interests invite more capital, demand more attention, give more pleasure, in a word, strike the full chord of modern interest by furnishing an unparalleled means of speculative profit. 40 years ago, the most distinguished citizens of the state were engaged in writing essays and prize papers on scientific agriculture. A regular trotting track was not to be found in the whole country. Nothing was thought of the breeding and training of horses with reference to development of greater speed. Pacing horses were fashionable, and two great rivals in this gait having been brought together for a trial of speed in lieu of a track, paced a mighty race over a river bottom flat. We have changed all that. The gentlemen no longer write their essays. Beef won the spurs of knighthood. In Kentucky, the horse has already been styled the first citizen. The great agricultural fairs of the state have modified their exhibits with reference to him alone, and 15 or 20,000 people give afternoon after afternoon to the contemplation of his beauty and his speed. His one rival is the thoroughbred, who goes on running faster and faster, one of the brief code of 9 laws for the government of the young Kentucky Commonwealth that were passed in the first legislative assembly ever held west of the Alleghanies dealt with the preservation of the breed of horses. Nothing was said of education. The Kentuckian loves the memory of Thomas Jefferson, not forgetting that he once ran racehorses. These great interests, not overlooking the cattle interest, the manufacture of whiskey, and the raising of tobacco, will no doubt constitute the future determining factors in the history of this country. It should not be forgotten, however, that the northern and eastern palate becomes kindly disposed at the bare mention of the many thousands of turkeys that annually fatten on these plains. In Kentucky, writes Professor Shaler in his recent history, we shall find nearly pure English blood. It is, moreover, the largest body of pure English folk that has, speaking generally, been separated from the mother country for 200 years. They, the bluegrass Kentuckians, are the descendants of those hardy, high-spirited, picked Englishmen, largely of the squire and yeoman class, whose absorbing passion was not religious disputation nor the intellectual purpose of founding a state, but the ownership of land and the pursuits and pleasures of rural life, close to the rich soil and full of its strength and sunlight. They have to this day, in a degree perhaps equaled by no others living, the race qualities of their English ancestry and the taste and habitudes of their forefathers. If one knows the Saxon nature, and has been a close student of Kentucky life and character, stripped bare of the accidental circumstances of local environment, he may amuse himself with laying the two side by side and comparing the points of essential likeness. It is a question whether the Kentuckian is not more like his English ancestor than his New England contemporary. This is an old country as things go in the West. The rock formation is very old. The soil is old. The race qualities here are old. In the sagas, in the Edda, a man must be overbrave. Let all who are not cowards follow me, cried McGarry, putting an end to prudent counsel on the eve of the Battle of the Blue Licks. The Kentuckian winced under the implication then, and has done it in 1,000 instances since. Over-bravery. The idea runs through the pages of Kentucky history, drawing them back into the centuries of his race. It is this quality of temper and conception of manhood that has operated to build up in the mind of the world the figure of the typical Kentuckian. Hawthorne conversed with an old man in England who told him that the Kentuckians flayed Tecumseh where he fell and converted his skin into razor strops. Collins, the Kentucky Froissart, speaking of Kentucky pioneers, relates of the father of one of them that he knocked Washington down in a quarrel, and received an apology from the father of his country on the following day. I have mentioned this typical Hotspur figure because I knew it would come foremost into the mind of the reader whenever one began to speak with candor of Kentucky life and character. It was never a true type. Satire bit always into burlesque along lines of coarseness and exaggeration. Much less is it true now, except insofar as it describes a kind of human being found the world over. But I was saying that old race qualities are apparent here because this is a people of English blood with hereditary agricultural tastes, and because it has remained to this day largely uncommingled with foreign strains. Here, for instance, is the old race conservatism that expends itself reverentially on established ways and familiar customs. The building of the first great turnpike in this country was opposed on the ground that it would shut up wayside taverns, throw wagons and teams out of employment, and destroy the market for chickens and oats. Prior to that, immigration was discouraged because it would make the already high prices of necessary articles so exorbitant that the permanent prosperity of the state would receive a fatal check. True, however, this opposition was not without a certain philosophy. For in those days people went to some distant lick for their salt, bought it warm from the kettle at 7 or 8 cents a pound, and packed it home on horseback, so that a fourth dropped away in bitter water. Coming back to the present, the huge yellowish-red stagecoach rolls today over the marbled roads of the bluegrass country. Families may be found living exactly where their pioneer ancestors effected a heroic settlement, a landed aristocracy, if there be such in America. Family names come down from generation to generation, just as a glance at the British peerage will show that they were long ago being transmitted in kindred families over the sea. One great honored name will do nearly as much in Kentucky as in England to keep a family in peculiar respect, after the reason for it has ceased. Here is that old invincible race ideal of personal liberty, and that old unreckoning truculent animal rage at whatever infringes on it. The Kentuckians were among the very earliest to grant manhood suffrage. Nowhere in this country are the rights of property more inviolable, the violations of these more surely punished. Neither counsel nor judge, nor any power whatsoever, can acquit a man who has taken 4 pence of his neighbor's goods. Here is the old land-loving, land-holding, home-staying, home-defending disposition. This is not the lurching tourist race that, to Mr. Ruskin's horror, leaves its crumbs and chicken bones on the glaciers. The simple rural keynote of life is still the sweetest. Now, after the lapse of more than a century, the most populous town contains less than 20,000 white souls. Along with the love of land has gone comparative content with the annual increase of flock and field. No man among them has ever got immense wealth. Here is the old sense of personal privacy and reserve which has for centuries entrenched the Englishman in the heart of his estate, and forced him to regard with inexpugnable discomfort his neighbor's boundaries. This would have been a densely peopled region. The farms would have been minutely subdivided, had sons asked and received permission to settle on parts of the ancestral estate. This filling in and too close personal contact would have satisfied neither father nor child, so that the one has generally kept his acres intact, and the other, impelled by the same land hunger that brought his pioneer forefather hither, has gone hence into the younger West, where lie broader tracts and vaster spaces. Here is the old idea, somewhat current still in England, that the highest mark of the gentleman is not cultivation of the mind, not intellect, not knowledge, but elegant living. Here is the old hereditary devotion to the idea of the state. Write the biographies of the Kentuckians who have been engaged in national or in local politics, and you have largely the history of the state of Kentucky. Write the lives of all its scientists, artists, musicians, actors, poets, novelists, and you find many weary milestones between the chapters. Enter the bluegrass region from what point you choose, and you may do this, so well traversed is it by railways, and you become sensitive to its influence. If you come from the north or the east, you say, "This is not modern America. Here is something local and unique. For one thing, nothing goes fast here." By and by you see a bluegrass racehorse and note an exception. But you do not also accept the rider or the driver. The speed is not his. He is a mere bunch of mistletoe to the horse. Detach him, and he is not worth timing. Human speed, for the most part, lies fallow. Every man starts for the goal of life at his own natural gait, and if he sees that it is too far off for him to reach it in a lifetime, he does not run the faster, but has the goal moved nearer him. The Kentuckians are not provincial. As Thoreau said, no people can long remain provincial who have a propensity for politics, whittling, and rapid traveling. They are not inaccessible to modern ideas, but the shock of modern ideas has not electrified them. They have walled themselves around with old race instincts and habitudes, and when the stream of tendency rushes against this wall, it recoils upon itself instead of sweeping away the barrier. The typical Kentuckian regards himself an American of the Americans, and thinks as little of being like the English as he would of imitating the Jutes. In nothing is he more like his transatlantic ancestry than in strong self-content. He sits on his farm as though it were the pole of the heavens, a manly man with a heart in him. Usually the blonde type, robust, well-formed, with clear, fair complexion that grows ruddier with age and stomachic development, full neck, and an open, kind, untroubled countenance. He is frank but not familiar, talkative but not garrulous, full of the genial humor of local hits and allusions, but without a settled nimbleness of wit. Indulgent towards purely masculine vices, but intolerant of petty crimes. No reader of books nor master in religious debate, faith coming to him as naturally as his appetite, and growing with what it feeds upon. Loving roast pig, but not caring particularly for lamb's eulogy. Loving his grass like a Greek, not because it is beautiful, but because it is fresh and green. A peaceful man with strong passions, and so to be heartily loved and respected, or heartily hated and respected, but never despised or trifled with. An occasional barbecue in the woods, where the saddles of Southdown mutton are roasted on spits over the coals of the mighty trench, and the steaming kettles of burgoo lend their savor to the nose of the hungry political orator, so that he becomes all the more impetuous in his invectives. The great agricultural fairs, the race courses, the monthly county court day, when he meets his neighbors on the public square of the nearest town, the quiet Sunday mornings, when he meets them again for rather more clandestine talks at the front door of the neighborhood church. These and his own fireside are his characteristic and ample pleasures. You will never be under his roof without being touched by the mellowest of all the virtues of his race, simple, unsparing human kindness and hospitality. The women of Kentucky have long had a reputation for beauty. An average type is a refinement on the English blonde, greater delicacy of form, feature, and color. A beautiful Kentucky woman is apt to be exceedingly beautiful. Her voice is low and soft, her hands and feet delicately formed, her skin pure and beautiful in tint and shading, her eyes blue or brown, and hair nut brown or golden brown, to all which is added a certain unapproachable refinement. It must not for a moment be supposed, however, that there are not many genuinely ugly women in Kentucky. End of the Bluegrass Region by James Lane Allen. Thank you for listening.
Caruso and the Earthquake by Enrico Caruso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You ask me to say what I saw and what I did during the terrible days which witnessed the destruction of San Francisco. Well, there have been many accounts of my so-called adventures published in the American papers, and most of them have not been quite correct. Some of the papers said that I was terribly frightened, that I went half crazy with fear, that I dragged my valise out of the hotel into the square and sat upon it and wept. But all this is untrue. I was frightened, as many others were, but I did not lose my head. I was stopping at the hotel where many of my fellow artists were staying, and very comfortable it was. I had a room on the 5th floor, and on Tuesday evening, the night before the great catastrophe, I went to bed feeling very contented. I had sung in Carmen that night, and the opera had been one with fine éclat. We were all pleased, and as I said before, I went to bed that night feeling happy and contented. But what an awakening! You must know that I am not a very heavy sleeper. I always wake early, and when I feel restless, I get up and go for a walk. So on the Wednesday morning early, I wake up about 5 o'clock, feeling my bed rocking as though I am in a ship on the ocean. And for a moment, I think I am dreaming that I am crossing the water on my way to my beautiful country, and so I take no notice for the moment. And then, as the rocking continues, I get up and go to the window, raise the shade, and look out. And what I see makes me tremble with fear. I see the buildings toppling over, big pieces of masonry falling, and from the street below I hear the cries and screams of men and women and children. I remain speechless, thinking I am in some dreadful nightmare, and for something like 40 seconds I stand there, while the buildings fall and my room still rocks like a boat on the sea. And during that 40 seconds, I think of 40,000 different things. All that I have ever done in my life passes before me, and I remember trivial things and important things. I think of my first appearance in Grand Opera, and I feel nervous as to my reception. And again I think I am going through last night's Carmen. And then I gather my faculties together and call for my valet. He comes rushing in, quite cool, and without any tremor in his voice says, "It is nothing." But all the same he advises me to dress quickly and go into the open, lest the hotel fall and crush us to powder. By this time the plaster on the ceiling has fallen in a great shower, covering the bed and the carpet and the furniture, and I, too, begin to think it is time to get busy. My valet gives me some clothes. I know not what the garments are, but I get into a pair of trousers and into a coat, and draw some socks on, and my shoes, and every now and again the room trembles so that I jump and feel very nervous. I do not deny that I feel nervous, for I still think the building will fall to the ground and crush us. And all the time we hear the sound of crashing masonry and the cries of frightened people. Then we run down the stairs and into the street, and my valet, brave fellow that he is, goes back and bundles all my things into trunks and drags them down 6 flights of stairs and out into the open, one by one. While he has gone for another and another, I watch those that have already arrived, and presently someone comes and tries to take my trunks, saying they are his. I say, "No, they are mine," but he does not go away. Then a soldier comes up to me. I tell him that this man wants to take my trunks, and that I am Caruso, the artist who sang in Carmen the night before. He remembers me, and makes the man who takes an interest in my baggage skidoo, as the Americans say. Then I make my way to Union Square, where I see some of my friends, and one of them tells me he has lost everything except his voice, but he is thankful that he has still got that. And they tell me to come to a house that is still standing, but I say houses are not safe. Nothing is safe but the open square, and I prefer to remain in a place where there is no fear of being buried by falling buildings. So I lie down in the square for a little rest, while my valet goes and looks after the luggage, and soon I begin to see the flames, and all the city seems to be on fire. All the day I wander about, and I tell my valet we must try and get away, but the soldiers will not let us pass. We can find no vehicle to find our luggage, and this night we are forced to sleep on the hard ground in the open. My limbs ache yet from so rough a bed. Then my valet succeeds in getting a man with a cart, who says he will take us to the Oakland ferry for a certain sum, and we agree to his terms. We pile the luggage into the cart and climb in after it, and the man whips up his horse, and we start. We pass terrible scenes on the way, buildings and ruins, and everywhere there seems to be smoke and dust. The driver seems in no hurry, which makes me impatient at times, for I am longing to return to New York, where I know I shall find a ship to take me to my beautiful Italy and my wife and my little boys. When we arrive at Oakland, we find a train there which is just about to start, and the officials are very polite, take charge of my luggage, and tell me to go get on board, which I am very glad to do. The trip to New York seems very long and tedious, and I sleep very little, for I can still feel the terrible rocking which made me sick. Even now I can only sleep an hour at a time, for the experience was a terrible one. End of Caruso and the Earthquake by Enrico Caruso. Read by Winston Tharp.
Selections from Chats on Oriental China by J.F. Blacker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. A sketch showing porcelain classed according to the order of the discovery of colors and glazes. Our first task will be to classify the porcelain according to the order of its discovery, and in this relation we shall be largely guided by form and color, which in the oldest pieces is naturally less diversified than in the later. Perhaps the oldest pottery is that improperly called Bokharo, owing to its resemblance to the pottery which, in Portugal, bore this name, and as we shall see presently, the Portuguese were the first to visit the land of far-off Cathay. The colors on Bokhara ware are very varied, and some imitate bronze. Many colored enamels cover other pieces with a dense glaze which completely hides the shape or body. These pieces are usually molded, but examples have been found where the decoration has been cut with a tool in the paste when wet. Other specimens have been carved in the paste after it has been dried in the sun. The second class in order of age would be white porcelain made of kaolins from different districts, which give different tints to the white and unequal densities to the ware, some being heavy and some light. Possibly the light ware of this period gave rise to the idea of soft paste. The white itself varies in tint from a fine creamy glaze, which is very beautiful, called blanc de chine. Then there is a bluish white called white of snow, and a plain white called white of flower. The creamy white is valued very highly by the Chinese themselves, and Franks mentions an instance where a Hong Kong merchant, after making many magnificent presents to an English gentleman, gave him as an object of great value a white cup of this kind enclosed in a case lined with silk. This blanc de chine was highly esteemed in the 17th and 18th centuries, especially in France and Spain. It is interesting to notice that this kind of whiteware was imitated by the early makers of European porcelain at St. Cloud and Chelsea, and many of these specimens of white hard paste have been ascribed to Plymouth, which, with Bristol, was the only factory to make hard paste in England. The Chelsea imitation of an Oriental teapot, with raised flowers, is the one which has the noted mark of the raised anchor on a tablet. With regard to color applied under the glaze, blue was the first to be so employed. Cobalt had a facility for cohering with the body itself, therefore it was utilized for decoration before the glaze was applied. Sometimes the transparent white glaze was replaced by a blue tinted glaze. In that case the blue decoration, applied under the glaze by painting on the body of the ware itself, could be easily seen through the blue glaze. Red, derived from copper, was applied under the glaze, sometimes alone and sometimes with blue, forming the decoration of two colors under the glaze. With these colors used under the glaze, as with the blue alone, the blue tinted glaze was frequently substituted for the transparent glaze. This red was the red derived from copper. At about the same period the reds, derived from iron and gold, were applied as enamel colors upon the glaze, at a lower temperature than that used in the main kiln. The second kiln was called a muffle kiln. The glaze and the enamel colors were both melted by the heat in the muffle kiln, but the body was not affected. Direct heat was not required, but the melting process was sufficient to unite the glaze itself and the enamel colors so firmly that in some cases the colored enamel might be taken for the glaze. Generally, however, these enamel colors project far enough from the covering glaze so as to be easily felt by the finger. Next followed the use of gold applied to decorations on the black, famille noire, and green families or on other enamels. Amongst the most beautiful of these enamels was the green, which was applied upon the glaze by the fire of the muffle furnace. This color was derived from copper and is called vert de cuivre. It soon held a high place in the scheme of decoration of vases, plates, and dishes, as well as figures of the highest quality, and is recognized as a distinct family, la famille verte. But whilst the reds and greens were enameled on the glaze, blue was still employed for decoration under the glaze. These familles are separately dealt with and illustrated. In order of the discovery of the colors, next comes violet, from manganese, and the yellows from cadmium and iron, creating a new series which is termed the yellow family, la famille jaune. All these yellows were enamel colors, but they were not often used alone. Sometimes there is a combination of two groups, as green and yellow or green and red. These have been classified as jaune vert and rose vert. We simply refer to these names in case any of our readers should come across them in the descriptive catalogue or in books dealing with Oriental porcelain. Perhaps the most beautiful of all the enamel colors applied to Oriental porcelain is the rose, a red derived from gold. Bearing in mind that we are roughly tracing the age of the colors, that is, the period of their applications, this rose red would bring us to the Yongqing and Qianlong periods. Enriched as the Chinese potters were by this superb tint, they simply reveled in dominating their productions with it. It is classified as the rose family, La Famille Rose. To these periods belong the beautiful class of pink back plates, to which further reference will be made later. Onward from this time, the trading relations between Europe and China becoming more and more intimate, foreign influences began to make themselves felt in the Chinese potteries. In fact, the Europeans demanded and paid for European shapes and European designs, so that European subjects were produced with more or less fidelity, and armorial porcelain, on which arms or crests of European families were painted in enamel, on vases, table services, and decorative pieces of various kinds. At this period, too, we find evidences of the influence of the Christian missionaries in China, as shown by the religious subjects enameled or painted on plates, such subjects, for instance, as the Crucifixion and other scenes of biblical history. We have stated that the decoration was modified to meet the wants of the European market, and we note also that the various shapes were also modified to suit that market. The Chinese used saucer-shaped dishes, but these were largely replaced, for exportation only, by dishes and plates with rims, so that we finally reach the last class, the porcelain called East India Company China, decorated with subjects not armorial, nor scriptural, but European. The Chinese themselves were faithful copyists, imitating exactly the pattern from which they had to work. We shall deal with this subject more fully in a later chapter. Chapter 6. A short account of the early history of porcelain. Perhaps what we have said will inspire our readers with the desire to know something of the origin of the potter's art in China. This cannot be definitely fixed. It is lost in antiquity. Far back, centuries before the Christian era, possibly when Egyptian civilization was at its height, legendary history refers to the invention of pottery and, indeed, places the invention of pottery thousands of years B.C. We have no definite information as to what was made, but we may fairly assume that in those remote times the vessels made were only coarse clay, rude in form, sun-dried, or badly baked in an open fire. Then, possibly, the first efforts at glazing were produced and ornamented. The surface was decorated by drawings with a stick in transverse scratches or concentric rings, and simple bits of clay stuck onto the soft surface formed the first applied ornament, gradually developing, and ever far in advance of Western barbarism. The manufacture reaches the period where actual records were available during the Wei dynasty, 220 A.D., when 2 potteries were recorded as making porcelain for imperial use. The string of dynasties which follows have but slight interest for the collector. The marks we give, see marks, range from the Sung dynasty, 960 A.D., to the Tsing dynasty, which period came into power in 1644 and continues to the present day. Though we read of porcelain blue as the sky, shining as the looking-glass, thin as paper, giving a sound like a musical stone, we could scarcely hope to find a specimen after the lapse of so many hundred years. Besides, if we did, the piece would be unique, and even the experts would doubt its identity. Still, the tiny fragments of this precious ware are recognized in China, and are so valuable that the Chinese have them mounted as personal ornaments. The first of the dynasties shown in our list has a real claim for consideration, that is, the Sung dynasty, which lasted from 960 to 1279 A.D. The Emperor Qin Zeng, who reigned from 954 to 1007 A.D., adopted his title name, or Nianhao, on coming to the throne, King Ti, and he founded the royal manufactory at Changnanchin, henceforth known as King Ti-Chin. This city remained for many centuries the greatest manufactory of Chinese porcelain. Here, then, we have definite history of a city in the Chinese provinces of Kiangsi, with a present population of 500,000, in which porcelain has been manufactured for centuries, and where the manufacturing is still carried on, although, through wars and insurrections, the work has now and then been suspended for varying periods. There were numerous other factories in 13 other provinces, notably in Honan, which has no less than 13. Historical incidents occur which show that Oriental porcelain was by slow degrees making its way westwards. Saladin, 1137 to 1193, Sultan of Egypt and Syria, who defended Accra for 2 years against the Crusaders, sent 40 pieces of finest porcelain to Nur ed-Din Mahmud, who recovered Syria from the Crusaders. That celebrated Venetian traveler and author, Marco Polo, writing in 1280, described a visit to a Chinese factory, and stated that the porcelain was exported all over the world. The Yuan dynasty, 1279 to 1367, saw the advent of Roman Catholic missionaries and Florentine traders. They came to Peking and Hangzhou, and far-off Cathay, the land of mystery, romance, and poetry, first to make acquaintance with the Western barbarians. We read of porcelain of this period having been molded, modeled, and painted with flowers. The most noted potter, Peng, was not famous for his own individual work of designing new forms or inventing new colors, but for copying the older wares, and we shall never have an opportunity of seeing his work, which, though beautiful, was very thin and brittle. Chapter 7. The Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644, and its products. The story of the overthrow of the Mongol dynasty by a rebellion headed by a native named Hong Wu, the son of a laboring man, introduces the great Ming dynasty. This man, a former Buddhist priest, captured Nanking in 1355, and 13 years later he took the title of emperor. During this dynasty, which lasted till 1644, the progress of the manufacture of porcelain was very marked. Indeed, the Chinese themselves are keen collectors of the Ming products, considering them to be the finest ever made. They scarcely exist outside the treasures of the cabinet of princes or the collections of mandarins. Whether this is due to the extreme devotion of the nation to past history and to their love of ancient relics more than their appreciation of what we consider beautiful, the fact remains, in the early times, Ming porcelain was rarely exported, so that we have very little to guide us in determining what is or is not porcelain of the Ming period. True, there are the marks, but the marks were copied just as much as the forms and decorations were. The best periods of Ming porcelain arranged in order of merit and not in order of date were Suen Ti, 1426 to 1436, Qinghua, 1465 to 1488, Young Lo, 1403 to 1425, Hietzing, 1522 to 1567. Qinghua is the first in order of reproduction. His mark is most frequently copied. About the period of Qinghua, Europeans were making efforts to reach the East by sea, and in 1498 Vasco da Gama sailed round the Cape of Good Hope and thus made an opening, by which eventually trade was carried on by sea to China. The Portuguese were the first to settle in China in 1516. From their factory or settlement in Macau, at the entrance to the Canton River, the first sea-borne pieces of Oriental porcelain were sent to Europe by way of the Cape. The conclusion, therefore, must be, in view of these dates, that the earliest pieces found in England and on the continent were carried overland, by camels, thousands of miles over mountains and through deserts, till at last they reached their European owners. The earliest porcelain found in England, that is, a Celadon bowl presented to New College, Oxford, by Archbishop Warham, and the bowls of Oriental china given in 1506 by Philip of Austria to Sir Thomas Trenchard, came by land. The Portuguese vessels were not content to sail only to China and to exchange its products for those of Europe, for in 1542 they appeared in Japan. Fernand Mendez Pinto, in his Travels, published in 1545, states that he and his companions were cordially received by the Prince of Japan. Evidently, then, at the time when Queen Elizabeth was reigning in England, the Portuguese were pushing their trade in the East as the Spaniards were in the West, and, as we have seen, the Portuguese, amongst other commodities, sent Oriental porcelain home and brought European products back. They brought the Jesuits, too. Christian teachers had been at work in China for long years before the Jesuits came, but the activity and knowledge of these gave them great influence amongst the reigning class, practically from the close of the 16th to the beginning of the 18th century. It is said that they had much to do with the evolution of the beautiful enamel colors of the next dynasty, the Tsing, though the evidence of this is of the slightest. On the contrary, the development appears to have had purely a native origin, an unusual step, it is true, to be taken by a nation which seemed all along the line to be reproducing earlier forms and earlier decoration. From the period when the vases of the Inaugural period were in demand, painted as they were with lions rolling a ball, with birds, or with dark blue or red flowers, we find progress being continually made. Xuan Ti, whose reign is the most celebrated for the production of Ming porcelain, produced very fine examples, with flowers in pale blue, having red fish moulded as handles. Then comes the fine color paintings of Qinghua, through which we reach the perfection of the Kang He in the Tsing dynasty. It is remarkable that only a few Ming specimens seem to have been identified with enamel color decoration, though in recent, indeed quite late times, authorities are ascribing many pieces with green and yellow enamel set in black outline to Ming rather than to Kang He. White, green, and crackle pieces are often mentioned in the historical records. We read that Lord Treasurer Burleigh, William Cecil, Secretary of State, for nearly 40 years to Queen Elizabeth, offered as a New Year's gift in 1588 to his royal mistress one porringer of white porcelain garnished with gold, and another gift of a similar kind was made to the Queen by Mr. Robert Cecil, a cup of green purslane. Later we read that amongst the effects of Lady Dorothy Shirley were porcelain stuff, Chinese stuff, 24 porcelain dishes. It will be noted that it was only with the advent of Shakespeare and the authorized version of the Bible that our English spelling took anything like uniformity. The last note regarding Lady Shirley's possessions was made in 1620. In the time which had elapsed between these records much had occurred in the Orient. The Dutch, in 1595, sent out their first expedition to the East Indies, and Queen Elizabeth, not to be outdone, dispatched 3 English ships to China in 1596. 3 years later the East India Company was founded, a company which at first could not trade in India or China, owing to the fierce opposition of the Portuguese and Dutch. They therefore made their headquarters at Gombron, in the Persian Gulf. The China ware was brought overland or by coasting vessels to Gombron, which gave the early name Gombron ware to porcelain which was universally used before the adoption of the name China. During the Ming dynasty the practice of placing marks upon the porcelain was first adopted, though the rule seems to have been to mark only one piece in a set. Yet the method of marking porcelain was far from being universal or methodical. In acquiring Ming porcelain the buyer must be especially careful. For many centuries the old forms were copied, and in counterfeiting the porcelain and its decoration it was quite easy to imitate the mark. Here, then, we must once more advise the collector to rely upon sight and touch. We have stated that it is the inspiration of the educated eye regarding the tout ensemble which was largely to be trusted. On the other hand, it would not be well to dispense with the necessity for actually handling the piece with the view to detecting differences between the old and new work. In dealing with fine pieces there is one advantage: they are all submitted to expert after expert, whose opinions may vary, but truth is great and will prevail. The end of the Ming dynasty was rapidly approaching. The Tartars, with shaven head and pigtail, were as the storm clouds which had been collecting for some time, and at length they burst over the empire. The space of time between the years 1616 and 1644, when the struggle for supremacy between the Ming and Tsing dynasties was at its height, leaves the identification of porcelain made during that period a matter of considerable difficulty. In a national struggle, art manufacturers are the first to suffer, so that it is quite probable that only a small output of porcelain took place during these troublous years. In revising the Ming period, note should be made that the Hung Wu preferred black, blue, and white ornaments, and that gold used as decoration for a dark blue ground was first employed. In Yung Lo's time, intense patches of color were used, and there was a development with regard to the reds. A dark red was widely adopted. The paintings of flowers and of birds and beasts, mainly used figuratively as emblems, became far more delicate. The Qinghua potters seem to have adopted a delicacy and a mastery over the art of porcelain decoration scarcely ever met with in history. It is true that the supply of blue failed, the cobalt was of an inferior quality, and the colored painting reached high perfection. The marks and designs of the Qinghua period furnished unexampled opportunities for copying, for although the later Kang He showed, without doubt, the finest blue and white with regard to color that was ever made, the pattern generally adapted can be distinctly traced to Qinghua. Kietzing was noted for the use of enamel colors of a beautiful depth and quality. About this time pure white cups were made imitating white jade, but the quality of the porcelain is inferior to many of the other periods because one of the sources of supply of porcelain earth failed. Chapter 7. The Tsing Dynasty, Kang He Period, 1661 to 1722. Bearing in mind the struggle between the Mings and the Tartars, which lasted, as we have seen, from 1616 to 1644, we may take Shun Chi, 1644 to 1661, as the first real Tsing emperor. Properly, the title of the dynasty, which has existed to our own times, would be the Manchu or Tse-Tsing or Ta-Tsing dynasty, which is the 22nd imperial dynasty. The most distinguished emperor in connection with the manufacture of porcelain was the second, named Kang He, who had a long and peaceful reign from 1661 to 1722. In fact, he is the only emperor who reigned for a complete Chinese cycle of 60 years, and we shall find amongst our marks that the 61st year is distinguished by a cycle mark and not by the Nian Hao, or name mark. Note Figure 1 in the marks. Under Kang He's guidance, the porcelain manufacture received an immense impetus. Many improvements were adopted and new colors introduced, especially the enamel colors. Amongst the noted potters living long before his reign were two whose names have come down to us, although identification of their work is impossible. The famous Peng, as before noted, was an excellent potter, but he was only a copyist of old forms. Chao was a later potter who, near the end of the Ming dynasty, also excelled in imitating ancient vases. The work of these two old potters were copied at first by potters of the Kang He period. Franks says, "It is probably to this reign that we must refer most of the old specimens of Chinese porcelain that are to be seen in collections, even when they bear earlier dates." What generally were the qualifications and characteristics of the productions of the King Ti Chin in this reign? Our illustrations, which should be read carefully, will give guidance to the careful student regarding the Chinese porcelain that was then produced. There seems to have been little doubt that the three colored pieces, decorated with yellow, green, and aubergine, were direct copies of the Ming products. Aubergine is a puzzling word and requires an explanation. It is a transparent enamel resembling the eggplant in the variation and gradation of its colors from gray to purple, or having various shades up to a rich brown. It will be found in the trees, stems, and branches, forming a principal part of the scheme of color decoration. The black family, famille noire, is of the same period. The black may be composed of other colors, but it is usually coated with transparent green enamel. Notice that there is a dull black, a mirror black, and this black covered with green enamel. Kang He black will receive due attention in the illustrations. It is rare and very valuable. Perhaps the first porcelain produced during the Kang He period was the green family, sometimes used with blue under the glaze. Wan Lai, the Ming emperor, is sometimes credited with introducing this green enamel. This, however, seems very improbable, for twice in his reign the Japanese invaded Korea, and the Tartars were always in rebellion. On the whole, the balance of evidence points to the green family as being a genuine product of the Kang He period. Another product of the same period was the green enamel used with blue enamel over the glaze, so that it is well to note that the fine greens which are classified as famille verte are usually ascribed to this period. The blue and white of the Kang He period has been noted before. The most lovely quality of this decoration must be always referred to this period. Whether we consider the cobalt blue as a color, as in the celebrated ginger jar with the prunus flowers, sold at Christie's for 5,900 guineas, or such pieces as we show in our illustration from Mr. Duveen's collection, worth £2,000 each. From 1720 right down to our own times, this ware has been copied and ever recopied, but there is something in the blue used for decoration, something, too, in the quality of the white porcelain itself, and again something in the glaze, an intense brilliancy. These furnish a combination which has never been rivaled. The Kang He period was noted for a very rare biscuit celadon, in which the surface of the panels in relief is unglazed, though the remainder of the decoration is blue under the glaze. Another fine quality of porcelain was that with archaic decoration having conventional flowers and bands in black and green. The marks of the Kang he period vary. In the earlier part of his reign the double blue circle and the Kang he Nian Hao are frequent, but collectors must note that many specimens of this period have no date mark at all. If the two blue rings are used there are no letters inside. The reason of this is rather curious. In 1677 the superintendent of the works gave an order to the factories at King Ti Chin in which he forbade the inscription of the emperor's name or the characters which gave the history of their sacred great men. This order was given because it was thought that if the porcelain was broken it would be reflecting upon the honor of the emperor or of the sanctified persons who were represented not alone by inscriptions but by paintings used in the decoration. However, this law did not remain in force for a very long period. When a piece is found with empty rings or with the symbol marks of the fungus leaf, etc., it can be assigned to a few years later than 1677. The importation to Europe had reached considerable dimensions before this. We read that in 1644 nearly 50,000 pieces of rare Japanese china were imported into Holland and about 17,000 more of various kinds from Batavia by the Dutch East India Company. In this connection the rivalry between the Dutch and the Portuguese must be noted, because it affected the Oriental trade in porcelain very considerably. Stirred up by the Dutch, the Japanese, in 1640, excited by their fears of the ultimate designs of the Portuguese and the Spaniards who had later appeared upon the scene, banished them in favor of the Dutch. Some thousands of Christian converts were massacred and the Dutch were fully established at Nagasaki, where they laid the foundation of the progress towards Western civilization to which the world, and especially Japan, owes so much. Chapter 9. The Yung Ching Period, 1723 to 1736. The Yung Ching period, 1723 to 1736, though only 13 short years, was peculiarly noteworthy, because the emperor himself took a personal interest in the imperial factories at King Ti Chin, and also in the head of the establishment, Hien Xiai Yao, who, in 1727, was entrusted with the management. In porcelain much depends upon the potting, and in the actual potting the products of Yung Ching were far superior to any that had before appeared. The drawing, too, was in every way better. The colors, though not so brilliant, showed such care and taste in blending that even the fine famille verte suffers by comparison. As a rule the decoration was so applied that the porcelain could be admired, that is, the whole surface was not covered by the ornamentation. In some of the smaller pieces the result of this plan is beyond all praise. Only one thing suffered. The blue was far inferior to that of Kang he. We have already praised the quality of the cobalt applied as decoration to vases, ginger jars, etc., of the Kang he period. As if to balance this default the rose color from gold was discovered, which gave birth to the rose family, famille rose. Other products which had their beginnings in this reign are worthy of notice. First there was a black decorated with color, mainly with arabesques or curl work. The porcelain was of fine quality and the color scheme so subdued as to be entirely pleasing to the eye. The black being relieved by pattern in faint green and further decorated in white, pale yellow, and aubergine of such an admirable character that one wonders why Yung Ching porcelain is not more appreciated. Still the rose decoration begun so successfully in this period, under the succeeding emperor, received such attention as to place it in the front rank of Oriental porcelain. In fact we may say more. Collectors of the rose family care nothing for Ming with its greens and yellows, nothing for Kang he with its famille verte and black, but they esteem and value above all the famille rose, the Yung Ching chef d'oeuvre, which we shall deal with later when we come to Keen Lung. The pieces of the Yung Ching period, decorated with blue under the glaze, with enamel in color over the glaze, exhibited the same distinctive features which typical china of this period showed, that is, excellent potting and a skilful blending of the underglaze blue with the enamel colors over the glaze. There is this noteworthy distinction, too. The decoration of the backs of bowls and dishes is almost equal to that on the front. This is a helpful hint to which careful note should be given. Perhaps one of the most puzzling and at the same time interesting forms of decoration was the blue used in conjunction with peach bloom. These specimens were ornamented with combinations of 3 lines either long or bisected, called the pa qua, the single mark forming a trigram, essentially male if the long lines were in the ascendant, and female when the half lines were most numerous. The later marks or symbolical devices will deal more fully with the pa qua. Peach bloom was undoubtedly first introduced in the reign of Kang he, and the really valuable and fine examples belong to this period only. It is altogether a misleading term to those who are not experts, who expect to find the delicate pink of the peach blossom or flower. Peach bloom is nothing of this kind. Imagine a dark reddish-brown of unusual but beautiful tone pierced through its surface in flecks of dark green and spots of pink, such as the flower would be when the first touch of spring coaxed it from the dark-colored sepal with flecks of green and a touch of pink. It is the color of the bud when the peach begins to bloom, not the pink of the peach blossom so prettily tinted with yellow. Peach bloom and clair de lune are the 2 very finest self-colors which take precedence even of sang de boeuf. We shall have occasion to occur to this again in the chapter on self-colors. The next class is black with coral red under the glaze. In fact, 2 colors are found under the glaze in the Yung Ching period, blue and red. The red is of a brilliant tone, not so striking as the red from gold, but still very lovely in combination with blue. Sometimes these 2 are used together with added enamel colors, but frequently in underglaze decoration that favorite ornament, the 5-clawed dragon in pursuit of the crystal ball or pearl, may be found. The circular device ball or pearl showing the yang or the yin, signs for the male and female elements in nature, were at this period raised on the surface, and in overglaze enamels both the waves and the clouds were tinted with various shades of green and purple and aubergine edged with black. We have already referred to the rose family, in which the enamel decoration was most carefully and artistically carried out in all its detail. The preponderating influence was a brilliant rose color accompanied by green, yellow, and blue in all enamel colors, which were not less striking because still subordinate to the beautiful pink. When waves were used in the decoration they were of a charming sea-green celadon enamel. The blue painted under the glaze has already been referred to as being inferior in quality, in color and brilliance, to the products of Kang he. In fact, we must repeat that no blue and white was ever equal to the Kang he ginger jars and vases decorated with the prunus pattern, usually called the hawthorn, with the lip unglazed on the outside and partly glazed on the inside. Present-day potters produce blue and white ginger jars, but the blue of Kang he is unapproachable. The paste is exquisite, and the glaze is incomparable. The Yung Ching potters did well in blue and white, and the blues, though less brilliant, were very bright and pleasing. The distinctive feature of the period is that the borders of the vases were incised after the manner of the Ming blue and white, a pattern which appears at no other periods. Let us try to explain this. About an inch from the top of the vases there is an incised pattern, a pattern cut in double incised lines, although forming a band about half an inch wide. A similar incised band is found round the base. Yung Ching blue and white often has a decoration of rocks, waves, and curious conventional ground in blue of a carefully painted peach tree springing from the rocks, painted blossoms of a rich red tone with reddish or yellow-brown spots distributed over the white as if to emphasize the form of the decoration. The contrast between the delicacy of the detail is striking when compared with the broad treatment of the Kang he period. On the other hand there is fine stipple work. This is Yung Ching. On the other hand there is a broad, bold wash of color. This is Kang he. One of the most effective forms of decoration is what is widely known as powder or powdered blue, in which the cobalt is sprayed through gauze or dabbed either upon the whole surface or upon all of the surface except that by which mechanical means was reserved. Students of Oriental China will often come across the expression painted in reserves or compartments. By this is meant that the scheme of decoration of the whole surface has been so far modified that certain panels have been left in white for further decoration. Hence we get reserves of various shapes with varying decorations, powder blue vases with reserves decorated in blue, powder blue vases with reserves decorated in famille verte, and so on. The apparently granulated surface of powder blue is due to the color having been blown through the fine gauze or dabbed on the whole portion that was not reserved. Celadon was brought to great perfection in this reign. Not only the various tints of green usually known by that name, and not only the brilliant white Celadon glaze with raised decoration in which a Celadon green is very effectively employed, but various glazes in which the color, being applied in the glaze, was included in the same term Celadon. The decoration, often floral, was noted for its subdued tones of pink, mauve, red, and orange. Vases of the Ming dynasty, especially the Suen Ti and the Changhua periods, were copied and recopied in every detail. Beautiful bowls were largely made with Celadon or coral grounds, with figures or other ornaments in colored enamel. Sometimes reserves or compartments in white had special treatment of figure decoration. Other specimens imitated jade, or agate, or cornelian, or some other stone. The well-known pale green Celadon is the only one known to the trade by the name Celadon. Red or blue Celadons would be classified under self-colors. We have noted the green family, famille verte, of Kang He. The Yongqing products of the same class differ from it in the quality of the colors used. The green enamel itself was much thinner and not so brilliant. It often had a blue shade, but it too was applied as an enamel in conjunction with the underglaze blue decoration. Instead of the reds from copper, the reds from iron were effectively used. A coloring like the red of rusty iron was used in several shades, ranging from an orange red to a bright orange, or even to a salmon pink. Other colors in soft tones were used, but a chief point to remember is that whilst the design is usually drawn in blue under the glaze, all the enamel colors were applied over the glaze, so that a blue tinge is conspicuous and is a help to identification. A reference was made earlier to the rose family. This was a red from gold, and perhaps its highest development is seen in the brilliant ruby back plates of the Yongqing and Qin Lung periods. This color had its origin in the Yongqing's short reign, and the shades of it vary from pink to purple. As enamel, the rose color is most wonderfully applied to flowers, drapery, etc., and really it is far more decorative than the green, the powder blue, or indeed any other color. It has their artistic merit, and the additional one of being a soft and most attractive tint. If green represents the leaves, rose pictures the flowers. And perhaps the most lovely combination is rose verte, where both of these are used in harmony. Chapter 10. The Qin Lung Period, 1736 to 1795. During the first 7 years of the reign of this emperor there was but little variation in the character of the porcelain manufacture at King Ti Chin. In 1743, however, a new director was appointed to the works, Thang Ing, who continued the high quality of the manufacture of the 2 previous reigns, and brought the rose family to the most perfect state. Indeed, though the European influence exerted by the Jesuits may possibly have been more powerful than before, yet no European china quite reaches the glowing brilliance of these Chinese vases and dishes. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and Chelsea tried to copy the rose color, the result being the fine claret color of the Chelsea china. Sèvres came nearest with the rose du Barry, but, after all, the lover of old Oriental porcelain devotes all his energies to the acquisition of specimens made and decorated in the old times, imitations perhaps of very early Chinese products, but perfectly Chinese in instinct and impression. It is difficult, if not impossible, to separate Qin Lung china from Yongqing in unmarked pieces before the full development of the rose famille. But the reign of Qin Lung was so much longer comparatively, and during the period the porcelain manufacture was so active, that it would be safe to ascribe the fine specimens of this rose family to it as well as to Yongqing, when the invention of the rose enamel took place. In the last reign we considered, but only shortly, this famille rose. The exquisite delicacy of these specimens lies in the combination of an elaborate but refined style of decoration, in which the painting was most artistic, with the graceful shapes of these pieces themselves. There are other types, bolder in color, broader in execution, and, it may be, equally beautiful. Take, for example, a vase. Its body would be covered with large sprays of flowers in rose, yellow, and other enamels, but the rose predominates and gives an effect which is very rich and striking. Chrysanthemums, peonies, irises or flags, anemones, pumpkin vines with flowers and fruit, all these were in common use with birds and butterflies, fishes and insects no less finely colored, and, as it were, thrown up into relief by the use of black with that transparent green enamel which we have before described, and here and there a black spot is applied for the same purpose of enhancing the value of the colored enamels. The porcelain body of the Keen Lung period is very fine and white, many of the specimens having a style of painting peculiar to the Chinese artists of this period. Flowers such as those we have mentioned, the chrysanthemum, peony, and rose, seem to be ribbed, as if when the enamel was not quite dry a tool was used for the purpose of breaking up the enamel and in this way getting finer effects from reflected light. The porcelain itself sometimes assumed a wavy appearance, such as would be left by the potter's fingers when the piece was turned on the wheel. A similar wavy appearance is found on characteristic pieces on Bristol hard paste porcelain when turned upon the wheel. Amongst the rarest decorations of this class of porcelain in this period is what is called mille fleurs. In this class the whole surface is covered with 1,000 flowers in variety painted exquisitely in enamel colors of every conceivable hue. Yet though the colors are so varied, there is nothing but the most pleasing and harmonious effect. Pale lilac, reds, and yellows alternate with delicate shades of grays and blues. When the panels are left in reserves, a figure of decoration is freely applied to them, and the figures depicted represent the spirits of the flowers. On the bases, which are covered with pale sea-green enamel, are found the square seal marks of Emperor Keen Lung. It is scarcely possible to have the privilege of seeing such perfect work of ceramic art, but the collection of the late Mr. W. G. Goulard of Brunswick Terrace, Hove, was especially rich in mille fleurs pieces. The class allied to this, but probably later in date, is mille cerfs, that is, a decoration consisting of numberless deer ranging in a forest. The color is not nearly as brilliant as in the mille fleurs class, though the same wavy porcelain is to be noted. The green, bluish in tone, like the greens of the Yung Ching period, are harmonized with browns. In fact, the aubergines merge into sepia or brown. The hills are green and brown with some hilltops in blue enamel. The birds are painted quite thinly in rather dull reds. This glaze could be fairly described as late famille verte. In this period the celadons show considerable advance. Celadons were produced late in the Ming and early Kang He periods, and cover a range of tints which are difficult to describe, as we have seen in the case of peach bloom and clair de lune. The sang de boeuf is also difficult to describe, so that a pilgrimage should be made to any museum which has a genuine specimen. For instance, in the British Museum, Oriental section, in the center of a large cabinet, there is a small bottle-shaped vase, which is a real sang de boeuf, a glaze of a brilliant color shaded toward a deeper claret, and the base shading away into a pale yellow, pink towards the lip, which retains the soft, natural tone of the body or paste. Then just below, the neck of the sang de boeuf seems to glow with the intensity of the ruby, just before it falls from the shoulder of the piece towards the base. Other colors of this period are known as pigeon's blood and chicken's blood, crimson, crushed strawberry, and so on. To nearly all of these colors, the remarks which apply to the shading of the sang de boeuf can be noticed upon the specimens themselves. Here the glaze starts at the top of the vase or vessel. There is a yellowish tinge, and the color has several gradations until it ends at the base. These reds originated in the late Ming period, reached high excellence under Kang He, and continued through Yung Ching's reign, and under Keen Lung maintained their high perfection. The Keen Lung red celadon has a somewhat blue shade when the light is reflected at an angle. It is well to remember that all those colors which are called celadon or self-colored have the tints mixed in the glaze. Besides the reds, there are blues of many shades, violets, mauves, etc. In fact, any color that could be applied in the glaze was used as the sole decoration of fine porcelain. It is true that in many of the fine vases the body is molded with flowers or dragons or other patterns, yet the glaze was a whole glaze, and therefore celadon. Notwithstanding this, the celadon surface was itself frequently decorated by designs in enamel colors outlined in black. As we have before shown, it is easy to know whether a piece is decorated with celadon or with enamel because all enamel colors stand out from the glazed surface to which it is applied, and by passing the fingers over the decoration the enamel can be felt. This brings us to certain facts that must be remembered. Enamels, like celadons, may be of any color. They are always burnt in so as to amalgamate with the cover glaze, even if that cover glaze be itself colored and therefore celadon. Also, there are but a few colors which can be applied before glazing, that is, upon the paste or body directly. We have seen that blue and red were so applied. This brings us to the other development. The Keen Lung class of blue and red under the glaze was derived from that discovered in the Yung Ching period. Its application was developed with surprising skill by the finest workmen, so that the application of copper red under the glaze, in combination with blue, gave splendid opportunities for these artists to display their preeminent skill for freehand drawing in applying designs upon the biscuit porcelain before the glazing took place. If, for example, you pass your hand over a piece decorated under the glaze, you will find a surface perfectly smooth, as the color has sunk into the paste. The next note is worth remembering, because it may be applied as a practical test to distinguish between the old and the modern blue under the glaze. This test of modern blue is to be found with the finest strokes, whereas in the old work each stroke is perfectly smooth or uniform in its outline, never labored, never hatched, but simple strokes which plainly follow the American plan of never taking 3 strokes when one will do. Most of the modern work reveals a tiny blue dot at the pull-off of the fine hair brush or pencil. The drawing and writing of the Chinese was always done by means of a pencil held perfectly upright by the fingers, so that by examination of the pencil marks it is quite easy to see whether the blue lines have inequality, especially at the point where the brush is removed, and our readers may detect forgeries of the old marks as well as the old drawings by noticing this blue dot at the end of the stroke. It is never found upon an old piece. The coral red family, which belongs peculiarly to this period, is extremely pleasing, and a very fine result is secured when used with blue under the glaze, leaving the design outlined in red, so that the red, white, and blue harmonize perfectly. But the coral red was also used under the glaze as a ground color. Then it was thickly powdered with white chrysanthemum leaves and flowers, and it had white reserves often decorated with sprays of conventional white lotus, chrysanthemums, and magnolia. The Chinese varied the colors in their decoration with wonderful effect. Blue under the glaze was, as we have seen, associated with reds under the glaze, but it was quite effective with enamels over the glaze, and we may take this as the next class of the period. The design, or any part of it, was applied to the paste. Then the piece was glazed and fired so that on coming from the kiln it was simply a white porcelain piece, having red or red and blue decoration under the glaze. Then enamel colors were used to complete the design, such as green enamels with the blue designs showing through them, and thin dull reds under the glaze, as before noted, whilst the rest of the piece was coated with decoration in yellow, blue, or even white enamel colors. Perhaps the most, and here adjectives fail, charming, lovely, famous are words which arise in the mind. Ruby, pink, rose eggshell plates really should be seen rather than described. These all belong to the famille rose, but eggshell was not confined to this family. Dated specimens seem to indicate that the 2 earlier reigns had seen the origin and progress of this beautiful ruby porcelain, but there is no doubt that many of the finest marked pieces belong to the Keen Lung period, though Yung Ching produced excellent specimens. Let us give a few examples from the sale rooms. But first we could wish that all who will read this chapter could betake themselves to the Victoria and Albert Museum, to the British Museum, to Duvine's or Gore's in Bond Street, and see for themselves what Chinese eggshell plates really are. The Salting collection in the museum at South Kensington has very fine specimens, and the British Museum has similar specimens in 2 flat cases, which, unfortunately, do not allow the full value of the ruby back to be appreciated. At Duvine's there are 2 cases filled with the loveliest specimens, ranged before a looking-glass, which enables the visitor to see both the design on the front of the plate and the lovely color at the back. It is surprising, and yet not astonishing from the point of view of the collector, who will have the best, to notice the prices which have been paid for these plates, which are quite small, ranging from 7 3/4 inches to 8 1/2 inches in diameter. A few examples will help in enabling us to estimate their value. 1 eggshell plate, enameled with chrysanthemums and a sparrow, and with sprays of peonies round the border, on pink diaper pattern ground, 8 inches in diameter, sold at the sale of Louis Huth's collection for £105. The other pieces realized at the same sale are no less striking. Saucer dishes, pear, eggshell, with ruby backs, enameled with branches of chrysanthemums and peonies on a white ground, 8 inches in diameter, sold for £80. But a better pair, enameled with cocks and peonies in the center on white ground, with pale green trellis border, 7 3/4 inches in diameter, realized £400. 1 saucer dish, enameled with a pheasant, quail, and peonies in the center, and a pale green marble border with pink prunus blossom, and 3 panels containing flowers, 8 inches in diameter, brought £135. The first and last of these were not pink backed, but they were certainly beautiful. Other eggshell plates at the same sale with ruby backs, which we shall describe shortly, even at the risk of appearing monotonous, were 1 enameled with ladies and children in the center, diaper border, with 3 panels of flowers, 8 3/4 inches in diameter, which realized £150. Another enameled with quails and chrysanthemums at the center, with pink and green diaper borders and 3 panels of flowers, £155. Another enameled with a lady and 2 children by a table, in a leaf-shaped panel, on gold ground, with border of various colored diapers, 8 1/4 inches in diameter, £200. 2 saucer dishes enameled with peonies and persimmon fruit in the center, and shaped border of diaper ground, the border on green ground, with pale pink trellis edge, 7 5/8 inch in diameter, £310. A similar pair, but enameled with ladies and children and vases in the center, on a white ground, with pale green trellis pattern border and 3 panels of black, 7 3/4 inches in diameter, fetched the same price, £310. The gem of the whole collection was a plate finely enameled with a group of ladies and children, vases and utensils in the center, with 7 borders of various diapers and a small panel of flowers, 8 1/8 inch in diameter, £280. The plate with the 7 borders is the most famous of these eggshell ruby-backed plates. The center panel or reserve is leaf-shaped, having in enamel colors, very delicately painted, a lady seated with 2 boys. Near her is a table on which are books, vases behind her and 2 vases on her left. This panel is surrounded by 6 diaper borders of various widths, of which the 2 chief are deep ruby, interrupted by 4 reserves in blue enamel, and the other a pale lilac, with 4 reserves enclosing flowers. Between reserves are 4 dragons in white. The diaper around the leaf is the 7th border. There are other diaper patterns in the 5 and 4 border plates, which have the leaf-shaped central panel, a decoration which is very similar. Some, however, of these eggshell plates have no diaper work, the sole decoration consisting of 2 cocks, beautifully enameled, near rocks and foliage. Indeed, these birds are often found in plates with borders. Similar eggshell plates may have landscapes or flowers as the central decoration, with or without diaper borders. The name ruby back is given to these plates because the whole of the back, excepting the center inside the rim, is enamel with a beautiful ruby tint. Indeed, we may say that these plates are amongst the finest creations of the Yung Ching and Keen Lung periods. To the eggshell china belong delicate mandarin vases which, probably, were made for exportation. Chapter 11. Mandarin Porcelain, Keen Lung Period, 1736 to 1795, and later. A mandarin is a Chinese official, either civil or military, but the word itself is not Chinese. It is a name given indiscriminately by foreigners to designate any Chinese official of whatever rank. The recognized official grades of mandarin are 9, each distinguished by its dress. The so-called button on the hat, the mandarin button, is conspicuous. It is really a very valuable jewel, and, like the rest of the dress, is worn under precise regulations. It will be interesting to notice how the mandarin's rank is shown by the dress. The coats are always embroidered with gold, and were of colored silk. In the first order, the button on the hat was a bead, and above that an oblong button of transparent ruby red, transparent red. The coat was violet, with a square plaque on the breast and back decorated in the civil class with a pelican, in the military class with a Chilan, whilst the belt was ornamented with 4 agate stones set in rubies. In the second class the button was a red coral button resting on the ruby bead, red opaque. The coat had embroidered plaques decorated with a hen for the civil class and a lion for the military class. The belt was ornamented with 4 embroidered plaques with rubies. The third class had a sapphire button, blue transparent. The coat had embroidered plaques decorated with peacock's plumes, each feather having only 1 eye. The symbolical peacock represented the civil class, and the panther the military class. The belt was ornamented with 4 plaques of worked gold. In the fourth class, an azure-colored button of lapis lazuli, blue opaque, rested upon a small sapphire bead. The coat had embroidered plaques decorated with the crane for the civil and the tiger for the military mandarins. The belt was ornamented with 4 plaques and a silver button. The fifth class had a rock crystal button, white transparent, resting upon the small sapphire bead. The embroidered plaques were decorated with the white pheasant for the civil and the bear as the symbolical emblems. The belt was similar to the last class. The sixth class had a button of white polished opalescence shell, white opaque, with a blue feather. On the embroidered plaques of the coat were the emblems of a stork for the civil and a little tiger for the military divisions. 4 tortoiseshell plaques and a silver button ornamented the belt. The seventh class had a button of plain gold, yellow brilliant, on a crystal bead. The embroidered coat had a partridge for the decoration of the civil division and a rhinoceros for the military. The belt was ornamented with 4 round silver plaques. The eighth class had 2 buttons, one upon the other, of worked gold, yellow opaque. The embroidered plaque of the coat bore the quail as the symbol of the civil division and the stork as the symbol of the military division. The belt had 4 ram's head plaques and a silver button. The ninth or last class had the second button of worked silver, blank opaque. The embroidered coat showed the sparrow as the emblem of the civil mandarins, and the seahorse as the emblem of the military. 4 black horn plaques and a silver button decorated the belt. It will be seen that Chinese porcelain decorated with figures such as these, dressed in their robes, received the name of Mandarin China. The actual word comes from the Portuguese mandar, to command. Much could be said upon the subject of Chinese dress, as applied to porcelain in decoration, but it is only necessary to contrast the style of the Ming and Tartar dresses. The Ming long, flowing robes are held up with sashes, and the hair, turned up over the head, is either covered with a soft headdress or with the court ceremonial headdress. The Mandarin dress of the Tartar shows the robe principally, but there are besides the pantaloons and the high boots with thick soles. The hair is dressed in pigtail fashion, for from the earliest youth the Chinese children are shaved. The boys are shaved all over the head except at the top, and in the case of girls 2 tufts are left, one over each ear. These facts, while furnishing no actual clue to the age of Mandarin China, showed that at least it could not have been manufactured before the Tartars came into power in 1644. Probably the date of its manufacture is later. We can understand that these Tartars, who had enforced their own dress upon the conquered people, but who had at the same time adopted their religion, would continue copying the holy persons such as the 8 immortals, the genii, etc., in the same dresses which had been used for hundreds of years. More than this, there seems to be a strong element of truth in the statement that the Mandarin decoration was due to the desire of the European traders to carry home porcelain which should illustrate the people, and the style and the color of their clothes. If this is so, then the Yung Ching period would be the first in which Mandarin China was produced. At any rate, we do know that most of it was made in King Lung's reign, and that the potters of the later emperors to our own times had been manufacturing large quantities for commercial purposes. In Mandarin China the figures vary in boldness and in general character, but the coloring is of one class, pinks, reds, yellows, blues, and greens, so distinct in tone as to receive the name of Mandarin colors. The decoration of this kind of china includes boys and men at games, such as kite flying, warriors fighting, marching, or resting, men and children in masks, figures walking, riding on horses or on vehicles, lantern shows with scores of people, besides many other designs. This Mandarin decoration is associated with great varieties in the ground colors and patterns. Such are the swastika ground, the red ground, the blue ground mottled over the glaze, and the scroll ground. There are also many diaper patterns and a variety of borders of flowers, butterflies, dragons, sometimes in low relief, whilst often examples are met with in which vases are recessed so as to furnish a flat surface in which the decorative painting of figures, flowers, and birds lie flat in a shaped compartment or reserve, which may be joey shaped, leaf shaped, kakimono shaped, or makimono shaped. In studying the vases given as illustrations, these varieties of shaped panels should be noted, as they are constantly used in catalogue descriptions of the decoration. Amongst the most beautiful vases of this period are the conical shaped eggshell vases with short necks, covered with the most delicate scroll work in gilt, having large reserves decorated with Mandarin figures painted with the utmost delicacy, and the small reserves with rose and other flowers most carefully drawn. The question has been raised as to whether transfer printing as a mechanical process was ever applied to Oriental porcelain. In England, Dr. Wall, of Worcester, is said to have invented transfer printing as early as 1751, and Sadler and Green, of Liverpool, lay claim to the honour of its discovery at about the same time, whilst on the Continent a similar honour is claimed for the factory at Marie-Berg in 1760. There is no proof that any blue and white Oriental china, except during the most recent times, was ever decorated on a transfer printed ground. All of the blue and white Nanking and Canton ware was painted by hand under the glaze. When we consider the immense amount of labor necessary to keep up the supply of porcelain to Europe and also to the United States early in the 19th century, it is astonishing that no process work showing transfer printing can be discovered, although the invention must have spread to China before 1796, when King Lung died. We shall treat of blanc de Chine later, when we discuss the colors of Oriental china, but it must be remembered that most of the Chinese ware of this type was made during this period. Such were the statuettes of Kuan Yin and many other gods and goddesses. This cream white porcelain may date from any period even before Kang He. The earliest specimens are distinguished by being transparent, although thick, and by the creamy smoothness of their glaze. Some authors, however, ascribe the origin of this ware to the King Lung period. Chapter 12. Kia King, Tao Kwang, and the Later Emperors. Kia King, 1796 to 1821. When any country is disturbed by internal divisions or by external invasion, the inhabitants pay less and less devotion to art. The reign of this king was certainly disturbed. The people suffered from misrule, and though the traditions of the Chinese potters did still keep up, in a measure, the high standard of the previous reign, the neglect of the governing bodies, the emperor and court, took away much of their devotion to the development of the porcelain so conspicuous in King Lung's reign. The porcelain, however, remained good in the quality of its paste, and now and then it reached excellence with regard to the decoration, which became characterized by conventional designs. Colored enamels and gold were largely used for ornamentation. The turquoise blue, famille rose, and a good blue-green were conspicuous. Mandarin china still continued to be made, though the modeling was comparatively clumsy and the paste thick, still, however, having the wavy surface always noticeable in Mandarin china, which was, as we have said, largely made for the European market. The influence of Western art made itself felt in the decoration. Many scenes were painted with European subjects, especially in the small reserves or vignettes. Some of the finest forms, too, of the early Sèvres and early Wedgwood and Adams styles were copied and decorated with festoons of raised husks, with a landscape in a medallion. This wavy porcelain seems to be specially connected with a comparatively thick blue enamel and a style of decoration usually called Lowestoft. Of course it is not Lowestoft. Lowestoft was a soft paste porcelain imitating early Bow and Worcester. The porcelain of the King Lung period, then, might be named the porcelain of commerce. European forms of pieces not used by the Chinese themselves are often found. The process seemed to have been something like this. The East India Company, all the captains and officers of the East India Company's ships, when visiting China, took with them orders for services to be decorated with crests or armorial bearings, with English landscapes, or with sporting or religious subjects. Blue and white was made in vast quantities, owing to the demand from Europe. It needs but one sentence of description. It was poor. About this time the Chinese potters copied the Japanese. Imari ware, with its flowers in conventional forms, various celadons in blue, lilac, gray-white on good fine porcelain, are traced to this reign. Perhaps it was most celebrated for the reproductions of the porcelain of earlier periods in which both pattern and mark were constantly recopied. Tao Kwang, 1821 to 1851. In this period there was a special development of the enameled rice bowl, although beautiful vases so decorated with enamel as to cover the whole surface were not uncommon. The use of 2 shades of green produces a very pleasing and comparatively new effect. Unfortunately, the Chinese potteries, as in the previous reign, seem to have devoted much of their time to reproductions. The rice bowls were often decorated in graviata, graffito, or scravito patterns, in which the enamel was scratched with a point into a variety of twists and turns, forming beautiful variations from the ordinary plain enamel surface. This surface was also painted with flowers and figures. The process seems to have been first adopted by Keen Lung, and many pieces have the Keen Lung mark. In a set of 4 very fine examples which came under our notice, 3 had the Keen Lung mark, and the 4th that of Tao Kwang. In all probability the majority of them were made in the later reign, and the earlier mark was copied. The copying during this reign included all the older forms from the Kang He period, and it excelled in reproducing the famille verte and the famille rose. Perhaps the Yung Ching green enamel received the most special attention, for the outline of this design is often found first painted in blue under the glaze, so that the blue shows through the transparent surface enamels and gives a bluish tint to the decoration generally, which was quite the effect produced by a similar decoration in Yung Ching's reign. To the same class of rice bowls belong the pierced porcelains with patterns filled with glaze. Here the rice pattern is cut through the paste, while the paste was soft. Then, as usual, the blue decoration was applied, painted on by hand, and certain parts received a coating of white enamel before the whole was carefully glazed. The skillful glazing is shown by the evenness with which the pattern, in glaze, matches the general surface of the piece itself. The rice or star pattern is the most common of all these pierced porcelains. Some specimens have, however, a diaper pattern, and more rarely a dragon design with flowers and leaves, so cut that portions only are filled with glaze, which gives a very unusual and striking effect. These pierced specimens are not supposed to be earlier than the 18th century, and of course they may be very much later. Hin Feng, 1851 to 1862. Very little porcelain was made during this reign, owing to the Taiping rebellion, during which King Te Chin was destroyed. The first Chinese war with England took place in 1860. The rebellion ended in the next reign. Tung Chi, 1862 to 1875. With peace after the wars, the manufacture of porcelain was resumed. Generally, the best pieces were copied from the antique, though a pale turquoise ground with decoration of flowers and butterflies was made for exportation. Sepia drawings showed some distinction, but there was no new departure of importance. This period is modern, and these later emperors are only mentioned in order to bring the history up to date and to call attention to the marks both on ordinary and seal character. Quang Shui, 1875 to blank. In the present range much more importance has been given to the improvement of porcelain, which is largely made for export, high prices being obtained for imitations which are sold as antiques. The largest customer is the United States of America. The intense conservatism of the Chinese has been largely broken down by the influence of outside pressure. The almighty dollar holds the field. Yet, if it is still true that for ways that are dark and tricks that are vain, the heathen Chinese is peculiar, he holds no monopoly of such qualities. Western civilization runs him close. On the other hand, the honor of a Chinese in trade is generally of a high standard, and the people have a natural instinct for artistic decoration, which has come to them as a legacy of ages past. And with this power they have, too, an unlimited supply of the very finest kaolin. Let us hope that happier times will bring back the glories of the past. End of Selections from Chats on Oriental China by J. F. Blacker. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel.
Christ Going Up to Heaven, Tract Number 47, by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Christ Going Up to Heaven, by Unknown. Once the Son of God walked about this world, but he is not here now. Where is he? Jesus, the Son of God, is in heaven. He is sitting on the throne of God, his Father. When did he go there? Oh, it is a long while ago since he went up to heaven. I will tell you how it was. Surely you would like to know all about it. On the day that he meant to go up to heaven, he took a walk with some of his dear friends. They loved him very much, as well they might. Just 6 weeks before, he had been nailed to a cross, and killed, and buried. But he had soon come out of his grave, and now the marks of the nails might be seen on his hands and feet, and the mark of a great spear in his side. But the places were quite well. They did not bleed now, though once they had bled a great deal. Whenever his friends looked at those marks, they thought of his love in dying for them, for it was for their sins he died, and not for theirs only, but for your sins also, my child. His friends liked to walk with him and to talk to him. About what did Jesus speak? About his Father and about heaven. He told his friends he should soon leave them, but he made them a promise. What was it? He said that he would send the Holy Spirit down from heaven to be with them. Who is the Holy Spirit? He is God. He comes down and fills the hearts of God's people. It is pleasant to see Jesus and to walk about with him, but it is still better to have the Holy Spirit in our hearts, for the Holy Spirit makes people good and happy. Where was Jesus when he took his last walk with his friends? He was in a town called Jerusalem, and he walked into the country. How sweet is a country walk! Children who live in towns are delighted when their fathers say to them, "I shall take you to the green fields today." Then the children think, "We shall hear the birds sing, and we shall gather flowers from the hedges, and see the little lambs by the side of their mothers. We shall play about, and be so happy." And even grown-up people like to go into the country. If they wish to talk about God, they like to walk in a quiet place among shady trees. Jesus took his friends by his favorite path. He led them down into a low place over a little stream, then by a garden where olive trees grew, then up a green mountain called Olivet. When they were at the top, he began to pray with them. While he prayed, he lifted up his hands to bless them. In a moment he was gone. A cloud took him up. His friends looked up, and the cloud was going up higher and higher, till at last it looked like a speck, and then could not be seen at all. But on the mountain top there stood 2 men. They were angels, dressed in white. No one can tell how bright angels look, or how sweetly they speak. These angels had come to comfort the friends of the Lord Jesus. They said, "Why do you stand looking up towards heaven? Jesus shall come again in the same way that you have seen him go into heaven." Has Jesus come again? Not yet, but he will come. Those angels would not have told lies. They know that Jesus will one day come down here again, and that they shall come with him. What a glorious day it will be! Some people will be very much frightened when they see him. They will howl and shriek and try to hide themselves in deep holes, but they will not be able to get away. The angels will seize them, and shut them in that dark and burning place where Satan will torment them for ever and ever. But some people will be glad to see Jesus. They will say, "This is our God. We have waited for him. Should you be glad, my dear child, to see Jesus this day? We know not when he will come. Have you prayed to him today? Do you love him? But what became of the friends of Jesus who were standing on Mount Olivet looking up into the sky? They could not stay with the angels. They went back to Jerusalem. Did they go back crying and sobbing and saying, "We have lost our dearest friend"? Oh no, they went back quite glad, for they had not lost Jesus. They knew where he was gone. They knew he would pray to his Father, and that he would send down the Holy Spirit very soon. So they waited at Jerusalem as Jesus had told them, and in 10 days Jesus did send down the Holy Spirit upon his dear friends. There is a sweet name given to the Holy Spirit. It is this, the Comforter. Why is he called the Comforter? Because he comforts people when they are in trouble. When we are unhappy, we like to be comforted. If a little child falls down and hurts itself, it runs crying to its mother. It wants to be comforted. And oh, how tenderly a mother comforts her little darling! She takes it on her knee and kisses it, and says, "Tell mother what is the matter. Has it hurt its dear little hand?" And then she kisses the hand, and the child soon leaves off crying and leans its head upon its mother's bosom. But no mother can comfort as the Holy Spirit can. He tells people that God loves them, and has forgiven their sins, and will take them to heaven. My child, ask God for his Holy Spirit, and he will hear you. You may find the history of Jesus going up to heaven in Luke 24:50 to end, Acts 1:1-12. There is a glorious world of light above the starry sky, where saints departed, clothed in light, adore the Lord Most High. We're marching through Emmanuel's ground, and soon shall hear the trumpet sound. We hope to meet at Jesus' feet, and never, never part again. What? Never part again? No, never part again. What? Never part again? No, never part again. We hope to meet at Jesus' feet, and never, never part again. Hill's Collection. Prayer. O Father in heaven, thou hast made all things, the sun, moon, and stars, the land and sea. Thou hast made me. Thou hast taken care of me. I thank thee for all thy kindness. Great God, thou art in every place. Thou seest in the dark, as well as in the light. Thou knowest all the naughty things that I have done, and said, and thought. O merciful Lord, pardon my sins, because Jesus Christ, thy dear Son, died upon the cross for sinners. Give me thy Holy Spirit, that I may love thee and obey thy laws. Keep me from minding Satan, and save me from going to hell. And whenever I die, oh, take my soul to heaven. When Jesus comes with clouds, and with the holy angels, may I be glad to see him. May my dear parents and brothers and sisters be happy with thee forever and ever. May all people love thee, and speak of thy goodness. Hear me for Christ's sake. Amen. End of Christ Going Up to Heaven by Unknown.
Educational Work of the Boy Scouts by Lorne W. Barclay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scouting in the Schools. Scouting continues to enjoy the cordial endorsement of schoolmen everywhere all over the country. More and more those interested are coming to see the enormous possibilities of cooperation between the Scout movement and the schools. Many schools now give credit for Scout work done outside of the schools. Many more are in hearty sympathy with the program as an extra-school activity. In 1919, there were organized in connection with public schools 1,942 troops and 170 in connection with private schools. The records also show that for the same year, 1,623 scoutmasters were also school teachers. Many troops have their meetings in the school buildings and in turn render good service by taking charge of fire drills, first aid and safety first instruction, yard cleanups, flag drills, etc. Scout leaders take the utmost pains to see that scout activities do not in any way interfere with school duties, and troop meetings are regularly held on Friday evening for that reason. The best results have been obtained not by formalizing scouting, but by supplementing and vitalizing the bookwork by the practical activities of the Scout program. Through scouting, many a boy's healthy curiosity to know what has been whetted, so that he comes for perhaps the first time in his life to see sense in books. As one schoolman has said, scouting has done what no other system yet devised has done, made the boy want to learn. The National Education Association, meeting in Chicago in 1919, had a special scouting section which was particularly helpful, interesting, and conducive to closer cooperation between the Scout movement and the public schools. The Department of the Education of the National Council is at present engaged in working out the development of a national policy governing the relations between scouting and schools, for important and successful as the work has hitherto been, it is believed that only the very outskirts of the possible fields of mutual helpfulness have yet been reached. Scouting and citizenship. The making of good citizens is one of the chief aims of the Scout movement. Everything in its program contributes directly and indirectly to this end. Every boy who associates himself with the movement is impressed with a sense of personal responsibility. If he sees a heap of rubbish that might cause a fire, or collect disease-carrying germs, he is taught to report these traps to the proper authorities without delay. He is enlisted in every movement for community betterness and good health. Scouts are organized for service and have participated in hundreds of city cleanup and city beautiful and walk right campaigns. They fight flies and mosquitoes and fever-carrying rats. They assist forest wardens and park commissioners in preserving and protecting trees and planting new ones. They help the police in handling traffic in crowded conditions, as in parades, fairs, etc., and work with fire departments in spreading public information as to fire prevention, as well as actively participating in cooperation with fire brigades. All this means the making of an intelligent, alert, responsible citizenry, dedicated to being helpful to all people at all times, to keep themselves physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight, to do their duty to God and country. The Pioneer Scout. In order that boys who live in remote country districts may enjoy the benefits of the Scout training, even though it is not possible for them to join a regular troop, the Pioneer Division of the Boy Scouts of America has been established. The Pioneer Scouts follow the same program as other Scouts do, taking their test from a specially appointed local examiner, usually a teacher, pastor, or employer. On January 31, 1920, there were 758 active Pioneer Scouts on record at national headquarters. Much interest has been manifested in this branch of scouting, which has been found to fill a real need among country boys. The state agricultural departments and colleges have given generous aid and endorsement, as also have the Grange Anti-Tuberculosis League and other local institutions. The United States Department of Agriculture is also lending its hearty support and endorsement to this branch of Scout work. The Secretary of Agriculture, the Honorable E.T. Meredith, says, "The Boy Scout program fits in with the work of the rural school, the rural church, the agricultural boys club, and other rural welfare organizations. They should go hand in hand." Scouting and Americanization. Mr. James E. West, Chief Scout Executive, makes the following statement in his 10th annual report rendered to the National Council, Boy Scouts of America. The tremendous value of the Boy Scout movement in the Americanization problems of the country has been recognized by the Division of Citizen Training, Bureau of Naturalization, Department of Labor, from whom was received a request that the Boy Scouts distribute letters and cards among aliens in the interest of the educational work of the Division of Citizenship Training. A study of the endorsements of the movement by national leaders selected from many received will reveal similar recognition in such quarters. Many leaders in the organization, from coast to coast, have long recognized that the Boy Scouts of America enjoy a high privilege as well as a high responsibility in truly democratizing the boyhood of this country. The foreign-born boy and the son of foreign-born parents sit side by side with native-born boys, as they should, in our schools. They mingle in their play and in their homes. They are one boyhood, but it is a boyhood of marvelously diverse racial characteristics and tendencies. Moreover, this boyhood is the future manhood of America, and the boy inside each individual in this 8 million or so of American youth instinctively responds to the Boy Scout program. As America is the melting pot of nations, even so Scouting is the melting pot of the boys of the nations. Fortunately, the program needs no modifications or no special manipulation to Americanize its followers. It is inherently an Americanizing program. In Manhattan's crowded East Side, since 1912, when the first Scout troop was founded there, thousands of boys have taken the Scout oath in law and followed its principles and lived its out-of-doors life. Today there are 25 troops in New York City, numbering 800 boys. Every scoutmaster and assistant scoutmaster in the district is an ex-scout. These troops have a splendid record of war service work, and it has been declared of them that they were the greatest single agency in operation rightly to interpret the war to their foreign-born neighbors. The aggressive introduction of scouting into all our industrial sections, the enlistment of men in those sections who are eligible, as local council members, troop committeemen, scoutmasters, the fullest possible round of scouting activities for men and boys in this country who do not yet know America, but aspire to be her sons, will help to solve all our industrial problems and preserve our national ideals and institutions. Sea Scouting, a branch of the Boy Scouts of America. Sea Scouting is another important branch of Scouting which aims to develop water scouting and nautical activities and training of all sorts. Chief Sea Scout James A. Wilder says, "Sea Scouting is the way whereby Scouting fulfills its obligations to the American boy to prepare him for emergencies on water as well as on land. High officials of the Navy and the Merchant Marine have expressed their unqualified approval of the entire program of seamanship, watermanship, cloud study, sail making, boats under oar and sail, shore camping, and other fascinating activities. Our merchant marine languishes for the lack of instructed seamen. It is not a far cry to the time when boys who have followed the Sea Scout program will be found in the four quarters of the globe, doing business on great waters, because they, as Sea Scouts, received the same training which helped keep our flag flying on the seven seas. During the year 1919, the Sea Scouting Department tripled its membership and had regularly commissioned ships in 19 states. It is essentially an older boy plan and is not a substitute for scouting, but a development of it. Only boys 15 years of age are eligible to join a Sea Scout ship, though a preliminary rank, that of cabin boy, is open to younger scouts who are able to meet certain tests in water preparedness and take the Sea Promise. The Sea Promise. On my honor, I will, as a scout and as a cabin boy, do my best to become proficient in scouting, to learn swimming and always be prepared to render aid to those in need in connection with water accidents, to make it my practice to know the location of the life-saving devices aboard every boat I go on, and to outline mentally any responsibility in maintaining order for myself and shipmates in case of emergency, to be vigilant and cautious, always guarding against water accidents, to cooperate with the responsible authorities for the observance of all regulations for the conduct and safety of boats, and ever seek to preserve the motto of the sea, women and children first. Like all scouting, Sea Scouting is both recreation and education. A Sea Scout has a jolly good time in the water and on it, but at the same time he is acquiring a tremendous amount of practical knowledge and nautical efficiency which will stand him in good stead whether he follows the sea or not. National councils endeavor to discover vital facts in regard to the boyhood of the nation. Earnest search reveals the lack of any comprehensive and uniform data as to the youth of the nation, although such data are absolutely essential if we are to reach every boy and assure him the educational and other opportunities to which he is entitled. At the instigation of the Chief Scout Executive, Mr. James E. West, the National Council of the Boy Scouts of America is endeavoring to start in motion an aggressive campaign in asserting and collecting of such facts. Each local council is charged with the responsibility of studying conditions in its own locality. Realizing the importance of making this study of nationwide extensions, the National Council, at its last annual meeting, March 1920, passed the following resolution. Whereas the National Council of the Boy Scouts of America regarded of the utmost importance that there should be available for use by the Boy Scouts of America and other organizations interested in the welfare of youth of the nation all possible data relating to this subject, and whereas investigation has proved that practically no uniform data of this sort are present available as a basis for a thorough study of the situation and further development of their respective programs for service to the youth of our nation. Resolved, that the National Council of the Boy Scouts of America and 10th Annual Meeting now assembled request that the federal government and the various states of the United States shall, at their earliest conveniences, through their various appropriate departments, collate and make available for our use and that of other organizations such data as will provide intelligent, efficient, and economic promotion of the program devoted to making of good citizenship, and be it further resolved that the United States Bureau of Education Census Bureau, and the Department of Child Welfare be especially used to collate such data are absolutely necessary for a thorough investigation of the problems involved. And be it further resolved that if the sufficient funds are not at the present time available for this absolutely essential purpose, the Congress of the United States and the legislatures of the various states of the Union be urged to immediately make such appropriation as be necessary for carrying out this purpose. Scout Handbooks, Organs, and Other Literature. Handbook for Boys. The Handbook for Boys continues to be increasingly in demand. 2 or 3 printings of the book are required annually, each printing including a 1,000,000 edition, to supply the demand for what is said to be the most popular boys' book in the world. It is now in its 24th edition and is the official interpretation of the Scout movement. Leaders' Handbooks. The new Scoutmaster's Handbook contains a wealth of valuable material for Scout leaders and other adults interested in the movement. It is prepared by experts and based upon sound pedagogical principles, as well as good scouting. The new handbook for executives, called Community Boy Leadership, is now in circulation and is proving valuable. Magazines. Boys' Life, the official Scout magazine for boys, is a live, wholesome, interesting publication issued monthly, containing stories and articles by well-known authors and specialists. Scouting, issued monthly, is prepared especially for Scout leaders not under council, while the Scout Executive, another monthly bulletin, is directed chiefly to the field under council. Merit Badge Pamphlets. The editorial department of the Boy Scouts of America has prepared and edited a series of valuable pamphlets in connection with the merit badge subjects, which is filling a long-felt want among Scouts and others interested. There are 68 different pamphlets, each written by a recognized authority in the respective subject, and each submitted before printing to a large number of experts, over 500 of whom were consulted for critical suggestion and guidance. No effort has been spared to make these booklets accurate and interesting. They contain over 3,000 pages of printed matter and over 800 illustrations, as well as valuable bibliographies and biographical matter. The pamphlets have already attracted considerable favorable notice among schoolmen, and several colleges are placing the whole series in their reference libraries. A classified list of the subjects for which pamphlets have been issued follows. Subjects that have to do with outdoor activities: angling, archery, camping, cooking, cycling, hiking, horsemanship, marksmanship, pathfinding, photography, pioneering, seamanship, stalking, swimming. Subjects that have to do with outdoor activities of a vocational nature: agriculture, beekeeping, bird study, botany, conservation, dairying, forestry, gardening, poultry keeping, taxidermy. Subjects which have to do with modern application of mechanics: automobiling, aviation, electricity, machinery, signaling, wireless. Subjects which have to do with the preservation of health and the saving of life: athletics, first aid to animals, firemanship, life-saving, personal health, physical development, public health, safety first. Subjects which have to do with so-called trades: blacksmithing, carpentry, craftsmanship, including craftswork in metal, leather, basketry, pottery, cement, bookbinding, wood carving. 7 separate pamphlets. Handicraft, leatherworking, masonry, mining, plumbing, printing, surveying. Subjects which have to do with knowledge gained mainly from books and laboratories under instructors. Astronomy, chemistry, business, civics, interpreting, scholarship. Subjects which have to do with some form of art. Architecture, art, music, including bugling, painting, sculpture. Other literature. The National Council also issues a large number of other informational and interpretive publications, such as the Manual of Customs and Drills, the Sea Scout Manual, What Every Scoutmaster Wants to Know, Scouting in the Public Schools, Your Boy in Scouting, What Scouts Do, Membership in the Boy Scouts of America, the Boy Scout Movement, as approved by the Religious Educational Association, etc. Cooperation with publishers. The department during the year has maintained through its director constant contact with publishers and authors. More than 100 new books published for boys in 1919 have been carefully examined, a good many in manuscript form, for review in Boy's Life, or inclusion in some one of our book lists, and of these, of the really good books for boys published in 1919, it is a joy to report that more than half of these were first published serially in Boy's Life, a record that stands alone. New books edited. The director has edited, as usual, the Boy Scouts Yearbook, compiled from last year's issues of Boy's Life, the sales of which have been more than a third larger than in the previous years. More notable still has been the success of the Boy Scouts Book of Stories, a compilation of stories of interest to boys selected, one each, from the writings of our best American and English short story writers. The purpose of the director in editing such a book was to interest boys in stories that have the quality of fine writing, and so help to develop in them a taste for literature that will make them lovers of the great and good books of all ages. The very nature of the book warranted for the conclusion that it would take considerable time to make it a good seller. Once again, the unexpected has happened in that the first year's sales of the Boy Scouts Book of Stories has equaled the first year sale of the Boy Scouts Yearbook, and the present promise is that for years to come this book will more than hold its own. In the coming year, material is being gathered for a companion volume to be published under the title Boy Scouts Book of Stories in Verse. Motion Pictures for Scouts. The director of the Library Department of the National Council, Mr. Franklin K. Matthews, has served as a literary advisor to a motion picture company. As a result of this collaboration, a large number of educational and scout films have been put into circulation, including the popular Knights of the Square Table by Chief Sea Scout James A. Wilder. It is believed that these films offer splendid opportunities not only to show the educational possibilities of the Scout movement, but also to interest and instruct the public in the joys and benefits of outdoor life, the necessity for safety first and fire prevention measures, and other features which are accentuated by the Scout program. The films can also be admirably used in connection with the Americanization movement. and of the educational works of the Boy Scouts. By Lauren W. Barclay. Read by Kangaroo 692.
Chapter 23 from Motion Picture Directing: The Facts and Theories of the Newest Art by Peter Milne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 23 from Motion Picture Directing: The Facts and Theories of the Newest Art by Peter Milne. Earlier mention has been made in these pages to German pictures. Lest this term be confusing to those without the picture trade and in the hinterlands, it may be explained that these recently imported pictures are generally advertised as European pictures, continental spectacles, or with any blanket descriptive phrase that possibly, but not pointedly, includes Germany. There seems to be no good cause for refusing to give the spade its proper name today, and if there are still those unacquainted with the fact, it can here be announced that Passion, Deception, The Golem, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, One Arabian Night, etc., etc., were all produced in Germany. Passion and Deception, produced under the direction of the man considered Germany's foremost director, Ernst Lubitsch, represent the best in the German art that has yet been extensively shown here in the United States. There is another production, however, The Indian Tomb, called so temporarily at least, and directed by a gentleman with the unassuming cognomen of Joe May, that is destined to far overshadow anything that Mr. Lubitsch has yet been responsible for. But of this production more anon. Mr. Lubitsch, as said, has been accorded tremendous praise on this side of the Atlantic. The New York critics swept him up to the plane with D.W. Griffith as soon as Passion and Deception were publicly shown, and Mr. Lubitsch positively doesn't belong beside Mr. Griffith, despite the fact that he is a great artist. However, and notwithstanding the critics have formed such a habit of awarding fulsome praise to everything that bears the Lubitsch name that the situation is becoming funny. A gentleman in the production department of one of the large film companies recently advanced the thought that the company should release a domestic picture, long considered inferior for the American market, with the name Lubitsch upon it and the line "Made in Germany" stamped across its face. No matter how bad it was, these counterfeits would assure it of good reviews, was the contention. When the work of Mr. Lubitsch is seriously considered and balanced, the good points and the bad points, the conclusion must inevitably be reached that he is an artistic director, but lacking, or rather, to give him the benefit of the doubt, slighting details of production and story that give every great picture its lasting stamp of individualism. In a previous chapter it was contended that the majority of German directors, in the production of spectacular works, overlooked the personal story in an effort to be awe-inspiring with their mob scenes. In a sense this criticism holds true with Mr. Lubitsch. Details of story mean little to him. In fact, on his first visit to the United States, when interviewed, he expressed amazement over the fact that Cecil B. DeMille, in one of his pictures, Forbidden Fruit to be exact, brought out the predicament of the heroine, a social masquerader, by planting in close-ups her hesitancy about the selection of the right fork for the various courses of a dinner. Such detail work, which goes a long way toward humanizing a story, no matter how melodramatic the structure of the whole thing may be, is unknown to the German directors, of which Mr. Lubitsch is, at the moment, the bright and shining example. Consequently, It may be asked, how can Mr. Lubitsch be placed beside the American D.W. Griffith, when in such details Mr. Griffith excels? His latest spectacle, Orphans of the Storm, is proof again that he is a master of blending the personal story with the spectacular background. At present, economic situations in Germany permit the production of spectacles there on a scale of lavishness which our American directors could not duplicate without sending their backers into bankruptcy. Labor is so cheap that the most magnificent settings can be erected in the German studios for small sums of money, sums that would be small even if the rate of exchange between Germany and the United States, which makes them seem ridiculously small, was more evenly balanced. Thus a new field of effects is open to the German director that is correspondingly being denied the American director by the increasing cost of labor and materials. Mr. Lubitsch is one of those who has made excellent use of these magnificent settings provided him. He has peopled them with thousands of supernumeraries, and he is a born artist when it comes to directing the movements and actions of great groups of people. He manages to get more movement and color into such scenes than the great majority of American directors have managed to achieve in the past. So, too, Mr. Lubitsch seems able to extract the maximum ability from his actors and actresses. He was once an actor himself, and a good one, and contrary to an opinion expressed earlier in this book, believes in showing his actors how to play their scenes. Indeed, they are told very little concerning the story, but rely for all their inspiration upon Mr. Lubitsch. In his more serious statements concerning picture directing, Mr. Lubitsch is mostly inclined to point out the faults of pictures and the difficulty of producing them, than to explain what he considers the finer points of directorial technique. Mr. Lubitsch talked, through an interpreter, about the very weakness of his and others that has just been noted. "So many pictures that promise much in their early stages," he said, "are in the end spoiled by a lack of the proper balance and blending of all the elements that go to make the picture. The work of the author is so often sacrificed for the pictorial effect of the director. The painter, scenic designer, so often has to give way to the importance of the dramatic scene." All of which is exactly right. The majority of American directors whose work has been considered in this book know just how to achieve proper balance in their pictures. They know where the work of the author ends and that of the scenic artist begins. No director worthy of serious consideration in an American studio today permits his dramatic scenes to be sacrificed to make way for masterpieces of pictorial background. Nor does he reverse the mistake and sacrifice pictorial background for dramatic scenes or anything else. He knows how to achieve the proper balance. "I prefer to suggest ideas and situations in my pictures," he continued, "rather than to load down a scene with nothing but the starkly realistic. I prefer my actors, too, to suggest an emotion, rather than to register it obviously on the screen." Here, perhaps, more than in any other direction, does Mr. Lubitsch's greatness actually lie. He uses scenes, exteriors, actors to subtly and powerfully suggest an effect, rather than to use the same properties merely to obviously point out such an effect. It is this method, too, that, as has also been pointed out previously, is Rex Ingram's forte. Mr. Lubitsch's art in this direction is exemplified in both Passion and Deception, as well as in The Loves of Pharaoh, his most recent picture which he brought with him from Germany. Mr. Lubitsch went on to say, and every other interview seized upon his words with enthusiasm, that he only cuts his pictures once. Some remarks have already been recorded on how important a part of picture making is the cutting and editing of the scenes after they have left the director's hands. It has been my privilege to see many of Mr. Lubitsch's pictures, as well as a number of other German productions, before they have been shown to the American public. The one great fault with those produced by Mr. Lubitsch is that they are far from properly cut and edited. Hence, I am unable to rush into print to praise Mr. Lubitsch because of his statement that he only cuts his picture once. Rather, I will write here the sound advice that in future he cut his pictures 8, 9, or 10 times. After Mr. Lubitsch's single cutting of his pictures, they ran twice too long for the American public. A point which can be successfully communicated to an audience in a quick interchange of close-ups by an American director will take Mr. Lubitsch the laborious interchange of 10 or a dozen close-ups, the last one differing very little from the first one. The reason for this I am unable to account for. Mr. Lubitsch believes in the art of suggestion, as he says. Then why does he drive home a minor point with so many hammers when a little touch from his index finger is sufficient to accomplish his ends? Clearly, in these two respects, Mr. Lubitsch is a direct contradiction of himself. Does he do this unwittingly, or does he do it because his public, the German public, demands to have a point driven home with sledge-hammer blows? In the light of no other answer, we must accept the latter conclusion and chalk the matter up against the stupidity of continental picture audiences, which seems a bit harsh. These words of Mr. Lubitsch seem so unsatisfactory on second reading that there is an inclination to discard them altogether. In the first place, they have the flavor of 100% Americanism, i.e., attacking or waxing unenthusiastic about the work of a German director merely because he is a German director, which is not the case at all, and for proof of which I ask you to turn quickly to the next chapter. Mr. Lubitsch has received so much public praise that to go against the tide here can not help but seem purely the inspiration of a pig-head. But then there is no denying that Mr. Lubitsch is a contradiction of himself. He talks about suggestion, and then does the sledge-hammer trick. He talks about cutting his pictures once, when such a feat is an impossibility. He is an artist, potentially very great, without a doubt, but not as mature as many of his sponsors would have us believe. His tours of the American studios will doubtless have a marked effect on his future productions made abroad. It is to be fondly hoped that he will absorb only the good points of American technique and combine these with the good points of his own technique, discarding the bad points of each set. When he accomplishes this, I will line up and sing his praises lustily, along with the others who now hail him as a Moses in the bulrushes of picturedom. But wait! After all, Mr. Lubitsch is great. He discovered Pola Negre. Hacha! End of chapter 23 of Motion Picture Directing, The Facts and Theories of the Newest Art by Peter Milne, 1922.
Five American Contributions to Civilization by Charles William Eliot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Looking back over 40 centuries of history, we observe that many nations have made characteristic contributions to the progress of civilization, the beneficent effects of which have been permanent, although the races that made them may have lost their national form and organization or their relative standing among the nations of the earth. Thus, the Hebrew race, during many centuries, made supreme contributions to religious thought, and the Greek, during the brief climax of the race, to speculative philosophy, architecture, sculpture, and the drama. The Roman people developed military colonization, aqueducts, roads and bridges, and a great body of public law, large parts of which still survive, and the Italians of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance developed ecclesiastical organization and the fine arts, as tributary to the splendor of the church and to municipal luxury. England, for several centuries, has contributed to the institutional development of representative government and public justice. The Dutch, in the 16th century, made a superb struggle for free thought and free government. France, in the 18th century, taught the doctrine of individual freedom and the theory of human rights, and Germany, at two periods within the 19th century, 50 years apart, proved the vital force of the sentiment of nationality. I ask you to consider with me what characteristic and durable contributions the American people have been making to the progress of civilization. The first and principal contribution to which I shall ask your attention is the advance made in the United States, not in theory only, but in practice, toward the abandonment of war as the means of settling disputes between nations, the substitution of discussion and arbitration, and the avoidance of armaments. If the intermittent Indian fighting and the brief contest with the Barbary corsairs be disregarded, the United States have had only 4 years and a quarter of international war in the 107 years since the adoption of the Constitution. Within the same period, the United States have been a party to 47 arbitrations, being more than half of all that have taken place in the modern world. The questions settled by these arbitrations have been just such as have commonly caused wars, namely questions of boundary, fisheries, damage caused by war or civil disturbances, and injuries to commerce. Some of them were of great magnitude, the 4 made under the Treaty of Washington, May 8, 1871, being the most important that have ever taken place. Confident in their strength and relying on their ability to adjust international differences, the United States have habitually maintained, by voluntary enlistment for short terms, a standing army and a fleet which, in proportion to the population, are insignificant. The beneficent effects of this American contribution to civilization are of two sorts. In the first place, the direct evils of war and of preparations for war have been diminished, and secondly, the influence of the war spirit on the perennial conflict between the rights of the single personal unit and the powers of the multitude that constitute organized society, or in other words, between individual freedom and collective authority, has been reduced to the lowest terms. War has been, and still is, the school of collectivism, the warrant of tyranny. Century after century, tribes, clans, and nations have sacrificed the liberty of the individual to the fundamental necessity of being strong for combined defense or attack in war. Individual freedom is crushed in war, for the nature of war is inevitably despotic. It says to the private person, "Obey without a question, even unto death. Die in this ditch, without knowing why. Walk into that deadly thicket, mount this embankment, behind which are men who will try to kill you, lest you should kill them. Make part of an immense machine for blind destruction, cruelty, rapine, and killing." At this moment, every young man in continental Europe learns the lesson of absolute military obedience, and feels himself subject to this crushing power of militant society, against which no rights of the individual to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness avail anything. This pernicious influence, inherent in the social organization of all continental Europe during many centuries, the American people have for generations escaped, and they show other nations how to escape it. I ask your attention to the favorable conditions under which this contribution of the United States to civilization has been made. There has been a deal of fighting on the American continent during the past 3 centuries. It has not been of the sort which most imperils liberty. The first European colonists who occupied portions of the coast of North America encountered in the Indians men of the Stone Age, who ultimately had to be resisted and quelled by force. The Indian races were at a stage of development thousands of years behind that of the Europeans. They could not be assimilated. For the most part, they could not be taught or even reasoned with. With a few exceptions, they had to be driven away by prolonged fighting, or subdued by force so that they would live peaceably with the whites. This warfare, however, always had in it for the whites a large element of self-defense. The homes and families of the settlers were to be defended against a stealthy and pitiless foe. Constant exposure to the attacks of savages was only one of the formidable dangers and difficulties which for 100 years the early settlers had to meet, and which developed in them courage, hardiness, and persistence. The French and English wars on the North American continent, always more or less mixed with Indian warfare, were characterized by race hatred and religious animosity, two of the commonest causes of war in all ages, but they did not tend to fasten upon the English colonists any objectionable public authority or to contract the limits of individual liberty. They furnished a school of martial qualities at small cost to liberty. In the War of Independence there was a distinct hope and purpose to enlarge individual liberty. It made possible a confederation of the colonies and, ultimately, the adoption of the Constitution of the United States. It gave to the 13 colonies a lesson of collectivism, but it was a needed lesson on the necessity of combining their forces to resist an oppressive external authority. The War of 1812 is properly called the Second War of Independence, for it was truly a fight for liberty and for the right of neutrals in resistance to the impressment of seamen and other oppressions growing out of European conflicts. The Civil War of 1861-65 was waged on the side of the North primarily to prevent the dismemberment of the country and secondarily and incidentally to destroy the institution of slavery. On the northern side, it therefore called forth a generous element of popular ardor in defense of free institutions. And though it temporarily caused centralization of great powers in the government, it did as much to promote individual freedom as it did to strengthen public authority. In all this series of fightings, the main motives were self-defense, resistance to oppression, the enlargement of liberty, and the conservation of national acquisitions. The war with Mexico, it is true, was of a wholly different type. That was a war of conquest, and of conquest chiefly in the interest of African slavery. It was also an unjust attack made by a powerful people on a feeble one, but it lasted less than 2 years, and the number of men engaged in it was at no time large. Moreover, by the treaty which ended the war, the conquering nation agreed to pay the conquered $18 million in partial compensation for some of the territory wrested from it, instead of demanding a huge war indemnity, as the European way is. Its results contradicted the anticipations both by those who advocated and of those who opposed it. It was one of the wrongs which prepared the way for the Great Rebellion, but its direct evils were of moderate extent, and it had no effect on the perennial conflict between individual liberty and public power. In the meantime, partly as the results of Indian fighting and the Mexican War, but chiefly through purchases and arbitrations, the American people had acquired a territory so extensive, so defended by oceans, gulfs, and great lakes, and so intersected by those great natural highways, navigable rivers, that it would obviously be impossible for any enemy to overrun or subdue it. The civilized nations of Europe, Western Asia, and Northern Africa have always been liable to hostile incursions from without. Over and over again barbarous hordes have overthrown established civilizations, and at this moment there is not a nation of Europe which does not feel obliged to maintain monstrous armaments for defense against its neighbors. The American people have long been exempt from such terrors, and are now absolutely free from this necessity of keeping in readiness to meet heavy assaults. The absence of a great standing army and of a large fleet has been a main characteristic of the United States, in contrast with the other civilized nations. This has been a great inducement to immigration, and a prime cause of the country's rapid increase in wealth. The United States have no formidable neighbor, except Great Britain and Canada. In April 1817, by a convention made between Great Britain and the United States, without much public discussion or observation, these two powerful nations agreed that each should keep on the Great Lakes only a few police vessels of insignificant size and armament. This agreement was made but 4 years after Perry's naval victory on Lake Erie, and only 3 years after the burning of Washington by a British force. It was one of the first acts of Monroe's first administration, and it would be difficult to find in all history a more judicious or effectual agreement between two powerful neighbors. For 80 years, this beneficent convention has helped to keep the peace. The European way would have been to build competitive fleets, dockyards, and fortresses, all of which would have helped to bring on war during the periods of mutual exasperation which have occurred since 1817. Monroe's second administration was signalized, 6 years later, by the declaration that the United States would consider any attempt on the part of the Holy Alliance to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. This announcement was designed to prevent the introduction on the American continent of the horrible European system, with its balance of power, its alliances offensive and defensive in opposing groups, and its perpetual armaments on an enormous scale. That a declaration expressly intended to promote peace and prevent armaments should now be perverted into an argument for arming and for a belligerent public policy is an extraordinary perversion of the true American doctrine. The ordinary causes of war between nation and nation have been lacking in America for the last century and a quarter. How many wars in the world's histories have been due to contending dynasties? How many of the most cruel and protracted wars have been due to religious strife, and how many to race hatred? No one of these causes of war has been efficacious in America since the French were overcome in Canada by the English in 1759. Looking forward into the future, we find it impossible to imagine circumstances under which any of these common causes of war can take effect on the North American continent. Therefore, the ordinary motives for maintaining armaments in time of peace and concentrating the powers of government in such a way as to interfere with individual liberty have not been in play in the United States as among the nations of Europe, and are not likely to be. Such have been the favorable conditions under which America has made its best contribution to the progress of our race. There are some people of a perverted sentimentality who occasionally lament the absence in our country of the ordinary inducements to war on the ground that war develops certain noble qualities in some of the combatants, and gives opportunity for the practice of heroic virtues such as courage, loyalty, and self-sacrifice. It is further said that prolonged peace makes nations effeminate, luxurious, and materialistic, and substitutes for the high ideals of the patriot soldier the low ideals of the farmer, manufacturer, tradesman, and pleasure-seeker. This view seems to me to err in two opposite ways. In the first place, it forgets that war, in spite of the fact that it develops some splendid virtues, is the most horrible occupation that human beings can possibly engage in. It is cruel, treacherous, and murderous. Defensive warfare, particularly on the part of a weak nation against powerful invaders or oppressors, excites a generous sympathy, but for every heroic defense there must be an attack by a preponderating force, and war, being the conflict of the two, must be judged by its moral effects not on one party, but on both parties. Moreover, the weaker party may have the worst cause. The immediate ill effects of war are bad enough, but its after effects are generally worse, because indefinitely prolonged and indefinitely wasting and damaging. At this point, 31 years after the end of our Civil War, there are two great evils afflicting our country which took their rise in that war, namely, 1, the belief of a large proportion of our people in money without intrinsic value, or worth less than its face, and made current solely by act of Congress, and 2, the payment of immense annual sums in pensions. It is the paper money delusion born of the Civil War which generated and supports the silver money delusion of today. As a consequence of the war, the nation has paid $2 billion in pensions within 33 years. So far as pensions are paid to disabled persons, they are a just and inevitable, but unproductive expenditure. So far as they are paid to persons who are not disabled, men or women, They are in the main not only unproductive but demoralizing. So far as they promote the marriage of young women to old men as a pecuniary speculation, they create a grave social evil. It is impossible to compute or even imagine the losses and injuries already inflicted by a fiat money delusion. And we know that some of the worst evils of the pension system will go on for 100 years to come, unless the laws about widows' pensions are changed for the better. It is a significant fact that the existing pensioners of the War of 1812, only 21 are surviving soldiers or sailors, while 3,826 are widows. War gratifies, or used to gratify, the combative instinct of mankind, but it gratifies also the love of plunder, destruction, cruel discipline, and arbitrary power. It is doubtful whether fighting with modern appliances will continue to gratify the savage instinct of combat, for it is not likely that in the future two opposing lines of men can ever meet, or any line or column reach an enemy's entrenchment. The machine gun can only be compared to the scythe, which cuts off every blade of grass within its sweep. It has made cavalry charges impossible, just as the modern ironclad has made impossible the maneuvers of one of Nelson's fleets. On land, the only mode of approach of one line to another must hereafter be by concealment, crawling, or surprise. Naval actions will henceforth be conflicts between opposing machines, guided, to be sure, by men, but it will be the best machine that wins, and not necessarily the most enduring men. War will become a contest between treasuries or war chests, for now that 10,000 men can fire away $1 million worth of ammunition in an hour, no poor nation can long resist a rich one, unless there be some extraordinary difference between the two in mental and moral strength. The view that war is desirable omits also the consideration that modern social and industrial life affords ample opportunities for the courageous and loyal discharge of duty, apart from the barbarities of warfare. There are many serviceable occupations in civil life which call for all the courage and fidelity of the best soldier and for more than his independent responsibility, because not pursued in masses or under the immediate command of superiors. Such occupations are those of the locomotive engineer, the electric lineman, the railroad brakeman, the city fireman, and the policeman. The occupation of the locomotive engineer requires constantly a high degree of skill, alertness, fidelity, and resolution, and at any moment may call for heroic self-forgetfulness. The occupation of a lineman requires all the courage and endurance of a soldier, whose lurking foe is mysterious and invisible. In the 2 years, 1893 and 1894, there were 34,000 trainmen killed and wounded on the railroads of the United States, and 25,000 other railroad employees besides. I need not enlarge on the dangers of the fireman's occupation, or on the disciplined gallantry with which its risks are habitually incurred. The policeman in large cities needs every virtue of the best soldier, for in the discharge of many of his most important duties he is alone. Even the feminine occupation of the trained nurse illustrates every heroic quality which can possibly be exhibited in war. For she, simply in the way of duty, without the stimulus of excitement or companionship, runs risks from which many a soldier in hot blood would shrink. No one need be anxious about the lack of opportunities in civilized life for the display of heroic qualities. New industries demand new forms of fidelity and self-sacrificing devotion. Every generation develops some new kind of hero. Did it ever occur to you that the scab is a creditable type of 19th century hero? In defense of his rights as an individual, he deliberately incurs the reprobation of many of his fellows and runs the immediate risk of bodily injury or even of death. He also risks his livelihood for the future, and thereby the well-being of his family. He steadily asserts in action his right to work on such conditions as he sees fit to make, and, in so doing, he exhibits remarkable courage and renders a great service to his fellow men. He is generally a quiet, unpretending, silent person, who values his personal freedom more than the society and approbation of his mates. Often he is impelled to work by family affection, but this fact does not diminish his heroism. There are file closers behind the line of battle of the bravest regiment. Another modern personage who needs heroic endurance, and often exhibits it, is the public servant who steadily does his duty against the outcry of a party press bent on perverting his every word and act. Through the telegram, cheap postage, and the daily newspaper, the forces of hasty public opinion can now be concentrated and expressed with a rapidity and intensity unknown to the preceding generations. In consequence, the independent thinker or actor, or the public servant, when his thoughts or acts run counter to prevailing popular or party opinions, encounters sudden and intense obloquy, which, to many temperaments, is very formidable. That habit of submitting to the opinion of the majority, which democracy fosters, renders the storm of detraction and calumny all the more difficult to endure, makes it, indeed, so intolerable to many citizens that they will conceal or modify their opinions rather than endure it. Yet the very breath of life for a democracy is free discussion, and the taking account of all opinions honestly held and reasonably expressed. The unreality of the vilification of public men in the modern press is often revealed by the sudden change when an eminent public servant retires or dies. A man for whom no words of derision or condemnation were strong enough yesterday is recognized tomorrow as an honorable and serviceable person, and a credit to his country. Nevertheless, this habit of partisan ridicule and denunciation in the daily reading matter of millions of people calls for a new kind of courage and toughness in public men, and calls for it not in brief moments of excitement only, but steadily, year in and year out. Clearly, there is no need of bringing on wars in order to breed heroes. Civilized life affords plenty of opportunities for heroes, and for a better kind than war or any other savagery has ever produced. Moreover, none but lunatics would set a city on fire in order to give opportunities for heroism to firemen, or introduce the cholera or yellow fever to give physicians and nurses opportunity for practicing disinterested devotion, or condemn thousands of people to extreme poverty in order that some well-to-do persons might practice a beautiful charity. It is equally crazy to advocate war on the ground that it is a school for heroes. Another misleading argument for war needs brief notice. It is said that war is a school of national development, that a nation, when conducting a great war, puts forth prodigious exertions to raise money, supply munitions, enlist troops, and keep them in the field, and often gets a clearer conception and a better control of its own material and moral forces while making these unusual exertions. The nation which means to live in peace necessarily forgoes, it is said, these valuable opportunities of abnormal activity. Naturally, such a nation's abnormal activities devoted to destruction would be diminished, but its normal and abnormal activities devoted to construction and improvement ought to increase. One great reason for the rapid development of the United States since the adoption of the Constitution is the comparative exemption of the whole people from war, dread of war, and preparations for war. The energies of the people have been directed into other channels. The progress of applied science during the present century, and the new ideals concerning the well-being of human multitudes, have opened great fields for the useful application of national energy. This immense territory of ours, stretching from ocean to ocean, and for the most part but imperfectly developed and sparsely settled, affords a broad field for the beneficent application of the richest national forces during an indefinite period. There is no department of national activity in which we could not advantageously put forth much more force than we now expend, and there are great fields which we have never cultivated at all. As examples, I may mention the post office, national sanitation, public works, and education. Although great improvements have been made during the past 50 years in the collection and delivery of mail matter, such still remains to be done both in city and country, and particularly in the country. In the mail facilities secured by our people, we are far behind several European governments, whereas we ought to be far in advance of every European government except Switzerland, since the rapid interchange of ideas and the promotion of family, friendly, and commercial intercourse are of more importance to a democracy than to any other form of political society. Our national government takes very little pains about the sanitation of the country, or its deliverance from injurious insects and parasites, yet these are matters of gravest interest, with which only the general government can deal, because action by separate states or cities is necessarily ineffectual. To fight pestilences needs quite as much energy, skill, and courage as to carry on war. Indeed, the foes are more insidious and awful, and the means of resistance less obvious. On the average and the large scale, the professions which heal and prevent disease and mitigate suffering call for much more ability, constancy, and devotion than the professions which inflict wounds and death and all sorts of human misery. Our government has never touched the important subject of national roads, by which I mean not railroads, but common highways. Yet here is a great subject for beneficent action through government, in which we need only go for our lessons to little republican Switzerland. Inundations and droughts are great enemies of the human race, against which government ought to create defenses, because private enterprise cannot cope with such wide-spreading evils. Popular education is another great field in which public activity should be indefinitely enlarged, not so much through the action of the federal government, though even there a much more effective supervision should be provided than now exists, but through the action of states, cities, and towns. We have hardly begun to apprehend the fundamental necessity and infinite value of public education, or to appreciate the immense advantages to be derived from additional expenditure for it. What prodigious possibilities of improvement are suggested by the single statement that the average annual expenditure for the schooling of a child in the United States is only about $18. Here is a cause which requires from hundreds of thousands of men and women keen intelligence, hearty devotion to duty, and a steady uplifting and advancement of all its standards and ideals. The system of public instruction should embody for coming generations all the virtues of the medieval church. It should stand for the brotherhood and unity of all classes and conditions. It should exalt the joys of the intellectual life above all material delights, and it should produce the best constituted and most wisely directed intellectual and moral host that the world has seen. In view of such unutilized opportunities as these for the beneficent application of great public forces, does it not seem monstrous that war should be advocated on the ground that it gives occasion for rallying and using the national energies? The second eminent contribution which the United States have made to civilization is their thorough acceptance, in theory and practice, of the widest religious toleration. As a means of suppressing individual liberty, the collective authority of the Church, when elaborately organized in a hierarchy directed by one head and absolutely devoted in every rank to its service, comes next in proved efficiency to that concentration of powers in government which enables it to carry on war effectively. The Western Christian Church, organized under the Bishop of Rome, acquired during the Middle Ages a centralized authority which quite overrode both the temporal ruler and the rising spirit of nationality. For a time, Christian church and Christian states acted together, just as in Egypt during many earlier centuries the great powers of civilization and religious rule had been united. The Crusades marked the climax of the power of the Church. Therefore, Church and state were often in conflict, and during this prolonged conflict the seeds of liberty were planted, took root, and made some sturdy growth. We can see now, as we look back on the history of Europe, how fortunate it was that the colonization of North America by Europeans was deferred until after the period of the Reformation, and especially until after the Elizabethan period in England, the Luther period in Germany, and the splendid struggle of the Dutch for liberty in Holland. The founders of New England and New York were men who had imbibed the principles of resistance both to arbitrary civil power and to universal ecclesiastical authority. Hence it came about that within the territory now covered by the United States, no single ecclesiastical organization ever obtained a wide and oppressive control, and that in different parts of this great region, churches very unlike in doctrine and organization were also simultaneously established. It has been an inevitable consequence of this condition of things that the Church as a whole in the United States has not been an effective opponent of any form of human rights. For generations it has been divided into numerous sects and denominations, no one of which has been able to claim more than 1/10 of the population as its adherents, and the practices of these numerous denominations have been profoundly modified by political theories and practices, and by social customs natural to new communities formed under the prevailing conditions of free intercourse and rapid growth. The constitutional prohibition of religious tests as qualifications for office gave the United States the leadership among the nations in dissociating theological opinions and political rights. No one denomination or ecclesiastical organization in the United States has held great properties, or has had the means of conducting its ritual with costly pomp or its charitable works with imposing liberality. No splendid architectural exhibitions of church power have interested or overawed the population. On the contrary, there has prevailed in general a great simplicity in public worship until very recent years. Some splendors have been lately developed by religious bodies in the great cities, but these splendors and luxuries have been almost simultaneously exhibited by religious bodies of very different, not to say opposite, kinds. Thus, in New York City, the Jews, the Greek Church, the Catholics, and the Episcopalians have all erected or undertaken to erect magnificent edifices. But these recent demonstrations of wealth and zeal are so distributed among differing religious organizations that they cannot be imagined to indicate a coming centralization of ecclesiastical influence adverse to individual liberty. In the United States, the great principle of religious toleration is better understood and more firmly established than in any other nation of the earth. It is not only embodied in legislation, but also completely recognized in the habits and customs of good society. Elsewhere, it may have been a long road from legal to social recognition of religious liberty, as the example of England shows. This recognition alone would mean to any competent student of history that the United States has made an unexampled contribution to the reconciliation of just governmental power with just freedom for the individual, inasmuch as the partial establishment of religious toleration has been the main work of civilization during the past 4 centuries. In view of this characteristic and infinitely beneficent contribution to human happiness and progress, how pitiable seem the temporary outbursts of bigotry and fanaticism which have occasionally marred the fair record of our country in regards to religious toleration. If anyone imagines that this American contribution to civilization is no longer important, that the victory for toleration has been already won, let him recall the fact that the last years of the 19th century have witnessed 2 horrible religious persecutions, one by a Christian nation, the other by a Muslim, one of the Jews by Russia, the other of the Armenians by Turkey. The third characteristic contribution which the United States have made to civilization has been the safe development of a manhood suffrage nearly universal. The experience of the United States has brought out several principles with regard to the suffrage which have not been clearly apprehended by some eminent political philosophers. In the first place, American experience has demonstrated the advantages of a gradual approach to universal suffrage over a sudden leap. Universal suffrage is not the first and only means of attaining democratic government. Rather, it is the ultimate goal of successful democracy. It is not a specific for the cure of all political ills. On the contrary, it may itself easily be the source of great political evils. The people of the United States feel its dangers today. When constituencies are large, it aggravates the well-known difficulties of party government, so that many of the ills which threaten democratic communities at this moment, whether in Europe or America, proceed from the breakdown of party government rather than from failures of universal suffrage. The methods of party government were elaborated where suffrage was limited and constituencies were small. Manhood suffrage has not worked perfectly well in the United States or in any other nation where it has been adopted, and it is not likely very soon to work perfectly anywhere. It is like freedom of the will for the individual, the only atmosphere in which virtue can grow, but an atmosphere in which sin can also grow. Like freedom of the will, it needs to be surrounded with checks and safeguards, particularly in the childhood of the nation, but, like freedom of the will, it is the supreme good, the goal of perfected democracy. Secondly, like freedom of the will, universal suffrage has an educational effect, which has been mentioned by many writers, but has seldom been clearly apprehended or adequately described. This educational effect is produced in two ways. In the first place, the combination of individual freedom with social mobility, which a wide suffrage tends to produce, permits the capable to rise through all grades of society, even within a single generation. And this freedom to rise is intensely stimulating to personal ambition. Thus, every capable American, from youth to age, is bent on bettering himself and his condition. Nothing can be more striking than the contrast between the mental condition of an average American belonging to the laborious classes, but conscious that he can rise to the top of the social scale, and that of a European mechanic, peasant, or tradesman who knows that he cannot rise out of his class and is content with his hereditary classification. The state of mind of the American prompts to constant struggle for self-improvement and the acquisition of all sorts of property and power. In the second place, it is a direct effect of a broad suffrage that the voters become periodically interested in the discussion of grave public problems, which carry their minds away from the routine of their daily labor and household experience out into larger fields. The instrumentalities of this prolonged education have been multiplied and improved enormously within the last 50 years. In no field of human endeavor have the fruits of the introduction of steam and electrical power been more striking than in the methods of reaching multitudes of people with instructive narratives, expositions, and arguments. The multiplication of newspapers, magazines, and books is only one of the immense developments in the means of reaching the people. The advocates of any public cause now have it in their power to provide hundreds of newspapers with the same copy and of the same plates for simultaneous issue. The mails provide the means of circulating millions of leaflets and pamphlets. The interest in the minds of the people which prompts to the readings of these multiplied communications comes from the frequently recurring elections. The more difficult the intellectual problem presented in any given election, the more educative the effect of the discussion. Many modern industrial and financial problems are extremely difficult, even for highly educated men. As subjects of earnest thought and discussion on the farm, and in the workshop, factory, rolling mill, and mine, they supply a mental training for millions of adults, the like of which has never before been seen in the world. In these discussions, it is not only the receptive masses that are benefited. The classes that supply the appeals to the masses are also benefited in a high degree. There is no better mental exercise for the most highly trained man than the effort to expound a difficult subject in so clear a way that the untrained man can understand it. In a republic in which the final appeal is to manhood suffrage, the educated minority of the people is constantly stimulated to exertion by the instinct of self-preservation as well as by love of country. They see dangers in proposals made to universal suffrage, and they must exert themselves to ward off those dangers. The position of the educated and well-to-do classes is a thoroughly wholesome one in this respect. They cannot depend for the preservation of their advantages on landowning, hereditary privilege, or any legislation not equally applicable to the poorest and humblest citizen. They must maintain their superiority by being superior. They cannot live in too safe a corner. I touch here on a misconception which underlies much of the criticism of universal suffrage. It is commonly said that the rule of the majority must be the rule of the most ignorant and incapable, the multitude being necessarily uninstructed as to taxation, public finance, and foreign relations, and untrained to active thought of such difficult subjects. Now, universal suffrage is merely a convention as to where the last appeal shall lie for the decision of public questions, and it is the rule of the majority only in this sense. The educated classes are undoubtedly a minority, but it is not safe to assume that they monopolize the good sense of the community. On the contrary, it is very clear that native good judgment and good feeling are not proportional to education, and that among a multitude of men who have only an elementary education, a large proportion will possess both good judgment and good feeling. Indeed, persons who can neither read nor write may possess a large share of both, as is consistently seen in regions where the opportunities for education in childhood have been scanty or inaccessible. It is not to be supposed that the cultivated classes under a regime of universal suffrage are not going to try to make their cultivation felt in the discussion and disposal of public questions. Any result under universal suffrage is a complex effect of the discussion of the public question in hand by the educated classes in the presence of the comparatively uneducated, when a majority of both classes taken together is ultimately to settle the question. In practice, both classes divide on almost every issue. But in any case, if the educated classes cannot hold their own with the uneducated by means of their superior physical, mental, and moral qualities, they are obviously unfit to lead society. With education should come better powers of argument and persuasion, a stricter sense of honor, and a greater general effectiveness. With these advantages, the educated classes must undoubtedly appeal to the less educated and try to convert them to their way of thinking. But this is a process which is good for both sets of people. Indeed, it is the best possible process for the training of freemen, educated or uneducated, rich or poor. It is often assumed that the educated classes become impotent in a democracy because the representatives of those classes are not exclusively chosen to public office. This argument is a very fallacious one. It assumes that the public offices are the places of greatest influence, whereas in the United States at least, that is conspicuously not the case. In a democracy, it is important to discriminate influence from authority. Rulers and magistrates may or may not be persons of influence, but many persons of influence never become rulers, magistrates, or representatives in parliaments or legislatures. The complex industries of a modern state and its innumerable corporation services offer great fields for administrative talent which were entirely unknown to preceding generations, and these new activities attract many ambitious and capable men more strongly than the public service. These men are not on that account lost to their country or to society. The present generation has wholly escaped from the conditions of earlier centuries, when able men who were not great landowners had but three outlets for their ambition: the army, the church, or the national civil service. The national service, whether in an empire, a limited monarchy, or a republic, is now only one of many fields which offer to able and patriotic men an honorable and successful career. Indeed, legislation and public administration necessarily have a very second-hand quality, and more legislators and administrators become dependent on the researches of scholars, men of science, and historians, and follow in the footsteps of inventors, economists, and political philosophers. Political leaders are very seldom leaders of thought. They are generally trying to induce masses of men to act on principles thought out long before. Their skill is in the selection of practicable approximations to the ideal. Their arts are arts of exposition and persuasion. Their honor comes from fidelity under trying circumstances to familiar principles of public duty. The real leaders of American thought in this century have been preachers, teachers, jurists, seers, and poets. While it is of the highest importance under any form of government that the public servants should be men of intelligence, education, and honor, it is no objection to any form given that under it large numbers of educated and honorable citizens have no connection with the public service. Well-to-do Europeans, when reasoning about the working of democracy, often assume that under any government the property holders are synonymous with the intelligent and educated class. That is not the case in the American democracy. Anyone who has been connected with a large American university can testify that democratic institutions produce plenty of rich people who are not educated and plenty of educated people who are not rich, just as medieval society produced illiterate nobles and cultivated monks. Persons who object to manhood suffrage as the last resort for the settlement of public questions are bound to show where, in all the world, a juster and more practicable regulation or convention has been arrived at. The objectors ought at least to indicate where the ultimate decision should, in their judgment, rest, as, for example, with the landowners or the property holders, or the graduates of secondary schools, or the professional classes. He would be a bold political philosopher who, in these days, should propose that the ultimate tribunal should be constituted in any of these ways. All the experience of the civilized world fails to indicate a safe personage, a safe class, or a safe minority with which to deposit this power of ultimate decision. On the contrary, the experience of civilization indicates that no select person or class can be trusted with that power, no matter what the principle of selection. The convention that the majority of males shall decide public questions has obviously great recommendations. It is apparently fairer than the rule of any minority, and it is sure to be supported by an adequate physical force. Moreover, its decisions are likely to enforce themselves. Even in matters of doubtful prognostication, the fact that a majority of the males do the prophesying tends to the fulfillment of the prophecy. At any rate, the adoption or partial adoption of universal male suffrage by several civilized nations is coincident with unexampled ameliorations in the condition of the least fortunate and most numerous classes of the population. To this general amelioration many causes have doubtless contributed, but it is reasonable to suppose that the acquisition of the power which comes with votes has had something to do with it. Timid or conservative people often stand aghast at the possible direction of democratic desire, or at some of the predicted results of democratic rule. But meantime, the actual experience of the American democracy proves, 1. That property has never been safer under any form of government, 2. That no people have ever welcomed so ardently new machinery and new inventions generally, 3. That religious toleration was never carried so far and never so universally accepted, 4. That nowhere have the power and disposition to read been so general, 5. That nowhere has governmental power been more adequate or more freely exercised to levy and collect taxes, to raise armies and to disband them, to maintain public order, and to pay off great public debts, national, state, and town. 6. That nowhere have property and well-being been so widely diffused. And 7. That no form of government ever inspired greater affection and loyalty, or prompted to greater personal sacrifices in supreme moments. In view of these solid facts, speculations as to what universal suffrage would have done in the 17th and 18th centuries, or may do in the 20th, seem futile indeed. The most civilized nations of the world have all either adopted this final appeal to manhood suffrage, or they are approaching that adoption by rapid stages. The United States, having no customs or traditions of an opposite sort to overcome, have led the nations in this direction, and have had the honor of devising, as a result of practical experience, the best safeguards for universal suffrage, safeguards which, in the main, are intended to prevent hasty public action, or action based on sudden discontents or temporary spasms of public feeling. These checks are intended to give time for discussion and deliberation, or, in other words, to secure the enlightenment of the voters before the vote. If, under new conditions, existing safeguards prove insufficient, the only wise course is to devise new safeguards. The United States have made to civilization a fourth contribution of a very hopeful sort, to which public attention needs to be directed, lest temporary evils connected therewith should prevent the continuation of this beneficent action. The United States have furnished a demonstration that people belonging to a great variety of races or nations are, under favorable circumstances, fit for political freedom. It is the fashion to attribute to the enormous immigration of the last 50 years some of the failures of the American political system, and particularly the American failure of municipal government, and the introduction in a few states of the rule of the irresponsible party foremen known as bosses. Impatient as these evils, and hastily accepting this improbable explanation of them, some people wish to depart from the American policy of welcoming immigrants. In two respects, the absorption of large number of immigrants from many nations into the American Commonwealth has been of great service to mankind. In the first place, it has demonstrated that people who at home have been subject to every sort of aristocratic or despotic or a military oppression become within less than a generation serviceable citizens of a republic. And in the second place, the United States have thus educated to freedom many millions of men. Furthermore, the comparatively high degree of happiness and prosperity enjoyed by the people of the United States has been brought home to multitudes in Europe by friends and relatives who have emigrated to this country, and has commended free institutions to them in the best possible way. This is a legitimate propaganda vastly more effective than any annexation or conquest of unwilling people, or of people unprepared for liberty. It is a great mistake to suppose that the process of assimilating foreigners began in this century. The 18th century provided the colonies with a great mixture of peoples, although the English race predominated then as now. When the Revolution broke out, there were already English, Irish, Scotch, Dutch, Germans, French, Portuguese, and Swedes in the colonies. The French were, to be sure, in small proportion, and were almost exclusively Huguenot refugees, but they were a valuable element in the population. The Germans were well diffused, having established themselves in New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Georgia. The Scotch were scattered through all the colonies. Pennsylvania especially was inhabited by an extraordinary mixture of nationalities and religions. Since steam navigation on the Atlantic and railroad transportation on the North American continent became cheap and easy, the tide of immigration has greatly increased, but it is very doubtful if the amount of assimilation going on in the 19th century has been any larger in proportion to the population and wealth of the country than it was in the 18th. The main difference in the assimilation going on in the 2 centuries is this: that in the 18th century the newcomers were almost all Protestants, while in the 19th century a considerable proportion have been Catholics. One result, however, of the importation of large numbers of Catholics into the United States has been a profound modification of the Roman Catholic Church in regard to the manners and customs of both the clergy and the laity, the scope of the authority of the priest, and the attitude of the Catholic Church towards public education. This American modification of the Roman Church has reacted strongly on the Church in Europe. Another great contribution to civilization made by the United States is the diffusion of material well-being among the population. No country in the world approaches the United States in this respect. It is seen in that diffused elementary education which implants for life a habit of reading, and in the habitual optimism which characterizes the common people. It is seen in the housing of the people, and of their domestic animals, in the comparative costliness of their food, clothing, and household furniture, in their implements, vehicles, and means of transportation, and in the substitution, on a prodigious scale, of the work of machinery for the work of men's hands. This last item in American well-being is quite as striking in agriculture, mining, and fishing as it is in manufactures. The social effects of the manufacture of power, and of the discovery of means of putting that power just where it is wanted, have been more striking in the United States than anywhere else. Manufactured and distributed power needs intelligence to direct it. The bicycle is a blind horse and must be steered at every instant. Somebody must show a steam drill where to strike and how deep to go. So far as men and women can substitute for the direct expenditure of muscular strength the more intelligent effort of designing, tending, and guiding machines, they win promotion in the scale of being and make their lives more interesting as well as more productive. It is in the invention of machinery for producing and distributing power, and at once economizing and elevating human labor, that American ingenuity has been most conspicuously manifested. The high price of labor in a sparsely settled country has had something to do with this striking result. But the genius of the people and of their government has had much more to do with it. As proof of the general disposition, it suffices merely to mention the telegraph and telephone, the sewing machine, the cotton gin, the mower, reaper, and threshing machine, the dishwashing machine, the river steamboat, the sleeping car, the boot and shoe machinery, and the watch machinery. The ultimate effects of these and kindred inventions are quite as much intellectual as physical, and they are developing and increasing with a portentous rapidity which sometimes suggests a doubt whether the bodily forces of men and women are adequate to resist the new mental strains brought upon them. However this may prove to be in the future, the clear result in the present is an unexampled diffusion of well-being in the United States. These 5 contributions to civilization, peacekeeping, religious toleration, the development of manhood suffrage, the welcoming of newcomers, and the diffusion of well-being, I hold to have been eminently characteristic of our country, and so important that, in spite of the qualifications and deductions which every candid citizen would admit with regard to every one of them, they will ever be held in the grateful remembrance of mankind. They are reasonable grounds for a steady, glowing patriotism. They have had much to do, both as causes and as effects, with the material prosperity of the United States, but they are all 5 essentially moral contributions, being triumphs of reason, enterprise, courage, faith, and justice, over passion, selfishness, inertness, timidity, and distrust. Beneath each one of these developments there lies a strong ethical sentiment, a strenuous moral and social purpose. It is for such work that multitudinous democracies are fit. In regard to all 5 of these contributions, the characteristic policy of our country has been from time to time threatened with reversal, is even now so threatened. It is for true patriots to insist on the maintenance of these historic purposes and policies of the people of the United States. Our country's future perils, whether already visible or still unimagined, are to be met with courage and constancy, founded firmly on these popular achievements in the past. End of 5 American Contributions to Civilization by Charles William Eliot. Read by Will Levine.
He Made His Own Luck by Anonymous. From Author and Composer, A Digest for Songwriters, Volumes 8 through 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. He Made His Own Luck, A Profile of King Vidor by Anonymous. During a general conversation about motion pictures the other day, King Vidor's name was mentioned. Someone recalled that, although recognized as one of the most successful of directors, he is only 29 years old. Someone else observed, "Some people are born lucky." "Wait a bit," exclaimed a man who had been closely associated with pictures for many years, and who had been active hitherto only as a listener. "Vidor wasn't born any luckier than thousands of other chaps who are lots older and lots poorer than he is now. The only difference between him and them, as nearly as I can see it, is that he fixed on a definite objective early in life and started plugging for it to the exclusion of everything else. The more obstacles he had to overcome, the harder he plugged. There is a great lesson for young men, and women too, for that matter, in Vidor's career." Vidor always had the idea he could write, and while he was in high school in Texas, and later when he was at Tome Institute in Maryland, he kept writing out short stories and articles. Then, just about the time he left the Institute, he made up his mind definitely that motion pictures were his career, and he started in to write scenarios. He wrote 50 before one was accepted, and he didn't get much reward for that, but his ardor, instead of being dampened, was increased by disappointment. He was away off from the beaten track of motion pictures, in Galveston, Texas. There weren't any studios there, or any players or experts in any branch of his chosen field, but he decided to make his own pictures nevertheless. He furnished the stories, the players he recruited from visiting vaudeville acts. His sets were homes and business buildings already built. His two-reelers were made in 4 or 5 days. Now he is one of the big directors engaged by Goldwyn, his first picture for them being an adaptation of Three Wise Fools, which is said to be one of the best photodramas he ever has made. It would be a fine thing, concluded the speaker, if every young man and woman who sees Three Wise Fools could look back of the screen at the life of Vidor and not see only his beautiful home and his motor cars and yachts and things like that, but also the everlasting stick-to-itiveness, the hammer at one thing until you get there spirit that's taking him through all barriers and brought him success at the age of 29. He wasn't born lucky, he made his own luck. End of He Made His Own Luck by Anonymous.
Impressions of America by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rob Board. I fear I cannot picture America as altogether an Elysium. Perhaps from the ordinary standpoint, I know but little about the country. I cannot give its latitude or longitude. I cannot compute the value of its dry goods, and I have no very close acquaintance with its politics. These are matters which may not interest you, and they certainly are not interesting to me. The first thing that struck me on landing in America was that if the Americans are not the most well-dressed people in the world, they are the most comfortably dressed. Men are seen there with the dreadful chimney-pot hat, but there are very few hatless men. Men wear the shocking swallow-tail coat, but few are to be seen with no coat at all. There is an air of comfort in the appearance of the people, which is a marked contrast to that seen in this country, where too often people are seen in close contact with rags. The next thing particularly noticeable is that everybody seems in a hurry to catch a train. This is a state of things which is not favourable to poetry or romance. Had Romeo or Juliet been in a constant state of anxiety about trains, or had their minds been agitated by the question of return tickets, Shakespeare could not have given us those lovely balcony scenes which are so full of poetry and pathos. America is the noisiest country that ever existed. One is waked up in the morning not by the singing of the nightingale, but by the steam whistle. It is surprising that the sound practical sense of the Americans does not reduce this intolerable noise. All art depends upon exquisite and delicate sensibility, and such continual turmoil must ultimately be destructive of the musical faculty. There is not so much beauty to be found in American cities as in Oxford, Cambridge, Salisbury, or Winchester, where are lovely relics of a beautiful age, But still there is a good deal of beauty to be seen in them now and then, and only where the American has not attempted to create it. Where the Americans have attempted to produce beauty, they have signally failed. A remarkable characteristic of the Americans is the manner in which they have applied science to modern life. This is apparent in the most cursory stroll through New York. In England, an inventor is regarded almost as a crazy man, and in too many instances invention ends in disappointment and poverty. In America, an inventor is honoured, help is forthcoming, and the exercise of ingenuity, the application of science to the work of man, is there the shortest road to wealth. There is no country in the world where machinery is so lovely as in America. I have always wished to believe that the line of strength and the line of beauty are one. That wish was realized when I contemplated American machinery. It was not until I had seen the waterworks at Chicago that I realized the wonders of machinery. The rise and fall of the steel rods, the symmetrical motion of the great wheels, is the most beautifully rhythmic thing I have ever seen. One is impressed in America, but not favourably impressed, by the inordinate size of everything. The country seems to try to bully one into a belief in its power by its impressive bigness. I was disappointed with Niagara. Most people must be disappointed with Niagara. Every American bride is taken there, and the sight of the stupendous waterfall must be one of the earliest, if not the keenest, disappointments in American married life. One sees it under bad conditions, very far away, the point of view not showing the splendour of the water. To appreciate it really, one has to see it from underneath the fall, and to do that it is necessary to be dressed in a yellow oilskin, which is as ugly as a mackintosh, and I hope none of you ever wears one. It is a consolation to know, however, that such an artist as Madame Bernhardt has not only worn that yellow, ugly dress, but has been photographed in it. Perhaps the most beautiful part of America is the West, to reach which, however, involves a journey by rail of 6 days, racing along tied to an ugly tea-kettle of a steam-engine. I found but poor consolation for this journey in the fact that the boys who infest the cars, and sell everything that one can eat, or should not eat, were selling editions of my poems, vilely printed on a kind of grey blotting paper, for the low price of 10 cents. Calling these boys on one side, I told them that though poets like to be popular, they desire to be paid, and selling editions of my poems without giving me a profit is dealing a blow at literature, which must have a disastrous effect on poetical aspirants. The invariable reply that they made was that they themselves made a profit out of the transaction, and that was all they cared about. It is a popular superstition that in America a visitor is invariably addressed as stranger. I was never once addressed as stranger. When I went to Texas I was called captain. When I got to the centre of the country I was addressed as colonel, and on arriving at the borders of Mexico as general. On the whole, however, sir, the old English method of addressing people, is the most common. It is perhaps worth while to note that what many people call Americanisms are really old English expressions which have lingered in our colonies while they have been lost in our own country. Many people imagine that the term "I guess," which is so common in America, is purely an American expression, but it was used by John Locke in his work on The Understanding. just as we now use I think. It is in the colonies, and not in the mother country, that the old life of the country really exists. If one wants to realize what English Puritanism is, not at its worst, when it is very bad, but at its best, and then it is not very good, I do not think one can find much of it in England, but much can be found about Boston and Massachusetts. We have got rid of it. America still preserves it, to be, I hope, a short-lived curiosity. San Francisco is a really beautiful city. Chinatown, peopled by Chinese labourers, is the most artistic town I have ever come across. The people, strange melancholy Orientals, whom many people would call common, and they are certainly very poor, have determined that they will have nothing about them that is not beautiful. In the Chinese restaurant, where these navvies meet to have supper in the evening, I found them drinking tea out of china cups as delicate as the petals of a rose-leaf, whereas at the gaudy hotels I was supplied with a delf cup an inch and a half thick. When the Chinese bill was presented, it was made out on rice paper, the account being done in Indian ink as fantastically as if an artist had been etching little birds on a fan. Salt Lake City contains only 2 buildings of note, the chief being the Tabernacle, which is in the shape of a soup kettle. It is decorated by the only native artist, and he has treated religious subjects in the naive spirit of the early Florentine painters, representing people of our own day in the dress of the period, side by side with people of biblical history who are clothed in some romantic costume. The building next in importance is called the Amelia Palace, in honour of one of Brigham Young's wives. When he died, the present president of the Mormons stood up in the tabernacle and said that it had been revealed to him that he was to have the Amelia Palace, and that on this subject there were to be no more revelations of any kind. From Salt Lake City one travels over the great plains of Colorado and up the Rocky Mountains, at the top of which is Leadville, the richest city in the world. It has also got the reputation of being the roughest, and every man carries a revolver. I was told that if I went there they would be sure to shoot me, or my travelling manager. I wrote and told them that nothing they could do to my travelling manager would intimidate me. They are miners, men working in metals, so I lectured to them on the ethics of art. I read them passages from the autobiography of Benvenuto Cellini, and they seemed much delighted. I was reproved by my hearers for not having brought him with me. I explained that he had been dead for some little time, which elicited the inquiry, "Who shot him?" They afterwards took me to a dancing saloon where I saw the only rational method of art criticism I have ever come across. Over the piano was printed a notice, "Please do not shoot the pianist. He is doing his best." The mortality among pianists in that place is marvellous. Then they asked me to supper, and, having accepted, I had to descend a mine in a rickety bucket in which it was impossible to be graceful. Having got into the heart of the mountain, I had supper, the first course being whisky, the second whisky, and the third whisky. I went to the theatre to lecture, and I was informed that just before I went there 2 men had been seized for committing a murder, and in that theatre they had been brought onto the stage at 8 o'clock in the evening, and then and there tried and executed before a crowded audience. But I found these miners very charming, and not at all rough. Among the more elderly inhabitants of the South, I found a melancholy tendency to date every event of importance by the late war. "How beautiful the moon is tonight," I once remarked to a gentleman who was standing next to me. "Yes," was his reply, "but you should have seen it before the war." So infinitesimal did I find the knowledge of art west of the Rocky Mountains, that an art patron, one who in his day had been a miner, actually sued the railroad company for damages because the plaster cast of Venus de Milo, which he had imported from Paris, had been delivered minus the arms. And what is more surprising still, he gained his case and the damages. Pennsylvania, with its rocky gorges and woodland scenery, reminded me of Switzerland. The prairie reminded me of a piece of blotting paper. The Spanish and French have left behind them memorials in the beauty of their names. All the cities that have beautiful names derive them from the Spanish or the French. The English people give intensely ugly names to places. One place had such an ugly name that I refused to lecture there. It was called Grigsville. Supposing I had founded a school of art there, fancy early Grigsville. Imagine a school of art teaching Grigsville Renaissance. As for slang, I did not hear much of it, though a young lady who had changed her clothes after an afternoon dance did say that after the heel kick she shifted her day goods. American youths are pale and precocious, or sallow and supercilious, but American girls are pretty and charming, little oases of pretty unreasonableness in a vast desert of practical common sense. Every American girl is entitled to have 12 young men devoted to her. They remain her slaves, and she rules them with charming nonchalance. The men are entirely given to business. They have, as they say, their brains in front of their heads. They are also exceedingly acceptive of new ideas. Their education is practical. We base the education of children entirely on books, but we must give a child a mind before we can instruct the mind. Children have a natural antipathy to books. Handicraft should be the basis of education. Boys and girls should be taught to use their hands to make something, and they would be less apt to destroy and be mischievous. In going to America, one learns that poverty is not a necessary accompaniment to civilization. There, at any rate, is a country that has no trappings, no pageants, and no gorgeous ceremonies. I saw only 2 processions. One was the fire brigade preceded by the police. The other was the police preceded by the fire brigade. Every man when he gets to the age of 21 is allowed a vote, and thereby immediately acquires his political education. The Americans are the best politically educated people in the world. It is well worth one's while to go to a country which can teach us the beauty of the word freedom and the value of the thing liberty. End of Impressions of America by Oscar Wilde.
Second Inaugural Address by Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fellow countrymen, at this second appearing to take the oath of the presidential office, there is less occasion for an extended address than there was at the first. Then a statement somewhat in detail of a course to be pursued seemed fitting and proper. Now, at the expiration of 4 years, during which public declarations have been constantly called forth on every point and phase of the great contest, which still absorbs the attention and engrosses the energies of the nation, little that is new could be presented. The progress of our arms, upon which all else chiefly depends, is as well known to the public as to myself, and it is, I trust, reasonably satisfactory and encouraging to all. With high hope for the future, no prediction in regard to it is ventured. On the occasion corresponding to this 4 years ago, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. All dreaded it, all sought to avert it. While the inaugural address was being delivered from this place, devoted altogether to saving the Union without war, insurgent agents were in the city seeking to destroy it without war, seeking to dissolve the Union and divide effects by negotiation. Both parties depreciated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish. And the war came. 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was somehow the cause of the war. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union even by war, while the government claimed no right to do more than to restrict the territorial enlargement of it. Neither party expected for the war the magnitude or the duration which it has already attained. Neither anticipated that the cause of the conflict might cease with, or even before the conflict itself should cease. Each looked for an easier triumph, and a result less fundamental and astounding. Both read the same Bible and pray to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any men should dare to ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces. But let us judge not, that we not be judged. The prayers of both could not be answered. That of neither has been answered fully. The Almighty has his own purposes. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come, but woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. If we shall suppose that American slavery is one of those offenses which in the providence of God must needs come, but which, having continued through his appointed time, he now wills to remove, and that he gives to both North and South this terrible war as the woe due to those by whom the offense came, shall we discern therein any departure from those divine attributes which the believers in a living God always ascribe to him? Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet if God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. End of Second Inaugural Address by Abraham Lincoln. Read by Winston Tharp.
Should the Housewife Receive a Salary? By Margaret Münsterberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2014. Should the Housewife Receive a Salary? By Margaret Münsterberg. There is a frequent complaint among housewives that, whereas their work never ends and requires just as much, if not more, energy and presence of mind, and is certainly as indispensable as that of their freer sisters in offices and schools, they, nevertheless, receive no measurable, that is, no financial, reward. The fact that these housekeepers are being supported and have the means of their husbands, fathers, or brothers, as the case may be, for short we will call this collective concept husbands, at their disposal, seems an arbitrary and unsatisfactory compensation for their constant and thorough labors. The housewife, they maintain, should receive a clear-cut salary like any other executive official. Only then will this most wearing of occupations acquire a dignity on a level with the salaried work of educated women. But would this really be the case? Can the worth of the so-called homemaker ever be adequately expressed in pecuniary terms? It may be said that there are certain well-defined positions in the field of domestic science which are salaried and have their normal stages of advancement. The matrons and housekeepers of schools, colleges and hospitals, the managers of clubhouses, community kitchens and the like have their careers and salaries like a lawyer, office manager or teacher. Why then should not the domestic administration of the housewife be recognized and rewarded in the same systematic way? But there's the rub. The graduate of a domestic science course will begin her career as an assistant or as the manager of a small establishment and work her way up to ever larger positions until finally she has a large staff under her direction and responsibility for the work of other beginners. This is as it should be, and the growing salary is an adequate means of measuring the growth of experience and responsibility. But can the housewife advance from smaller to larger establishments? Is the most gifted and energetic homemaker not bound for better and for worse to the chance salary or income of her husband? The incompetent little butterfly wife of a banker may preside over many servants, perhaps even over a salaried housekeeper and a social secretary, whereas the wife of a young college instructor, she, who may be a brilliant college graduate and a former editor or teacher, will have to run her unusual capacities into the performance of daily manual tasks. If the housewife were recompensed in the same systematic way as the professional domestic science worker according to the size of the establishment which she directs, then the brilliant college graduate will receive a diminutive salary compared with that of the wealthy butterfly. Moreover, the excellent homemaker for the professional man of small means has no prospect of ever expanding the scope of her domestic activities very much, and if she can do so, it is not due to her own competence, but to the efforts or good fortune of her consort. Accordingly, it is impossible to grade the salary of the housewife in a way parallel to the grading of salaries in the field of professional domestic science. It has been objected, however, that if salaries were paid to homemakers on a professional basis, it would only be just to grade these salaries, not according to the size of the establishment, but according to the work done by the housewife herself. It requires far greater ingenuity, these objectors say, to make both ends meet, and to make much out of little by careful planning, economy and taste, than it does to let the cook order and the husband pay the bills. That is true enough, and the elastic accomplishments of the ever-ready working housewife, of course, deserve recognition. But if a hard and fast salary system is going to be adopted, it cannot be contrary to the established customs of the hard business world. It may require more energy and courage for the small businessman to do his own typewriting, answer his own telephone calls, and attend to all his affairs himself, than it does for the owner of a large concern to drop into his office at 10 o'clock and dictate to a large staff of workers. But a small businessman does not, from a business point of view, consider himself the superior of his more prosperous neighbor, but hopes, by dint of constant effort and intelligence, to rise to a position of equal prosperity. We cannot upset the usual values of business life if we are going to apply a businesslike evaluation to the administration of households. On the other hand, the accomplished young wife of a clergyman, school superintendent, or college professor would scorn to have her household compared with a business at the bottom of the financial scale. It thus seems impossible to fit the most essential and exacting of occupations into a system of financial recompense. Further, though the protesting housewife maintains that she works more hours during the day than her salaried sisters, does she actually work for the same number of hours every day, or has she not rather that freedom of the never free, who can take their time off when they see fit, but who must be ready for all-night vigils if an emergency demands it? Can such a state of mind, for home-making is largely a state of mind, be adequately paid at all? The work of a physician, of a college president, and many other responsible professions require a state of constant readiness, and usually, too, such sacrificial services are underpaid. Inasmuch as they are paid, however, the payment is given chiefly for a certain technical proficiency. The educated young homemaker certainly does not want to receive cook's wages. Nor in the larger households is the mere administration, the management of servants, the keeping of accounts, etc., the beginning and end of the housewife's vocation. Inspired housekeeping is not a science, but an art. The combined function of an interior decorator, a floral designer, a caterer, a kindergarten teacher, a social worker, a nurse, and a humorist cannot make a sum total which will equal that elusive, indefinable, yet so very actual art of homemaking. It cannot be measured in terms of technical proficiency, and, therefore, cannot be recompensed like the technical professions. Further, like all good art, it could never be paid enough. And as the financial reward could never be commensurate with its real worth, the practitioners of this art should recognize that it is better to withdraw their claims, and that their services, like all the best, the priceless goods of life, must be gratuitous. End of Should the Housewife Receive a Salary? By Margaret Münsterberg.
Statement on the 36th anniversary of Roe v. Wade by Barack Obama. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the 36th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, we are reminded that this decision not only protects women's health and reproductive freedom, but stands for a broader principle that government should not intrude on our most private family matters. I remain committed to protecting a woman's right to choose. While this is a sensitive and rather divisive issue, no matter what our views, we are united in our determination to prevent unintended pregnancies, reduce the need for abortion, and support women and families in the choices they make. To accomplish these goals, we must work to find common ground to expand access to affordable contraception, accurate health information, and preventative services. On this anniversary, we must also recommit ourselves more broadly to ensuring that our daughters have the same rights and opportunities as our sons. The chance to attain a world-class education, to have fulfilling careers in any industry, to be treated fairly and paid equally for their work, and to have no limits on their dreams. That is what I want for women everywhere. End of statement on the 36th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. Read by Gwen O'Brien.
The Story of a Microbophobiac by Grant Showerman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TriciaG. The Story of a Microbophobiac. There was once upon a time a man who underwent a severe and prolonged attack of microbophobia. You may not find the term in the dictionaries, nor in the medical lexicons, but, as it is quite possible that there are a variety of things in heaven and earth not yet dreamt of in the lexicons, there is really no justification for denying the existence of microbophobia on that ground. And as to the name itself, there is hydrophobia and photophobia and anglophobia, so why not microbophobia? Microbophobia is a disease of advanced civilization, of recent origin, and infectious. Its victims are to be found among the married rather than the unmarried, in the city rather than in the country, and among the cultured rather than the uncultured. In a word, the disease rages most in college and university communities, but is also pronounced in high school, grade school, and kindergarten spheres of influence. As all these, however, are in close connection with colleges and universities, microbophobia may be said to belong to institutions of higher learning. Microbophobia rarely succeeds in engrafting itself into healthy organisms. No one in perfectly sound mental, physical, and spiritual health need fear its attacks. Its host is almost always in a state of depletion at the time of colonization, and the point of attack invariably the sensus communis, an organ situated in that part of the anatomy usually known as the cranial cavity. Its symptoms, but the history of the case shall tell you of the symptoms. The subject was a professor. It seems that he had laid the foundations of the disease in his college days by exposing himself to Bacillus scientificus, and contracting a case of methoditis scientifica, again an ailment whose attack is directed at the sensus communis, and whose ravages are greatest among the learned, especially those whose work necessitates intimate contact with symbols, chemicals, ancient manuscripts, and other odorous and dusty material. Its victims usually betray their condition by rushing about, insisting that any and all the business of life is susceptible of the same orderly disposition as the material of their laboratories. This explains how it was so easy for microbophobia to get firm hold of the professor in after days. After taking the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, he was called to a university chair, where, being still in a state of impaired vitality, he suffered from a recrudescence of methoditis, which left him so weak that without resistance he fell a prey to microbophobia in the very first year, the immediate cause of infection being, without doubt, his association with various of his faculty brethren who were in the School of Medicine, or worked in the bacteriological laboratory and lectured on sanitation, or served on the University Committee of Hygiene. All of these men, he afterward learned, were in various stages of the disease, though all considered themselves in perfect health. For one of the worst things about microbophobia is that the victim has no suspicion of the real nature of his ailment. More than that, he falls a prey to the strange hallucination that it is his environment and not himself which is the seat of infection, and consequently will not listen to diagnosis. Individuals have been known to advance in the malady until the sensus communis was all but absolutely gone, without realizing the gravity of their condition. The professor might have gone on for some time, for, though he was in the grip of the disease, he had not yet begun to suffer, owing to good constitution inherited from sound progenitors who were not university bred. But an event occurred which hastened the progress of his malady. He married. Now, marrying is ordinarily a good thing for the sensus communis. Many sufferers of both sexes have found it a most efficacious remedy for the ailments of that rather uncertain organ. But it so happened that the professor's alliance was with a member of the Woman's Club, who was also college-bred, a professor of the degree of Mistress of Home Economics, and unfortunately already infected with microbophobia and visibly impaired in health. Some of his bachelor friends had warned him that conditions in that part of town were notorious, but he laughed at them and said that a little fumigation was the worst that could happen. The gravest fears of the professor's friends, however, were soon realized. They saw him begin to sink before their eyes. In his low state of vitality, he was soon hopelessly in the clutches of the dread malady. Even if he had not been vitally reduced, his case would have been desperate, for his wife continued to expose herself week after week at the club. And besides, she took several health journals, all of which came from infected centers, and which not only she, but the professor himself, handled with all the carelessness of immunes. The professor read at first because he was amused, but it was not long before he, as well as his wife, hovered with most religious devotion over the column headed Sanitas Sanitatum by Dr. Septic Semptington, which he ought to have known was swarming with Bacillus microbophobicus. The ravages of the disease in both of them were frightful to behold. The professor's case developed with especial rapidity, so that in a few months both were in the same stage. Stage? Yes, the stages of this disease are very clearly marked. In the first stage, you are attacked by a noticeable degree of thirst for knowledge about microbes. You read and talk about them constantly, and attend lectures on them at the university and the club. This is a mild stage. You are, for the most part, amused, and only occasionally entertain the strange hallucinations which afterward come to possess you so thoroughly. Just to quiet your conscience, however, you adopt a few precautions, such as the use of bottled spring water and the increase of your interest in the appearance and personal habits of the dairyman. This stage is termed Microbophobia intellectualis. The professor and his wife early passed through it, with no serious results. The second stage is more grave. You insist on a certificate from your dairyman, visit his barns, have the milk examined by your friend in the university laboratory, and finally, to be absolutely sure, pasteurize it. The drinking water you begin to filter and boil. You withdraw your patronage from the Chinese laundryman because you have heard of the dreadful way he sprinkles the linen, and you take an active interest in the enforcement of the anti-salivation ordinance and the encouragement of the bubble cup campaign. It is at this point that dread, the most characteristic manifestation of the malady, begins to assume really noticeable proportions. You dread going out to dinner, for example, because you are afraid that the water and milk on your friend's table will not be properly sterilized. You don't like to abstain from both, and you don't like to attract attention by taking a bottle of boiled water or milk with you. The result is that you avoid going out at all, and when you are compelled to go, you take a double dose of microbicide. You dread the effects of the public school system, with all its opportunities for the distribution of microbes. Your dread extends even to the communion, and so grows on you that you omit the sacrament because of the common cup, or if you are a foot-washing Baptist, because of the common basin. The second stage is denominated Microbophobia alarmans. The professor and his wife were uncomfortable enough in this stage, but in the third they really suffered, though of course with cheerful resignation, For were they not enduring their hardships in the interest of science and for the good of mankind? The third stage is known to science as Microbophobia parentum, in popular parlance, the baby stage. Its symptoms are most pronounced in the female. The first thing you do in this stage is to order Madame Diana's Daily, the Mother Maker, together with her 2 fine volumes on The Mistakes of Mothers and Microbes in the Home. You also join the Mothers' Club, and take your husband to the open meetings. You make him cut off his beard, because you have read how it looks under the microscope, and he will kiss the baby. You boil not only the drinking water, but the water for the baby's bath, and the water you wash your hands in before you take him up. And you insist on the sterilization of all the baby's linen and all the nurse's apparel. You are determined that the child shall be brought up scientifically, and not be exposed to the risks you ran in your childhood. Having read that mothers are subject to excitement, and that excitement is bad for the fountain source of baby's sustenance, you substitute a bottle, and you use pasteurized milk scientifically compounded with other ingredients which nature forgot to employ in her chemistry, and warm it in a sterilized glass jar, set in sterilized water in a sterilized pan, in a room which is disinfected twice a day, and you test it with a sterilized thermometer. You keep on hand a bath of boiling water, in which you sterilize at frequent intervals all the usual playthings, nipples, rubber rings, rattles, etc., and you make due provision for the little fingers which seem so bent on going into the little mouth. In this stage you also avoid shaking hands, never allow yourself to touch a doorknob barehanded, and leave off drawing books from the library, determined to be neither a borrower nor a lender of books or anything else. And, even though your church has deferred to scientific suggestion and introduced individual communion cups, you still shrink from the sacrament because the bread, too, is not individualized, and you are not sure about the linen which covered it, or the silver which contained the grape juice, or the person who picked the grapes, or the feet by which the juice was trodden out. The fourth stage is known as Microbophobic moscophobia, which is the pathological term describing the fear of flies as carriers of infection. You get new screens, interrupt the housemaid every half hour with orders to see whether there are more flies to be found, cover the baby and yourself with netting when you nap, have a cement pit made for the garbage can, and repaper or repaint your interiors, that is, the interiors of your house, every 6 months. You read, too, that mosquitoes carry yellow fever in the West Indies, and malaria in Italy. Distant places indeed, but still, why shouldn't mosquitoes fly across the sea and land and light on the baby or yourself? So you screen the household by day as well as by night, and avoid evenings out and picnics in the shade. In the latter part of this stage, you also change your religion on account of the communion service, have your letters disinfected, leave off kissing the baby, steer to windward of rug beaters and street sweepers, hold your breath as you pass dogs and cats, eat nothing but cooked, drink nothing but boiled, carry a bottle of microbicide in your pocket, dream that the earth is full of microbes as the waters cover the sea, and that the hand of every one of them is lifted against you, and have cold sweats at night and cold feet by day. You realize that you are uncomfortable, but the real cause of it never occurs to you. You attribute your condition to the uncleanliness of your environment, and to your willingness to sacrifice your own comfort to the cause of scientific sanitation. By this time, too, your sense of humor, never very robust, has decayed, atrophied, and disappeared. Your fat, good-humored, unscientific neighbor calls out from his back porch as you come out to yours to get the milk bottle, "Dangerous stuff that there. They say they's 43,499,217 microbes in a half drop of it." And you don't laugh, any more than you laugh when you advise your professor friend to disinfect the contents of his pay envelope, and he replies, "Don't worry, there's no microbe could ever live on my salary." In the 5th stage you begin to be physically as well as spiritually uncomfortable. In the eloquent words of the old hymn, you are a prey to "fightings without and fears within." What with the insufficiency of your means to meet the demands of disinfection, and what with the difficulty of getting properly prepared food even if you have the money, and what with the continual strain of anxiety lest you entertain a microbe unawares, you grow thin and nervous. Of course you continue to lay it to microbes, and double your precautions, and worry more and starve more. If you are not rescued, you finally pass into delirium microbophobicum, which is as much more awful than delirium tremens, as microbes are smaller and more insidious and wiser than serpents. The professor and his wife entered upon the 5th stage, and were alarmingly near the last extreme. If this were a subject for levity and not for high seriousness, I should be tempted to parody the essayist on man, and say, "Lo, the poor professor, whose untutored mind saw microbes in the clouds and heard them in the wind." But they were saved. One night the professor's wife dreamed that a monster centipedal microbe slowly let himself down from the ceiling and enveloped her in his 100 long wriggling legs. She awoke screaming, to find herself enmeshed in the mosquito bar. The next day they called another doctor. Hitherto their doctors themselves had been infected, though neither they nor their patients knew it. But this time they were more fortunate. Dr. Goodenough had been attacked by the disease and had made a brilliant recovery, and consequently was immune. He listened to the story of their cases, gave them a thorough examination, using his new instrument, the cranioscope, of course more for the purpose of inspiring confidence in his patients than to find out anything, for he well knew what ailed them. "Don't be alarmed," he finally said. "You really are in a bad state, but I give you my word for it that you will recover. I find your sensus communis all but disappeared. A little more excitement like that of last night, and you might have a hemorrhage, and there you are. Now put yourself entirely in my hands, or I'll not answer for the consequences." He reached for his prescription blank, and after a few moments handed them a bit of unintelligible writing, the sort that only doctors and their druggist partners can interpret. As I happened to be in on the secret, I may tell you that the prescription called for 3 fluid ounces of city water, not distilled, with 2 drops of aniline, a drop of nux vomica, a lump of sugar, and a teaspoonful of whiskey, and that the druggist charged them $1.75. "Begin taking immediately," said the professor impressively. "Take 2 drops and a half in a half glass of boiled water every 3 hours from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And you must go into the country tomorrow morning and spend your whole vacation there. Leave orders for your magazines and journals of all kinds to be held here. Tell your friends they are to write you under no circumstances, and don't dare to come back to town on any errand whatsoever. Cut loose from everything. Delay is dangerous and might be fatal." The professor and his wife didn't dare to disobey. The doctor was a vigorous and imposing personality, and he terrified them. They didn't know what a sensus communis was, even though the professor was a Latinist. The doctor had disguised the term by using the English pronunciation, and imagination contributed the usual amount to the impressiveness of his words. So they packed up all their pasteurizers and sterilizers and disinfectors and bottles and screens and other antiseptic paraphernalia, and drove into the country to a farm 15 miles away from any car line or railroad, where there was no telephone or other connection with the scene of their unhappiness. They hadn't got out of sight of the town before they began to feel differently. No one but a college professor knows how big his institution seems while he is within its precincts, and how small and insignificant when he is out of sight of it. The tension left their bodies and minds, and a balmy sense of repose and freedom succeeded. But they felt a shock when, just as their carriage disappeared from view over the hill on its return, they saw 2 dogs and a half a dozen cats on the porch of the farmhouse, noticed that the well was not more than 90 feet from the pig pen, whereas all the journals said it should be 100, and became sensible of the drowsy murmur of swarms of flies about the kitchen door, attracted thither by a barrel which was wide open, and smelled. This was not all, however. Fortune seemed to be against them. It was bad enough for themselves, though they could sterilize their drinking water and pasteurize their milk, and exercise many other of their wonted precautions, but when it came to the baby they were almost powerless. Watch him as they would, he was continually getting into unhygienic predicaments of the most dreadful description. Before they even entered the house he had grasped one dog by the tail, and had been thrown down by the other, as a mere mark of welcome, and when he got up, crying, in the instinctive effort to console himself, of course he resorted to the habit of sucking his fingers, and put into his mouth 2 of those on the hand which had grasped the tail. The next moment, too, he was licked all over the nose and mouth by the repentant dog that had knocked him off his feet. Horrors! And then the cats followed him into the house, and rubbed against his legs and licked his fingers, while he gave little screams of delight at the novel sensation. At supper he toddled to the table in advance of the rest, and before his mother realized his intentions, had an unsterilized spoon in his mouth, and after supper he succeeded in browbeating the baby of the house, who was a month or so younger, and more timid than his experienced guest from the city, into giving up his gum. The professor and his wife were horrified, but helpless. He went on in that way for a week. They simply could not keep track of him. He drank out of the horse trough, dabbled in the puddles, consorted with pigs and chickens, shared his bread with the dogs and his milk with the cats, picked up crumbs from the dining-room sweepings, looked upon half-rotten, muddy, and fly-specked apples found on the lawn as the greatest of prizes, and reveled in delight with old scraps of rags and hats and shoes, which he, with the little country comrade under his leadership, resurrected from the most unlikely and unsanitary places. The frightened and powerless parents read up again of the periods of incubation of all the microbes mentioned in the books. They could at least be ready with plans to meet whatever came, and cope with it at the earliest possible moment. But it didn't come. At the end of 2 weeks nothing had happened. The child slept well and ate all he could get, and was in the best of spirits. At the end of 3 weeks he had gained 4 pounds. It was in direct and flagrant violation of all reason and all science, and thoroughly incomprehensible. But what could you do? After much marveling at the failure of science, however, they concluded to make a virtue of what was plainly a necessity, and gave the baby the freedom of the farm. And more than that, after a decent period of worrying, they too began to tread the primrose path, and let the little child lead them. They drank unsterilized milk and unboiled water, threw all precaution to the winds, rough and tumbled with the boys and dogs on the lawn, napped under the trees unprotected from flies and mosquitoes, ate apples with the skins and all, and without even washing them, went fishing in the creek a mile away up the marsh, and when overcome by blazing thirst, drank of the water in the stream, played peg and got their mouths full of dirt, drew pictures for the children on the slate and erased them in the old familiar way, and did all the other reckless things they had done in their own childhood, when the microbe had not yet made a stir in the world, when delirium tremens was still the worst example of pathological misfortune, and nervous prostration had not yet spread to the masses. When they returned to the city, clothed and in their right minds, they brought with them the half-emptied medicine bottle, and charged smiling Dr. Goodenough with duplicity. He charged them— well, we shall not say what he charged them. Whatever it was, they engaged him for the next baby, and were grateful to him ever afterward. And as for microbes, before having to do with them in the future, they resolved to let them come at least halfway. End of The Story of a Microbophobiac by Grant Showerman.
The Tall Office Building, Artistically Considered by Louis Sullivan. From Lippincott's Magazine, April 1896. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tall Office Building, Artistically Considered. 1. The architects of this land and generation are now brought face to face with something new under the sun, namely that evolution and integration of social conditions, that special grouping of them that results in the demand for the erection of tall office buildings. It is not my purpose to discuss these social conditions. I accept them as the fact, and say at once that the design of the tall office building must be recognized and confronted at the outset as a problem to be solved, a vital problem, pressing for a true solution. Let us state the conditions in the plainest manner. Briefly, they are these. Offices are necessary for the transaction of business. The invention and perfection of the high-speed elevator made vertical travel that was once tedious and painful now easy and comfortable. Development of steel manufactures has shown the way to safe, rigid, economical constructions rising to a great height. Continued growth of population in the great cities, consequent congestion of centers, and rise in value of ground stimulate an increase in number of stories. These successfully piled one upon another react on ground values, and so on by action and reaction, interaction and interreaction. Thus has come about that form of lofty construction called the modern office building. It has come in answer to a call, for in it a new grouping of social conditions has found a habitation and a name. Up to this point, all in evidence is materialistic, an exhibition of force, of resolution, of brains in the keen, sharp sense of the word. It is the joint product of the speculator, the engineer, the builder. Problem: how shall we impart to this sterile pile, this crude, harsh, brutal agglomeration, this stark, staring exclamation of eternal strife, the graciousness of those higher forms of sensibility and culture that rest on the lower and fiercer passions? How shall we proclaim from the dizzy height of this strange, weird, modern housetop the peaceful evangel of sentiment, of beauty, the cult of a higher life? This is the problem, and we must seek the solution of it in a process analogous to its own evolution, indeed a continuation of it, namely by proceeding step by step from general to special aspects, from coarser to finer considerations. It is my belief that it is of the very essence of every problem that it contains and suggests its own solution. This I believe to be natural law. Let us examine then carefully the elements. Let us search out this contained suggestion, this essence of the problem. The practical considerations are, broadly speaking, these. Wanted, first, a story below ground containing boilers, engines of various sorts, etc. In short, the plant for power, heating, lighting, etc. Second, a ground floor, so called, devoted to stores, banks, or other establishments requiring large area, ample spacing, ample light, and great freedom of access. Third, a second story, readily accessible by stairways. This space, usually in large subdivisions, with corresponding liberality in structural spacing and in expanse of glass and breadth of external openings. Fourth, above this, an indefinite number of stories of offices piled tier upon tier, one tier just like another tier, one office just like all the other offices, an office being similar to a cell in a honeycomb, merely a compartment, nothing more. Fifth and last, at the top of this pile is placed a space or a story that, as related to the life and usefulness of the structure, is purely physiological in its nature, namely the attic. In this the circulatory system completes itself and makes its grand turn, ascending and descending. The space is filled with tanks, pipes, valves, sheaves, and mechanical etc. that supplement and complement the force-originating plant hidden below ground in the cellar. Finally, or at the beginning rather, there must be on the ground floor a main aperture or entrance common to all the occupants or patrons of the building. This tabulation is, in the main, characteristic of every tall office building in the country. As to the necessary arrangements for light courts, these are not germane to the problem, and, as will become soon evident, I trust, need not be considered here. These things, and such others as the arrangement of elevators, for example, have to do strictly with the economics of the building, and I assume them to have been fully considered and disposed of to the satisfaction of purely utilitarian and pecuniary demands. Only in rare instances does the plan or floor arrangement of the tall office building take on an aesthetic value, and this usually when the lighting court is external or becomes an internal feature of great importance. As I am here seeking not for an individual or special solution, but for a true normal type, the attention must be confined to those conditions that, in the main, are consistent in all tall office buildings, and every mere incidental and accidental variation eliminated from the consideration as harmful to the clearness of the main inquiry. The practical horizontal and vertical division of office unit is naturally based on a room of comfortable area and height, and the size of this standard office room as naturally predetermines the standard structural unit, and approximately the size of window openings. In turn, these purely arbitrary units of structure form in an equally natural way the true basis of the artistic development of the exterior. Of course, the structural spacings and openings in the first or mercantile story are required to be the largest of all. Those in the second or quasi-mercantile story are of a somewhat similar nature. The spacings and openings in the attic are of no importance whatsoever. The windows have no actual value, for light may be taken from the top, and no recognition of a cellular division is necessary in the structural spacing. Hence it follows inevitably, and in the simplest possible way, that if we follow our natural instincts without thought of books, rules, precedents, or any such educational impedimenta to a spontaneous and "sensible" result, we will in the following manner design the exterior of our tall office building, to wit: beginning with the first story, we give this a main entrance that attracts the eye to its location and the remainder of the story we treat in a more or less liberal, expansive, sumptuous way, a way based exactly on the practical necessities, but expressed with a sentiment of largeness and freedom. The second story we treat in a similar way, but usually with milder pretension. Above this, throughout the indefinite number of typical office tiers, we take our cue from the individual cell, which requires a window with its separating pier, its sill and lintel, and we, without more ado, make them look all alike, because they are all alike. This brings us to the attic, which, having no division into office cells and no special requirement for lighting, gives us the power to show, by means of its broad expanse of wall and its dominating weight and character, that which is the fact, namely, that the series of office tiers has come definitely to an end. This may perhaps seem a bald result and a heartless, pessimistic way of stating it, but even so we certainly have advanced a most characteristic stage beyond the imagined sinister building of the speculator, engineer, builder combination, for the hand of the architect is now definitely felt in the decisive position at once taken, and the suggestion of a thoroughly sound, logical, coherent expression of the conditions is becoming apparent. When I say the hand of the architect, I do not mean necessarily the accomplished and trained architect. I mean only a man with a strong natural liking for buildings and a disposition to shape them in what seems to his unaffected nature a direct and simple way. He will probably tread an innocent path from his problem to its solution, and therein he will show an enviable gift of logic. If he have some gift for form in detail, some feeling for form purely and simply as form, some love for that, his result, in addition to its simple, straightforward naturalness and completeness in general statement, will have something of the charm of sentiment. However, thus far the results are only partial and tentative at best. Relatively true, they are but superficial. We are doubtless right in our instinct, but we must seek a fuller justification, a finer sanction for it. 2. I assume now that in the study of our problem we have passed through the various stages of inquiry as follows. First, the social basis of the demand for tall office buildings. Second, its literal material satisfaction. Third, elevation of the question from considerations of literal planning, construction, and equipment to the plane of elementary architecture as a direct outgrowth of sound, sensible building. Fourth, the question again elevated from an elementary architecture to the beginnings of true architectural expression through the addition of a certain quality and quantity of sentiment. But our building may have all these in a considerable degree, and yet be far from that adequate solution of the problem I am attempting to define. We must now heed the imperative voice of emotion. It demands of us, what is the chief characteristic of the tall office building? And at once we answer, it is lofty. This loftiness is to the artist's nature its thrilling aspect. It is the very open organ tone of its appeal. It must be in turn the dominant chord in his expression of it, the true excitant of his imagination. It must be tall, every inch of it tall. The force and power of altitude must be in it. The glory and pride of exaltation must be in it. It must be every inch a proud and soaring thing, rising in sheer exaltation that from bottom to top it is a unit without a single dissenting line, that it is the new, the unexpected, the eloquent peroration of most bald, most sinister, most forbidding conditions. The man who designs in this spirit and with this sense of responsibility to the generation he lives in must be no coward, no denier, no bookworm, no dilettante. He must live of his life and for his life in the fullest, most consummate sense. He must realize at once and with the grasp of inspiration that the problem of the tall office building is one of the most stupendous, one of the most magnificent opportunities that the Lord of Nature, in his beneficence, has ever offered to the proud spirit of man. That this has not been perceived, indeed has been flatly denied, is an exhibition of human perversity that must give us pause. 3. One more consideration. Let us now lift this question into the region of calm philosophic observation. Let us seek a comprehensive, a final solution. Let the problem indeed dissolve. Certain critics, and very thoughtful ones, have advanced the theory that the true prototype of the tall office building is the classical column, consisting of base, shaft, and capital. The molded base of the column typical of the lower stories of our building, the plain or fluted shaft suggesting the monotonous, uninterrupted series of office tiers, and the capital the completing power and luxuriance of the attic. Other theorizers, assuming a mystical symbolism as a guide, quote the many trinities in nature and in art, and the beauty and conclusiveness of such trinity in unity. They aver the beauty of prime numbers, the mysticism of the number 3, the beauty of all things that are in 3 parts, to wit, the day, subdividing into morning, noon, and night, the limbs, the thorax, and the head, constituting the body. So they say should the building be in 3 parts, vertically, substantially as before, but for different motives. Others of purely intellectual temperament hold that such a design should be in the nature of a logical statement. It should have a beginning, a middle, and an ending, each clearly defined, therefore again a building as above in 3 parts vertically. Others, seeking their examples and justification in the vegetable kingdom, urge that such a design shall above all things be organic. They quote the suitable flower with its bunch of leaves at the earth, its long graceful stem carrying the gorgeous single flower. They point to the pine tree, its massy roots, its lithe uninterrupted trunk, its tuft of green high in the air. Thus, they say, should be the design of the tall office building, again in 3 parts vertically. Others, still more susceptible to the power of a unit than to the grace of a trinity, say that such a design should be struck out at a blow, as though by the blacksmith or by mighty Jove, or should be thought born as was Minerva full grown. They accept the notion of a triple division as permissible and welcome, but non-essential. With them it is a subdivision of their unit. The unit does not come from the alliance of the 3. They accept it without murmur, provided the subdivision does not disturb the sense of singleness and repose. All of these critics and theorists agree, however, positively, unequivocally, in this, that the tall office building should not, must not, be made a field for the display of architectural knowledge in the encyclopedic sense, that too much learning in this instance is fully as dangerous, as obnoxious, as too little learning, that miscellany is abhorrent to their sense, that the 16-story building must not consist of 16 separate, distinct, and unrelated buildings piled one upon the other until the top of the pile is reached. To this folly I would not refer were it not the fact that 9 out of every 10 tall office buildings are designed in precisely this way, in effect not by the ignorant, but by the educated. It would seem, indeed, as though the trained architect, when facing this problem, were beset at every story, or at most every third or fourth story, by the hysterical dread lest he be in bad form, lest he be not bedecking his building with sufficiency of quotation from this, that, or the other correct building in some other land and some other time, lest he not be copious enough in his display of wares, lest he betray, in short, a lack of resource. To loosen up the touch of this cramped and fidgety hand, to allow the nerves to calm, the brain to cool, to reflect equably, to reason naturally, seems beyond him. He lives as it were in a waking nightmare, filled with the dejecta membra of architecture. The spectacle is not inspiriting. As to the former and serious views held by discerning and thoughtful critics, I shall, with however much of regret, dissent from them for the purposes of this demonstration, for I regard them as secondary only, non-essential, and as touching not at all upon the vital spot, upon the quick of the entire matter, upon the true, the immovable philosophy of the architectural art. This view let me now state, for it brings to the solution of the problem a final, comprehensive formula. All things in nature have a shape, that is to say a form, an outward semblance that tells us what they are, that distinguishes them from ourselves and from each other. Unfailingly in nature these shapes express the inner life, the native quality, of the animal, tree, bird, fish that they present to us. They are so characteristic, so recognizable, that we say simply it is natural it should be so. Yet the moment we peer beneath this surface of things, the moment we look through the tranquil reflection of ourselves and the clouds above us, down into the clear, fluent, unfathomable depths of nature, how startling is the silence of it, how amazing the flow of life, how absorbing the mystery. Unceasingly the essence of things is taking shape in the matter of things, and this unspeakable process we call birth and growth. A while the spirit and the matter fade away together, and it is this that we call decadence, death. These two happenings seem joined and interdependent, blended into one like a bubble and its iridescence, and they seem borne along upon a slowly moving air. This air is wonderful past all understanding. Yet to the steadfast eye of one standing upon the shore of things, looking chiefly and most lovingly upon that side on which the sun shines, and that we feel joyously to be life, the heart is ever gladdened by the beauty, the exquisite spontaneity with which life seeks and takes on its forms in an accord perfectly responsive to its needs. It seems ever as though the life and the form were absolutely one and inseparable, so adequate is the sense of fulfillment. Whether it be the sweeping eagle in his flight, or the open apple blossom, the toiling workhorse, the blithe swan, the branching oak, the winding stream at its base, the drifting clouds, over all the coursing sun, form ever follows function, and this is the law. Where function does not change, form does not change. The granite rocks, the ever-brooding hills remain for ages. The lightning lives, comes into shape, and dies in a twinkling. It is the pervading law of all things, organic and inorganic, of all things physical and metaphysical, of all things human and all things superhuman, of all true manifestations of the head, of the heart, of the soul, that the life is recognizable in its expression, that form ever follows function. This is the law. Shall we then daily violate this law in our art? Are we so decadent, so imbecile, so utterly weak of eyesight that we cannot perceive this truth, so simple, so very simple? Is it indeed a truth so transparent that we see through it but do not see it? Is it really then a very marvelous thing, or is it rather so commonplace, so everyday, so near a thing to us that we cannot perceive that the shape, form, outward expression, design, or whatever we may choose, of the tall office building should in the very nature of things follow the functions of the building, and that where the function does not change, the form is not to change? Does not this readily, clearly, and conclusively show that the lower 1 or 2 stories will take on a special character suited to the special needs, that the tiers of typical offices, having the same unchanging function, shall continue in the same unchanging form, and that as to the attic, specific and conclusive as it is in its very nature, its function shall equally be so in force, in significance, in continuity, in conclusiveness of outward expression. From this results naturally, spontaneously, unwittingly, a 3-part division, not from any theory, symbol, or fancied logic. And thus the design of the tall office building takes its place with all other architectural types made when architecture, as has happened once in many years, was a living art. Witness the Greek temple, the Gothic cathedral, the medieval fortress. And thus when native instinct and sensibility shall govern the exercise of our beloved art, when the known law, the respected law, shall be that form ever follows function, when our architect shall cease strutting and prattling handcuffed and vainglorious in the asylum of a foreign school, when it is truly felt, cheerfully accepted, that this law opens up the airy sunshine of green fields and gives us to a freedom that the very beauty and sumptuousness of the outworking of the law itself as exhibited in nature will deter any sane, any sensitive man from changing into license, when it becomes evident that we are merely speaking a foreign language with a noticeable American accent, whereas each and every architect in the land might, under the benign influence of this law, express in the simplest, most modest, most natural way that which is in him to say, that he might really and would surely develop his own characteristic individuality, and that the architectural art with him would certainly become a living form of speech, a natural form of utterance, giving surcease to him, and adding treasures small and great to the growing art of his land. When we know and feel that nature is our friend, not our implacable enemy, that an afternoon in the country, an hour by the sea, a full open view of one single day through dawn, high noon, and twilight, will suggest to us so much that is rhythmical, deep, and eternal in the vast art of architecture, something so deep, so true, that all the narrow formalities, hard and fast rules, and strangling bonds of the schools cannot stifle it in us, then it may be proclaimed that we are on the high road to a natural and satisfying art, an architecture that will soon become a fine art in the true, the best sense of the word, an art that will live because it will be of the people, for the people, and by the people. End of The Tall Office Building Artistically Considered by Louis Sullivan. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
What to the Slave is the 4th of July? By Frederick Douglass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. What to the Slave is the 4th of July? Mr. President, friends, and fellow citizens, he who could address this audience without a quailing sensation has stronger nerves than I have. I do not remember ever to have appeared as a speaker before any assembly more strikingly, nor with greater distrust of my ability, than I do this day. A feeling has crept over me, quite unfavorable to the exercise of my limited powers of speech. The task before me is one which requires much previous thought and study for its proper performance. I know that apologies of this sort are generally considered flat and unmeaning. I trust, however, that mine will not be so considered. Should I seem at ease, my appearance would much misrepresent me. The little experience I have had in addressing public meetings in country schoolhouses avails me nothing on the present occasion. The papers and placards say that I am to deliver a 4th of July oration. This certainly sounds large and out of the common way for me. It is true that I have often had the privilege to speak in this beautiful hall and to address many who now honor me with their presence. But neither their familiar faces nor the perfect gauge I think I have of Corinthian Hall seems to free me from embarrassment. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, the distance between this platform and the slave plantation from which I escaped is considerable, and the difficulties to be overcome in getting from the latter to the former are by no means slight. That I am here today is, to me, a matter of astonishment as well as of gratitude. You will not, therefore, be surprised if in what I have to say I evince no elaborate preparation, nor grace my speech with any high-sounding exordium. With little experience and with less learning, I have been able to throw my thoughts hastily and imperfectly together, and trusting to your patient and generous indulgence, I will proceed to lay them before you. This, for the purpose of this celebration, is the 4th of July. It is the birthday of your national independence and of your political freedom. This, to you, is what the Passover was to the emancipated people of God. It carries your minds back to the day and to the act of your great deliverance, and to the signs and to the wonders associated with that act and that day. This celebration also marks the beginning of another year of your national life, and reminds you that the Republic of America is now 76 years old. I am glad, fellow citizens, that your nation is so young. 76 years, though a good old age for a man, is but a mere speck in the life of a nation. 70 years and 10 is the allotted time for individual men, but nations number their years by thousands. According to this fact, you are, even now, only in the beginning of your national career, still lingering in the period of childhood. I repeat, I am glad this is so. There is hope in the thought, and hope is much needed, under the dark clouds which lower above the horizon. The eye of the reformer is met with angry flashes, portending disastrous times, but his heart may well beat lighter at the thought that America is young, and that she is still in the impressible stage of her existence. May he not hope that high lessons of wisdom, of justice and of truth, will yet give direction to her destiny? Were the nation older, the patriot's heart might be sadder, and the reformer's brow heavier. Its future might be shrouded in gloom, and the hope of its prophets go out in sorrow. There is consolation in the thought that America is young. Great streams are not easily turned from channels worn deep in the course of ages. They may sometimes rise in quiet and stately majesty, and inundate the land, refreshing and fertilizing the earth with their mysterious properties. They may also rise in wrath and fury, and bear away, on their angry waves, the accumulated wealth of years of toil and hardship. They, however, gradually flow back to the same old channel, and flow on as serenely as ever. But, While the river may not be turned aside, it may dry up, and leave nothing behind but the withered branch and the unsightly rock, to howl in the abyss-sweeping wind, the sad tale of departed glory. As with rivers, so with nations. Fellow citizens, I shall not presume to dwell at length on the associations that cluster about this day. The simple story of it is that, 76 years ago, the people of this country were British subjects. The style and title of your sovereign people, in which you now glory, was not then born. You were under the British crown. Your fathers esteemed the English government as the home government, and England as the fatherland. This home government, you know, although a considerable distance from your home, did, in the existence of its parental prerogatives, impose upon its colonial children such restraints, burdens, and limitations as, in its mature judgment, it deemed wise, right, and proper. But your fathers, who had not adopted the fashionable idea of this day, of the infallibility of government, and the absolute character of its acts, presumed to differ from the home government in respect to the wisdom and the justice of some of those burdens and restraints. They went so far in their excitement as to pronounce the measures of government unjust, unreasonable, and oppressive, and altogether such as ought not to be quietly submitted to. I scarcely need say, fellow citizens, that my opinion of those measures fully accords with that of your fathers. Such a declaration of agreement on my part would not be worth much to anybody. It would, certainly, prove nothing as to what part I might have taken had I lived during the great controversy of 1776. To say now that America was right and England wrong is exceedingly easy. Everybody can say it. The dastard, not less than the noble brave, can flippantly descant on the tyranny of England towards the American colonies. It is fashionable to do so, but there was a time when, to pronounce against England, and in favor of the cause of the colonies, tried men's souls. They who did so were accounted in their day plotters of mischief, agitators, and rebels, dangerous men. To side with the right against the wrong, with the weak against the strong, and with the oppressed against the oppressor, here lies the merit, and the one which, of all others, seems unfashionable in our day. The cause of liberty may be stabbed by the men who glory in the deeds of your fathers. But, to proceed. Feeling themselves harshly and unjustly treated by the home government, your fathers, like men of honesty and men of spirit, earnestly sought redress. They petitioned and remonstrated. They did so in a decorous, respectful, and loyal manner. Their conduct was wholly unexceptionable. This, however, did not answer the purpose. They saw themselves treated with sovereign indifference, coldness, and scorn. Yet they persevered. They were not the men to look back. As the sheet anchor took a firmer hold, when the ship is tossed by the storm, so did the cause of your fathers grow stronger, as it breasted the chilling blasts of kingly displeasure. The greatest and best of British statesmen admitted its justice, and the loftiest eloquence of the British Senate came to its support. But, with that blindness which seems to be the unvarying characteristic of tyrants, since Pharaoh and his hosts were drowned in the Red Sea, the British government persisted in the exactions complained of. The madness of this course, we believe, is admitted now even by England, but we fear the lesson is wholly lost on our present rulers. Oppression makes a wise man mad. Your fathers were wise men, and if they did not go mad, they became restive under this treatment. They felt themselves the victims of grievous wrongs, wholly incurable in their colonial capacity. With brave men there is always a remedy for oppression. Just here, the idea of a total separation of the colonies from the crown was born. It was a startling idea, much more so than we, at this distance of time, regard it. The timid and the prudent, as has been intimated, of that day were, of course, shocked and alarmed by it. Such people lived then, had lived before, and will, probably, ever have a place on this planet, and their course, in respect to any great change, no matter how great the good to be attained, or the wrong to be redressed by it, may be calculated with as much precision as can be the course of the stars. They hate all changes, but silver, gold, and copper change. Of this sort of change they are always strongly in favor. These people were called Tories in the days of your fathers, and the appellation, probably, conveyed the same idea that is meant by a more modern, though a somewhat less euphemonious term, which we often find in our papers, applied to some of our old politicians. Their opposition to the then dangerous thought was earnest and powerful, but, amid all their terror and affrighted vociferations against it, the alarming and revolutionary idea moved on, and the country with it. On the 2nd of July, 1776, the old Continental Congress, to the dismay of the lovers of ease and the worshippers of property, clothed that dreadful idea with all the authority of national sanction. They did so in the form of a resolution, and as we seldom hit upon resolutions, drawn up in our day, whose transparency is at all equal to this, it may refresh your minds and help my story if I read it. Quote, resolved, that these united colonies are, and of right, ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, dissolved. End quote. Citizens, your fathers made good that resolution. They succeeded, and today you reap the fruits of their success. The freedom gained is yours, and you, therefore, may properly celebrate this anniversary. The 4th of July is the first great fact in your nation's history, the very ring-bolt in the chain of your yet undeveloped destiny. Pride and patriotism, not less than gratitude, prompt you to celebrate and to hold it in perpetual remembrance. I have said that the Declaration of Independence is the ring-bolt to the chain of your nation's destiny, so, indeed, I regard it. The principles contained in that instrument are saving principles. Stand by those principles, be true to them on all occasions, in all places, against all foes, and at whatever cost. From the round top of your ship of state, dark and threatening clouds may be seen. Heavy billows, like mountains in the distance, disclose to the leeward huge forms of flinty rocks. That bolt drawn, that chain broken, and all is lost. Cling to this day, cling to it, and to its principles, with the grasp of a storm-tossed mariner to a spar at midnight. The coming into being of a nation, in any circumstances, is an interesting event. But besides general considerations, there were peculiar circumstances which make the advent of this republic an event of special attractiveness. The whole scene, as I look back to it, was simple, dignified, and sublime. The population of the country, at the time, stood at the insignificant number of 3 millions. The country was poor in the munitions of war. The population was weak and scattered, and the country a wilderness unsubdued. There were then no means of concert and combination, such as exist now. Neither steam nor lightning had then been reduced to order and discipline. From the Potomac to the Delaware was a journey of many days. Under these and innumerable other disadvantages, your fathers declared for liberty and independence, and triumphed. Fellow citizens, I am not wanting in respect for the fathers of this republic. The signers of the Declaration of Independence were brave men. They were great men, too, great enough to give fame to a great age. It does not often happen to a nation to raise, at one time, such a number of truly great men. The point from which I am compelled to view them is not, certainly, the most favorable, and yet I cannot contemplate their great deeds with less than admiration. They were statesmen, patriots, and heroes, and for the good they did, and the principles they contended for, I will unite with you to honor their memory. They loved their country better than their own private interests, and, though this is not the highest form of human excellence, all will concede that it is a rare virtue, and that when it is exhibited, it ought to command respect. He who will, intelligently, lay down his life for his country, is a man whom it is not in human nature to despise. Your fathers staked their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor on the cause of their country. In their admiration of liberty, they lost sight of all other interests. They were peaceful men, but they preferred revolution to peaceful submission to bondage. They were quiet men, but they did not shrink from agitating against oppression. They showed forbearance, but that they knew their limits. They believed in order, but not in the order of tyranny. With them, nothing was settled that was not right. With them, justice, liberty, and humanity were final, not slavery and oppression. You may well cherish the memory of such men. They were great in their day and generation. Their solid manhood stands out the more as we contrast it with these degenerate times. How circumspect, exact, and proportionate were all their movements! How unlike the politicians of an hour! Their statesmanship looked beyond the passing moment, and stretched away in strength into the distant future. They seized upon eternal principles, and set a glorious example in their defense. Mark them! Fully appreciating the hardships to be encountered, firmly believing in the right of their cause, honorably inviting the scrutiny of an onlooking world, reverently appealing to heaven to attest their sincerity, soundly comprehending the solemn responsibility they were about to assume, wisely measuring the terrible odds against them, your fathers, the fathers of this republic, did, most deliberately, under the inspiration of a glorious patriotism, and with a sublime faith in the great principles of justice and freedom, lay deep the cornerstone of the national superstructure, which has risen and still rises in grandeur around you. Of this fundamental work, this day is the anniversary. Our eyes are met with demonstrations of joyous enthusiasm. Banners and pennants wave exultingly on the breeze. The din of business, too, is hushed. Even Mammon seems to have quitted his grasp on this day. The ear-piercing fife and the stirring drum unite their accents with the ascending peal of 1,000 church bells. Prayers are made, hymns are sung, and sermons are preached in honor of this day, while the quick martial tramp of a great and multitudinous nation, echoed back by all the hills, valleys, and mountains of a vast continent, bespeak the occasion, one of thrilling and universal interest, a nation's jubilee. Friends and citizens, I need not enter further into the causes which led to this anniversary. Many of you understand them better than I do. You could instruct me in regard to them. That is a branch of knowledge in which you feel, perhaps, a much deeper interest than your speaker. The causes which led to the separation of the colonies from the British Crown have never lacked for a tongue. They have all been taught in your common schools, narrated at your firesides, unfolded from your pulpits, and thundered from your legislative halls, and are as familiar to you as household words. They form the staple of your national poetry and eloquence. I remember, also, that as a people, Americans are remarkably familiar with all facts which make in their own favor. This is esteemed by some as a national trait, perhaps a national weakness. It is a fact that whatever makes for the wealth or for the reputation of Americans, and can be had cheap, will be found by Americans. I shall not be charged with slandering Americans if I say I think the American side of any question may be safely left in American hands. I leave, therefore, the great deeds of your fathers to other gentlemen, whose claim to have been regularly descended will be less likely to be disputed than mine. The present. My business, if I have any here today, is with the present. The accepted time with God and His cause is the ever-living now. Quote, trust no future, however pleasant. Let the dead, past, bury its dead. Act in the living present, heart within, and God overhead. End quote. We have to do with the past only as we can make it useful to the present and to the future. To all inspiring motives, to noble deeds which can be gained from the past, we are welcome. But now is the time, the important time. Your fathers have lived, died, and have done their work, and have done much of it well. You live and must die, and you must do your work. You have no right to enjoy a child's share in the labor of your fathers, unless your children are to be blessed by your labors. You have no right to wear out and waste the hard-earned fame of your fathers, to cover your indolence. Sidney Smith tells us that men seldom eulogize the wisdom and virtues of their fathers, but to excuse some folly or wickedness of their own. This truth is not a doubtful one. There are illustrations of it near and remote, ancient and modern. It was fashionable, hundreds of years ago, for the children of Jacob to boast, we have, quote, Abraham to our father, end quote, when they had long lost Abraham's faith and spirit. That people contented themselves under the shadow of Abraham's great name, while they repudiated the deeds which made his name great. Need I remind you that a similar thing is being done all over this country today? Need I tell you that the Jews are not the only people who built the tombs of the prophets and garnished the sepulchres of the righteous? Washington could not die till he had broken the chains of his slaves, yet his monument is built up by the price of human blood, and the traitors in the bodies and souls of men shout, quote, we have Washington to our father, end quote. Alas, that it should be so, yet so it is. Quote, the evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. End quote. Fellow citizens, pardon me, allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here today? What have I, or those I represent, to do with your national independence? Are the great principles of political freedom and of natural justice, embodied in that Declaration of Independence, extended to us? And am I, therefore, called upon to bring our humble offering to the national altar, and to confess the benefits and express devout gratitude for the blessings resulting from your independence to us? Would to God, both for your sakes and ours, that an affirmative answer could be truthfully returned to these questions. Then would my task be light, and my burden easy and delightful. For who is there so cold that a nation's sympathy could not warm him? Who is so obdurate and dead to the claims of gratitude that would not thankfully acknowledge such priceless benefits? Who so stolid and selfish that would not give his voice to swell the hallelujahs of a nation's jubilee, when the chains of servitude had been torn from his limbs? I am not that man. In a case like that, the dumb might eloquently speak, and the lame man leap as an art. But such is not the state of the case. I say it with a sad sense of the disparity between us. I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary. Your high independence only reveals the immeasurable distance between us. The blessings in which you, this day, rejoice are not enjoyed in common. The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence, bequeathed by your fathers, is shared by you, not by me. The sunlight that brought life and healing to you has brought stripes and death to me. This 4th of July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice, I must mourn. To drag a man in fetters into the grand illuminated temple of liberty and call upon him to join you in joyous anthems were inhuman mockery and sacrilegious irony. Do you mean, citizens, to mock me by asking me to speak today? If so, there is a parallel to your conduct. And let me warn you that it is dangerous to copy the example of a nation whose crimes, towering up to heaven, were thrown down by the breath of the Almighty, burying that nation in irrevocable ruin. I can today take up the plaintive lament of a peeled and woe-smitten people. Quote, by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yeah, we wept when we remembered Zion. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there, they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they who wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. How can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. End quote. Fellow citizens, above your national, tumultuous joy, I hear the mournful wail of millions whose chains, heavy and grievous yesterday, are, today, rendered more intolerable by the jubilee shouts that reach them. If I do forget, if I do not faithfully remember those bleeding children of sorrow this day, quote, may my right hand forget her cunning, and may my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. End quote. To forget them, to pass lightly over their wrongs, and to chime in with a popular theme, would be treason most scandalous and shocking, and would make me a reproach before God and the world. My subject, then, fellow citizens, is American slavery. I shall see, this day, and its popular characteristics from the slave's point of view. Standing there, identified with the American bondman, making his wrongs mine, I do not hesitate to declare, with all my soul, that the character and conduct of this nation never looked blacker to me than on this 4th of July. Whether we turn to the declarations of the past, or to the professions of the present, the conduct of the nation seems equally hideous and revolting. America is false to the past, false to the present, and solemnly binds herself to be false to the future. Standing with God and the crushed and bleeding slave on this occasion, I will, in the name of humanity which is outraged, in the name of liberty which is fettered, in the name of the Constitution and the Bible, which are disregarded and trampled upon, dare to call in question and to denounce, with all the emphasis I can command, everything that serves to perpetuate slavery, the great sin and shame of America. Quote, I will not equivocate, I will not excuse, end quote. I will use the severest language I can command, and yet not one word shall escape me that any man, whose judgment is not blinded by prejudice, or who is not at heart a slaveholder, shall not confess to be right and just. But I fancy I hear someone of my audience say, it is just in this circumstance that you and your brother abolitionists fail to make a favorable impression on the public mind. Would you argue more and denounce less? Would you persuade more and rebuke less? Your cause would be much more likely to succeed. But, I submit, where all is plain there is nothing to be argued. What point in the anti-slavery creed would you have me argue? On what branch of the subject do the people of this country need light? Must I undertake to prove that the slave is a man? That point is conceded already. Nobody doubts it. The slaveholders themselves acknowledge it in the enactment of laws for their government. There are 72 crimes in the state of Virginia, which, if committed by a black man, no matter how ignorant he be, subject him to the punishment of death, while only 2 of the same crimes will subject a white man to the like punishment. What is this but the acknowledgment that the slave is a moral, intellectual, and responsible being? The manhood of the slave is conceded. It is admitted, in fact, that Southern statute books are covered with enactments forbidding, under severe fines and penalties, the teaching of the slave to read or to write. When you can point to any such laws, in reference to the beasts of the field, then I may consent to argue the manhood of the slave. When the dogs in your streets, when the fowls of the air, when the cattle on your hills, when the fish of the sea, and the reptiles that crawl, shall be unable to distinguish the slave from a brute, then I will argue with you that the slave is a man. For the present, it is enough to affirm the equal manhood of the Negro race. Is it not astonishing that, while we are plowing, planting, and reaping, using all kinds of mechanical tools, erecting houses, constructing bridges, building ships, working in metals of brass, iron, copper, silver, and gold, that, while we are reading, writing, and ciphering, acting as clerks, merchants, and secretaries, having among us lawyers, doctors, ministers, poets, authors, editors, orators, and teachers, that, while we are engaged in all manner of enterprises common to other men, digging gold in California, capturing the whale in the Pacific, feeding sheep and cattle on the hillside, living, moving, acting, thinking, planning, living in families as husbands, wives, and children, and, above all, confessing and worshiping the Christian's God, and looking hopefully for life and immortality beyond the grave, we are called upon to prove that we are men. Would you have me argue that man is entitled to liberty, that he is the rightful owner of his own body? You have already declared it. Must I argue the wrongfulness of slavery? Is that a question for Republicans? Is it to be settled by the rules of logic and argumentation, as a matter beset with great difficulty, involving a doubtful application of the principle of justice, hard to be understood? How should I look today, in the presence of Americans, dividing and subdividing a discourse, to show that men have a natural right to freedom, speaking of it relatively and positively, negatively and affirmatively? To do so would be to make myself ridiculous, and to offer an insult to your understanding. There is not a man beneath the canopy of heaven that does not know that slavery is wrong for him. What, am I to argue that it is wrong to make men brutes, to rob them of their liberty, to work them without wages, to keep them ignorant of their relations to their fellow men, to beat them with sticks, to flay their flesh with the lash, to load their limbs with irons, to hunt them with dogs, to sell them at auction, to sunder their families, to knock out their teeth, to burn their flesh, to starve them into obedience and submission to their masters? Must I argue that a system thus marked with blood and stained with pollution is wrong? No, I will not. I have better employment for my time and strength than such arguments would imply. What, then, remains to be argued? Is it that slavery is not divine, that God did not establish it, that our doctors of divinity are mistaken? There is blasphemy in the thought. That which is inhuman cannot be divine. Who can reason on such a proposition? That they can, may, I cannot. The time for such argument is past. At a time like this, scorching irony, not convincing argument, is needed. Oh, had I the ability, and could I reach the nation's ear, I would, today, pour out a fiery stream of biting ridicule, blasting reproach, withering sarcasm, and stern rebuke. For it is not light that is needed, but fire. It is not the gentle shower, but thunder. We need the storm, the whirlwind, and the earthquake. The feeling of the nation must be quickened, the conscience of the nation must be roused, the propriety of the nation must be startled, the hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed, and its crimes against God and man must be proclaimed and denounced. What, to the American slave, is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him, more than all other days in the year, the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham, your boasted liberty, an unholy license, your national greatness, swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless, your denunciations of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence. Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings, with all your religious parade and solemnity, are, to him, mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety, and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these United States at this very hour. Go where you may, search where you will, roam through all the monarchies and despotisms of the old world, travel through South America, search out every abuse, and when you have found the last, lay your facts by the side of the everyday practices of this nation, and you will say with me that, for revolting barbarity and shameless hypocrisy, America reigns without a rival. The internal slave trade. Take the American slave trade, which we are told by the papers is especially prosperous just now. Ex-Senator Benton tells us that the price of men was never higher than now. He mentions the fact to show that slavery is in no danger. This trade is one of the peculiarities of American institutions. It is carried on in all the large towns and cities in one half of this Confederacy, and millions are pocketed every year by dealers in this horrid traffic. In several states, this trade is a chief source of wealth. It is called, in contradistinction to the foreign slave trade, the internal slave trade. It is, probably, called so, too, in order to divert from it the horror with which the foreign slave trade is contemplated. That trade has long since been denounced by this government as piracy. It has been denounced with burning words from the high places of the nation as an execrable traffic. To arrest it, to put an end to it, this nation keeps a squadron, at immense cost, on the coast of Africa. Everywhere in this country, it is safe to speak of this foreign slave trade as a most inhuman traffic, opposed alike to the laws of God and of man. The duty to extirpate and destroy it is admitted even by our doctors of divinity. In order to put an end to it, some of these last have consented that their colored brethren, nominally free, should leave this country and establish themselves on the western coast of Africa. It is, however, a notable fact that, While so much execration is poured out by Americans upon those engaged in the foreign slave trade, the men engaged in the slave trade between the states pass without condemnation, and their business is deemed honorable. Behold the practical operation of this internal slave trade, the American slave trade, sustained by American politics and American religion. Here you will see men and women, reared like swine, for the market. You know what is a swine drover? I will show you a man drover. They inhabit all our southern states. They perambulate the country, and crowd the highways of the nation, with droves of human stock. You will see one of these human flesh jobbers, armed with pistol, whip, and bowie knife, driving a company of 100 men, women, and children, from the Potomac to the slave market at New Orleans. These wretched people are to be sold singly, or in lots, to suit purchasers. They are food for the cotton field and the deadly sugar mill. Mark the sad procession as it moves warily along, and the inhuman wretch who drives them. Hear his savage yells and his blood-chilling oaths as he hurries on his affrighted captives. There, see the old man, with locks thinned and gray. Cast one glance, if you please, upon that young mother, whose shoulders are bare to the scorching sun, her briny tears falling on the brow of the babe in her arms. See, too, that girl of 13, weeping, yes, weeping, as she thinks of the mother from whom she has been torn. The drove moves tardily. Heat and sorrow have nearly consumed their strength. Suddenly you hear a quick snap, like the discharge of a rifle, the fetters clank, and the chain rattles simultaneously. Your ears are saluted with a scream that seems to have torn its way to the center of your soul. The crack you heard was the sound of the slave whip. The scream you heard was from the woman you saw with the babe. Her speed had faltered under the weight of her child and her chains. That gash on her shoulder tells her to move on. Follow this drove to New Orleans. Attend the auction. See men examined like horses. See the forms of women rudely and brutally exposed to the shocking gaze of American slave buyers. See this drove sold and separated forever, and never forget the deep, sad sobs that arose from that scattered multitude. Tell me, citizens, where, under the sun, can you witness a spectacle more fiendish and shocking? Yet this is but a glance at the American slave trade, as it exists at this moment in the ruling part of the United States. I was born amid such sights and scenes. To me, the American slave trade is a terrible reality. When a child, my soul was often pierced with a sense of its horrors. I lived on Philpott Street, Fells Point, Baltimore, and have watched from the wharves the slave ships in the basin, anchored from the shore, with their cargoes of human flesh, waiting for favorable winds to waft them down the Chesapeake. There was, at that time, a grand slave mart kept at the head of Pratt Street by Austin Wadfolk. His agents were sent into every town and county in Maryland, announcing their arrival, through the papers and on flaming handbills, headed "Cash for Negroes." These men were generally well-dressed men, and very captivating in their manners, ever ready to drink, to treat, and to gamble. The fate of many a slave has depended upon the turn of a single card, and many a child has been snatched from the arms of its mother by bargains arranged in a state of brutal drunkenness. The fleshmongers gather up their victims by dozens and drive them, chained, to the General Depot at Baltimore. When a sufficient number have been collected here, a ship is chartered for the purpose of conveying the forlorn crew to Mobile or to New Orleans. From the slave prison to the ship, they are usually driven in the darkness of night, for since the anti-slavery agitation, a certain caution is observed. In the deep, still darkness of midnight, I have often been aroused by the dead-heavy footsteps and the pious cries of the chained gangs that passed our door. The anguish of my boyish heart was intense, and I was often consoled, when speaking to my mistress in the morning, to hear her say that the custom was very wicked, that she hated to hear the rattle of the chains and the heart-rending cries. I was glad to find one who sympathized with me in my horror. Fellow citizens, this murderous traffic is, today, in active operation in this boasted republic. In the solitude of my spirit, I see clouds of dust raised on the highways of the South. I see the bleeding footsteps. I hear the doleful wail of fettered humanity on the way to the slave markets, where the victims are to be sold like horses, sheep, and swine, knocked off to the highest bidder. There I see the tenderest ties ruthlessly broken to gratify the lust, caprice, and rapacity of the buyers and sellers of men. My soul sickens at the sight. Quote, "Is this the land your fathers loved, the freedom which they toiled to win? Is this the earth whereon they moved? Are these the graves they slumber in?" End quote. But a still more inhuman, disgraceful, and scandalous state of things remains to be presented. By an act of the American Congress, not yet 2 years old, slavery has been nationalized in its most horrible and revolting form. By that act, Mason and Dixon's line has been obliterated, New York has become as Virginia, and the power to hold, hunt, and sell men, women, and children as slaves remains no longer a mere state institution, but is now an institution of the whole United States. The power is coextensive with the Star-Spangled Banner and American Christianity. Where these go, may also go the merciless slave hunter. Where these are, man is not sacred. He is a bird for the sportsman's gun. By that most foul and fiendish of all human decrees, the liberty and person of every man are put in peril. Your broad republican domain is hunting ground for men. Not for thieves and robbers, enemies of society, merely, but for men guilty of no crime. Your lawmakers have commanded all good citizens to engage in this hellish sport. Your president, your secretary of state, your lords, nobles, and ecclesiastics enforce, as a duty you owe to your free and glorious country, and to your God, that you do this accursed thing. Not fewer than 40 Americans have, within the past 2 years, been hunted down, and, without a moment's warning, hurried away in chains, and consigned to slavery and excruciating torture. Some of these had wives and children, dependent on them for bread, but of this no account was made. The right of the hunter to his prey stands superior to the right of marriage, and to all rights in this republic, the rights of God included. For black men there are neither law, justice, humanity, nor religion. The fugitive slave law makes mercy to them a crime, and bribes the judge who tries them. An American judge gets $10 for every victim he consigns to slavery, and $5 when he fails to do so. The oath of any 2 villains is sufficient, under this hell-black enactment, to send the most pious and exemplary black man into the remorseless jaws of slavery. His own testimony is nothing. He can bring no witnesses for himself. The minister of American justice is bound, by the law, to hear but one side, and that side is the side of the oppressor. Let this damning fact be perpetually told. Let it be thundered around the world, that, in tyrant-killing, king-hating, people-loving, democratic, Christian America, the seats of justice are filled with judges who hold their offices under an open and palpable bribe, and are bound, in deciding in the case of a man's liberty, to hear only his accusers. In glaring violation of justice, in shameless disregard of the forms of administering law, in cunning arrangement to entrap the defenseless, and in diabolical intent, this fugitive slave law stands alone in the annals of tyrannical legislation. I doubt if there be another nation on the globe having the brass and the baseness to put such a law on the statute book. If any man in this assembly thinks differently from me in this matter, and feels able to disprove my statements, I will gladly confront him at any suitable time and place he may select. Religious liberty. I take this law to be one of the grossest infringements of Christian liberty, and, if the churches and ministers of our country were not stupidly blind, or most wickedly indifferent, they, too, would so regard it. At the very moment that they are thanking God for the enjoyment of civil and religious liberty, and for the right to worship God according to the dictates of their own consciences, they are utterly silent in respect to a law which robs religion of its chief significance, and makes it utterly worthless to a world lying in wickedness. did this law concern the, quote, mint, anise, and cumin, end quote, abridge the right to sing psalms, to partake of the sacrament, or to engage in any of the ceremonies of religion, it would have been smitten by the thunder of 1,000 pulpits. A general shout would go up from the church, demanding repeal, repeal, instant repeal, and it would go hard with that politician who presumed to solicit the votes of the people, without inscribing this motto on his banner. Further, if this demand were not complied with, another Scotland would be added to the history of religious liberty, and the stern old Covenanters would be thrown into the Slade. A John Knox would be seen at every church door, and heard from every pulpit, and Fillmore would have no more quarter than was shown by Knox to the beautiful but treacherous Queen Mary of Scotland. The fact that the Church of our country, with fractional exceptions, does not esteem the fugitive slave law as a declaration of war against religious liberty implies that the Church regards religion simply as a form of worship, an empty ceremony, and not a vital principle, requiring active benevolence, justice, love, and goodwill towards men. It esteems sacrifice above mercy, psalm singing above right-doing, solemn meetings above practical righteousness. A worship that can be conducted by persons who refuse to give shelter to the houseless, to give bread to the hungry, clothing to the naked, and who enjoin obedience to a law forbidding these acts of mercy, is a curse, not a blessing to mankind. The Bible addresses all such persons as, quote, scribes, Pharisees, hypocrites, who pay tithe of mint, anise, and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. End quote. The Church responsible. But the Church of this country is not only indifferent to the wrongs of the slave, it actually takes sides with the oppressors. It has made itself the bulwark of American slavery and the shield of American slave hunters. Many of its most eloquent divines, who stand as the very lights of the Church, have shamelessly given the sanction of religion and the Bible to the whole slave system. They have taught that man may, properly, be a slave, that the relation of master and slave is ordained of God, that to send back an escaped bondman to his master is clearly the duty of all the followers of the Lord Jesus Christ, and this horrible blasphemy is palmed off upon the world for Christianity. For my part, I would say, welcome infidelity, welcome atheism, welcome anything, in preference to the gospel, as preached by those divines. They convert the very name of religion into an engine of tyranny and barbarous cruelty, and serve to confirm more infidels, in this age, than all the infidel writings of Thomas Paine, Voltaire, and Bolingbroke put together have done. These ministers make religion a cold and flinty-hearted thing, having neither principles of right action nor bowels of compassion. They strip the love of God of its beauty, and leave the throne of religion a huge, horrible, repulsive form. It is a religion for oppressors, tyrants, man-stealers, and thugs. It is not that, quote, pure and undefiled religion, end quote, which is from above, and which is, quote, first pure, then peaceable, easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruits, without partiality, and without hypocrisy, end quote. But a religion which favors the rich against the poor, which exalts the proud above the humble, which divides mankind into two classes, tyrants and slaves, which says to the man in chains, stay there, and to the oppressor, oppress on. It is a religion which may be professed and enjoyed by all the robbers and enslavers of mankind. It makes God a respecter of persons, denies his fatherhood of the race, and tramples in the dust the great truth of the brotherhood of man. All this we affirm to be true of the popular church, and the popular worship of our land and nation, a religion, a church, and a worship which, on the authority of inspired wisdom, we pronounce to be an abomination in the sight of God. In the language of Isaiah, the American church might be well addressed, quote, bring no more vain oblations, incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with. It is iniquity, even the solemn meeting. Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hateth. They are a trouble to me. I am weary to bear them, And when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Yea, when ye make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Cease to do evil, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge for the fatherless, plead for the widow." End quote. The American church is guilty when viewed in connection with what it is doing to uphold slavery, but it is superlatively guilty when viewed in connection with its ability to abolish slavery. The sin of which it is guilty is one of omission as well as of commission. Albert Barnes but uttered what the common sense of every man, at all observant, of the actual state of the case will receive as truth, when he declared that, quote, "There is no power out of the church that could sustain slavery an hour, if it were not sustained in it." End quote. Let the religious press, the pulpit, the Sunday school, the conference meeting, the great ecclesiastical, missionary, Bible and tract associations of the land array their immense powers against slavery and slave-holding, and the whole system of crime and blood would be scattered to the winds, and that they do not do this involves them in the most awful responsibility of which the mind can conceive. In prosecuting the anti-slavery enterprise, we have been asked to spare the church, to spare the ministry, but how, we ask, could such a thing be done? We are met on the threshold of our efforts for the redemption of the slave, by the church and ministry of the country, in battle arrayed against us, and we are compelled to fight or flee. From what quarter, I beg to know, has proceeded a fire so deadly upon our ranks, during the last 2 years, as from the northern pulpit? As the champions of oppressors, the chosen men of American theology have appeared, men, honored for their so-called piety and their real learning. The Lords of Buffalo, the Springs of New York, the Lathrops of Auburn, the Coxes and Spencers of Brooklyn, the Ganetts and Sharps of Boston, the Deweys of Washington, and other great religious lights of the land, have, in utter denial of the authority of Him, by whom they profess to be called to the ministry, deliberately taught us, against the example of the Hebrews, and against the remonstrance of the apostles, they teach that we ought to obey man's law before the law of God. My spirit wearies of such blasphemy, and how such men can be supported, as the quote, "standing types and representatives of Jesus Christ," end quote, is a mystery which I leave others to penetrate. In speaking of the American church, however, let it be distinctly understood that I mean the great mass of the religious organizations of our land. There are exceptions, and I thank God that there are. Noble men may be found, scattered all over these northern states, of whom Henry Ward Beecher, of Brooklyn, Samuel J. May, of Syracuse, and my esteemed friend, the Reverend Robert R. Raymond, on the platform, are shining examples. And let me say further, that upon these men lies the duty to inspire our ranks with high religious faith and zeal, and to cheer us on, in the great mission of the slave's redemption from his chains. Religion in England and religion in America. One is struck with the difference between the attitude of the American church towards the anti-slavery movement and that occupied by the churches in England towards a similar movement in that country. There, the church, true to its mission of ameliorating, elevating, and improving the condition of mankind, came forward promptly, bound up the wounds of the West Indian slave, and restored him to his liberty. There, the question of emancipation was a high religious question. It was demanded, in the name of humanity, and according to the law of the living God. The Sharps, the Clarksons, the Wilberforces, the Buxtons, the Burchells, and the Nibbs were alike famous for their piety and for their philanthropy. The anti-slavery movement there was not an anti-church movement, for the reason that the church took its full share in prosecuting that movement, and the anti-slavery movement in this country will cease to be an anti-church movement when the church of this country shall assume a favorable instead of a hostile position towards that movement. Americans, your Republican politics, not less than your Republican religion, are flagrantly inconsistent. You boast of your love of liberty, your superior civilization, and your pure Christianity, while the whole political power of the nation, as embodied in the two great political parties, is solemnly pledged to support and perpetuate the enslavement of 3 millions of your countrymen. You hurl your anathemas at the crowned-headed tyrants of Russia and Austria, and pride yourselves on your democratic institutions, while you yourselves consent to be the mere tools and bodyguards of the tyrants of Virginia and Carolina. You invite to your shores fugitives of oppression from abroad, honor them with banquets, greet them with ovations, cheer them, toast them, salute them, protect them, and pour out your money to them like water. But the fugitives from your own land you advertise, hunt, arrest, shoot, and kill. You glory in your refinement and your universal education, yet you maintain a system as barbarous and dreadful as ever stained the character of a nation, a system begun in avarice, supported in pride, and perpetuated in cruelty. You shed tears over fallen Hungary, and make the sad story of her wrongs the theme of your poets, statesmen, and orators, till your gallant sons are ready to fly to arms, to vindicate her cause against her oppressors. But, in regard to the 10,000 wrongs of the American slave, you would enforce the strictest silence, and would hail him as an enemy of the nation, who dares to make those wrongs the subject of public discourse. You are all on fire at the mention of liberty for France or for Ireland, but are as cold as an iceberg at the thought of liberty for the enslaved of America. You discourse eloquently on the dignity of labor, yet you sustain a system which, in its very essence, casts a stigma upon labor. You can bare your bosom to the storm of British artillery, to throw off a 3-penny tax on tea, and yet wring the last hard-earned farthing from the grasp of the black laborers of your country. You profess to believe, quote, that, of one blood, God made all nations of men to dwell on the face of all the earth, end quote, and hath commanded all men everywhere to love one another, yet you notoriously hate, and glory in your hatred, all men whose skins are not colored like your own. You declare, before the world, and are understood by the world to declare, that you, quote, hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that, among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, end quote. And yet, you hold securely, in a bondage, which according to your own Thomas Jefferson, quote, is worse than ages of that which your fathers rose in rebellion to oppose, end quote, a 7th part of the inhabitants of your country. Fellow citizens, I will not enlarge further on your national inconsistencies. The existence of slavery in this country brands your republicanism as a sham, your humanity as a base pretense, and your Christianity as a lie. It destroys your moral power abroad. It corrupts your politicians at home. It saps the foundation of religion. It makes your name a hissing and a byword to a mocking earth. It is the antagonistic force in your government, the only thing that seriously disturbs and endangers your union. It fetters your progress. It is the enemy of improvement, the deadly foe of education. It fosters pride. It breeds insolence. It promotes vice. It shelters crime. It is a curse to the earth that supports it. And yet, you cling to it, as if it were the sheet anchor of all your hopes. Oh, be warned! Be warned! A horrible reptile is coiled up in your nation's bosom. The venomous creature is nursing at the tender breast of your youthful republic. For the love of God, tear away, and fling from you the hideous monster, and let the weight of 20 millions crush and destroy it forever. The Constitution. But it is answered in reply to all this, that precisely what I have now denounced is, in fact, guaranteed and sanctioned by the Constitution of the United States, that the right to hold and to hunt slaves is a part of that Constitution framed by the illustrious fathers of this Republic. Then, I dare to affirm, notwithstanding all I have said before, your fathers stooped, basely stooped, quote, to palter with us in a double sense, and keep the word of promise to the ear, but break it to the heart, end quote. And instead of being the honest men I have before declared them to be, they were the veriest impostors that ever practiced on mankind. This is the inevitable conclusion, and from it there is no escape. But I differ from those who charge this baseness on the framers of the Constitution of the United States. It is a slander upon their memory, at least, so I believe. There is not time now to argue the constitutional question at length, nor have I the ability to discuss it as it ought to be discussed. The subject has been handled with masterly power by Lysander Spooner, Esquire, by William Goodell, by Samuel E. Sewell, Esquire, and last, though not least, by Gerrit Smith, Esquire. These gentlemen have, as I think, fully and clearly vindicated the Constitution from any design to support slavery for an hour. Fellow citizens, there is no matter in respect to which the people of the North have allowed themselves to be so ruinously imposed upon as that of the pro-slavery character of the Constitution. In that instrument, I hold there is neither warrant, license, nor sanction of the hateful thing, but interpreted, as it ought to be interpreted, the Constitution is a glorious liberty document. Read its preamble, consider its purposes. Is slavery among them? Is it at the gateway? Or is it in the temple? It is neither. While I do not intend to argue this question on the present occasion, let me ask, if it be not somewhat singular that, if the Constitution were intended to be, by its framers and adopters, a slaveholding instrument, why neither slavery, slaveholding, nor slave can anywhere be found in it? What would be thought of an instrument, drawn up, legally drawn up, for the purpose of entitling the city of Rochester to a tract of land, in which no mention of land was made? Now there are certain rules of interpretation for the proper understanding of all legal instruments. These rules are well established. They are plain, common sense rules, such as you and I, and all of us, can understand and apply, without having passed years in the study of law. I scout the idea that the question of the constitutionality or unconstitutionality of slavery is not a question for the people. I hold that every American citizen has a right to form an opinion of the Constitution, and to propagate that opinion, and to use all honorable means to make his opinion the prevailing one. Without this right, the liberty of an American citizen would be as insecure as that of a Frenchman. Ex-Vice President Dallas tells us that the Constitution is an object to which no American mind can be too attentive, and no American heart too devoted. He further says, the Constitution, in its words, is plain and intelligible, and is meant for the homebred, unsophisticated understandings of our fellow citizens. Senator MaryAnn tells us that the Constitution is the fundamental law, that which controls all others. The charter of our liberties, which every citizen has a personal interest in understanding thoroughly. The testimony of Senator Breese, Lewis Cass, and many others that might be named, who are everywhere esteemed as sound lawyers, so regard the Constitution. I take it, therefore, that it is not presumption in a private citizen to form an opinion of that instrument. Now, take the Constitution according to its plain reading, and I defy the presentation of a single pro-slavery clause in it. On the other hand, it will be found to contain principles and purposes entirely hostile to the existence of slavery. I have detained my audience entirely too long already. At some future period, I will gladly avail myself of an opportunity to give this subject a full and fair discussion. Allow me to say, in conclusion, notwithstanding the dark picture I have this day presented of the state of the nation, I do not despair of this country. There are forces in operation which must inevitably work the downfall of slavery. Quote, the arm of the Lord is not shortened, end quote, and the doom of slavery is certain. I therefore leave off where I began, with hope. While drawing encouragement from the Declaration of Independence, the great principles it contains, and the genius of American institutions, my spirit is also cheered by the obvious tendencies of the age. Nations do not now stand in the same relation to each other that they did ages ago. No nation can now shut itself up from the surrounding world and trot round in the same old path of its fathers without interference. The time was when such could be done. Long-established customs of hurtful character could formerly fence themselves in and do their evil work with social impunity. Knowledge was then confined and enjoyed by the privileged few, and the multitude walked on in mental darkness. But a change has now come over the affairs of mankind. Walled cities and empires have become unfashionable. The arm of commerce has borne away the gates of the strong city. Intelligence is penetrating the darkest corners of the globe. It makes its pathway over and under the sea, as well as on the earth. Wind, steam, and lightning are its chartered agents. Oceans no longer divide, but link nations together. From Boston to London is now a holiday excursion. Space is comparatively annihilated. Thoughts expressed on one side of the Atlantic are distinctly heard on the other. The far-off and almost fabulous Pacific rolls in grandeur at our feet. The celestial empire, the mystery of ages, is being solved. The fiat of the Almighty, quote, "Let there be light," end quote, has not yet spent its force. No abuse, no outrage, whether in taste, sport, or avarice, can now hide itself from the all-pervading light. The iron shoe and crippled foot of China must be seen, in contrast with nature. Africa must rise and put on her yet unwoven garment. Quote, "Ethiopia shall stretch out her hand unto God," end quote. In the fervent aspirations of William Lloyd Garrison, I say, and let every heart join in saying it, quote, "God speed the year of Jubilee, the wide world over, when from their galling chains set free, the oppressed shall vilely bend the knee, and wear the yoke of tyranny, like brutes no more. That year will come, and freedom's reign, to man his plundered rights again restore. God speed the day, when human blood shall cease to flow. In every clime be understood the claims of human brotherhood, and each return for evil, good, not blow for blow. That day will come, all feuds to end, and change into a faithful friend each foe. God speed the hour, the glorious hour, when none on earth shall exercise a lordly power, nor in a tyrant's presence cower, but all to manhood's stature tower, by equal birth. That hour will come, to each, to all, and from his prison house the thrall go forth. Until that year, day, hour arrive, with head and heart and hand I'll strive, to break the rod and rend the gyve, the spoiler of his prey deprive, so witness heaven. And never from my chosen post, whatever the peril or the cost, be driven." End quote. End of What to the Slave is the 4th of July by Frederick Douglass.
Wintry Weather by the Reverend W. Mechanici. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All the forenoon the snow has been falling fast. It is hard to realise the sudden change. 3 days ago the sun shone brightly, and the air felt balmy as a warm September day. But it was unnaturally mild for November, and at last our country weather prophets are rejoicing in the fulfilment of their often repeated forebodings. Bright, warm weather with a lovely afterglow and wonderful pearly lights one day, sunshine chilled by a cutting wind on the next, and the following morning a deep fall of snow. For 3 days snow has fallen heavily, and a strong gale from the north has filled every hollow with driving storm. What a strange fascination, an everlasting novelty, there is in falling snowflakes. They appeal to a side of us that is common to youth and age. The years fall away as we watch them, and we are children again, finding the same wonder, the same mystery, the same charm in their ceaseless fall. The grey and evil days of life are forgotten, and a feeling of childlike tenderness and innocence, an innocence of purer hope and aspiration, rises in the heart before the spotless snow. The very abandon of youth returns. You are old in years, older perhaps in experience, and yet you want to shout for very joy as yesterday the child in you did it, to catch the undulating feathery flakes, to press once again the untrodden snow, pillowing yourself as on a bed of down. From the shelter of the covered doorway it is a delight to look out upon the snowflakes falling so ceaselessly and silently. Not quite silently. A soft, muffled sound comes from their incessant fall, a sound as of distant footsteps on the snow. Some flakes are large and feathery, irregularly branched snow masses, others circular and star-like, others, again, tiny granules of snow. One comes straight and fast to the white ground, another lingers in the air, descending with a swaying, flickering motion. Another circles as it falls. Far as the eye can penetrate the snow-laden atmosphere are innumerable snowflakes. They suggest infinite number more than anything in nature, more than the sand, or the stars, or the raindrops themselves. The distinctness with which each snowflake impresses its individuality on the wintry air increases the sense of their number. Higher up they appear to move parallel to the earth, struggling to pass into space by the rapidity of their flight. Lower the snow meteors come straighter down under the irresistible power of gravity. The upper snowflakes cross the sky like great flights of snowbirds. A sudden gust moans among the leafless trees, and the shower has become a mad whirl of falling flakes. It is not a steady downfall. The shower has its pauses and swells, its ebbs and flows, like the heart of man or the heart of the ocean. Listen, and you can almost hear the deep pulsations of the storm, as if somewhere overhead there were a great engine throbbing and panting and pausing, to throb and pant again. Now the snowflakes fall in thick cloud drifts, now the air is opener, then another cloud drift of madly whirling flakes. Some rooks are flying low in front of the manse. Ghostly birds in the storm, their harsh croak as they pass makes them more ghostly still. A few larks cross the house, twittering from the fields. The cold chirp chirp of a redbreast in the bushes is the only other living sound. The birds come in stormy weather to the garden, under the study window, to be fed. There the soft snow is beaten firm by their tiny feet. The feast that man's charity provides for them in the day of their distress is amply repaid. They bring with them memories of June flowers and green meadows. They are promises of brighter and more tuneful days to come. When roads and pathways are bedded deep in snow, the heart finds in them a link with the outside world of life. By giving it expression, the birds in a measure satisfy the soul's thirst for more life, that strange, deep craving which sometimes in the quiet country becomes an uncontrollable passion, seeking instinctively the rush of the busy street and making the noise of the never-ending crowd as grateful as the glad murmur of the river of life. What a motley crowd of pensioners there are! Blackbirds, starlings, sparrows, redbreasts, and many more. They afford interesting studies of bird character, though, one is sorry to confess it, at its worst rather than its best, under the stress and pinch of hunger. The struggle for existence, growing intenser with the increasing cold, has dulled their finer sensibilities, and selfishness for the moment reigns supreme. One orange-billed blackbird is a perfect tyrant. He comes with a rush and scatters the crowd of smaller birds. The redbreast and hedge sparrow bully their own kind. House sparrows search for large pieces of bread, and then fly hastily away with them to a sheltered spot. One or two thrushes come sometimes, but they keep on the skirts of the crowd, and are always on the alert for danger. Through their shy nature they suffer more from severe weather than the hardier blackbird, and numbers die. In summer, when he is absorbed in his song, the thrush is very tame. You can almost touch one on a branch above the drive then, but through the colder days of winter he is the shyest of birds. There are tit visitors too, a race by themselves, quaint little creatures, mountebanks of feathered life, gypsies begging for their dole, and then returning to their native woods. Rooks come in lengthened stormy weather, watching a favourable opportunity from the taller trees. So, though more rarely, do common gulls. These keep circling in the air, and dive from time to time for a likely piece of food. Another wanderer from the sea, a much rarer bird, the little auk, was found one morning, after a heavy gale, dead on the snow by a garden path. Moorhens find their way up from the stream, and seek shelter in the laurel bushes. Their long, heavy, dragging footmarks are easily recognisable in the snow. Early of a morning a covey of partridges, with fluffy feathers, sit by the yew hedge, and pheasants wander about the grounds. Birds suffer most from a sudden March storm. Their vital energy, their power of resisting cold, seems almost exhausted by earlier storms, and large numbers of them perish in an inclement March. Then the lapwings gather from the uplands to the field by the stream. The rushy tufts are a shelter from the driving snow, and there are always some moist parts in the field, or by the ditch side, where they can search for food. All day long, and most of the night, they scream their doleful notes. Peet! Peet! These sound continually in the intervals of the storm. A few years ago, after a heavy fall of snow with intense cold in early March, reports of the destruction of birds came from every part of the country. In the rushy field alone 2 redwings and several lapwings were found dead, and in the fields further down the stream were a good few more. Very few thrushes survived. The summer after, their favourite haunts were almost silent. The difference was very marked for these cold, wintry March days. The ear missed the thrush minstrelsy from the chorus of the spring. The volume of birdsong was a world poorer without its leading voices. The manse redbreasts escape the intense cold of winter by seeking the shelter of the house. 2 came at the beginning of one long continued storm and stayed right through it. One of them did not leave until spring had well come. He got quite fearless of the inmates, pecking crumbs wherever he found them. On sunny days he sat on the banisters of the staircase and sang brightly. If by any chance he found himself outside, he watched for the first opportunity of returning to his warmer indoor quarters. But at last the nesting season sent this petted favourite out to rejoin his neglected mate, and to build with her their cosy nest among the ivy leaves. Hares come very near to the manse in the winter moonlight. When the door is opened, the scurry of their feet is heard from the frosty snow. We are lingering a little longer out of doors to-night, well clad, for the cold is very keen. The clock of a neighbouring village church is striking 10. Every stroke is quite distinct as it travels through the frosty air. Across the rising ground comes a deep, unceasing sound. It is the beating of the surf on the distant shore. How peaceful the scene is! How wintry, and yet how beautiful! The yew hedge is almost hidden under its snowy curtain. The evergreens bend beneath great snow masses, every tree twig overhead is outlined in new fallen snow, beneath, the field is one wide sheet of dazzling whiteness. The feathery army has ceased to fall, its work is done. The snowy locust hosts have covered the land and devoured every green thing. Above, the sky is blue, with a delicate tracery of cirrus clouds rivalling the whiteness of the snow itself. The full moon is overhead, showering her radiant beams on everything. The stars about her shine faintly in the excess of light. We cannot go indoors even yet, not until we have walked to the stream over the crisping snow. The water flows, a long line of silvery radiance, under the transfiguring rays. Every rapid, every ripple gleams in the brilliant moonlight. The murmur of the stream is louder than by day. It is the requiem of the sheeted earth. One treads softly, as in some chamber of death. The very crisp of the foot is a desecration of nature's sacred calm. Before the advancing footsteps there seems a halo over the snow, out of which flash living diamond gems. Just one moment more. It is so hard to leave it, all the beauty and the silence that has found a voice for it. Deep is calling unto deep, the spiritual in man to the spiritual in nature. This is one of life's supreme moments. Great thoughts tremble on the verge of consciousness. The mind cannot think them, but the heart feels them, and some day they may incarnate themselves in thought. End of Wintry Weather by the Reverend W. Mechanici.
A Woman's Rights Debate by Rev. Charles Maurice Davies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Woman's Rights Debate from Mystic London by Rev. Charles Maurice Davies. There never was a time when, on all sorts of subjects, from mesmerism to women's rights, the ladies had so much to say for themselves. There is an ancient heresy which tells us that, on most occasions, ladies are prone to have the last word, but certain it is that they are making themselves heard now. On the special subject of her so-called rights, the abstract woman was, I knew, prodigiously emphatic. How emphatic, though, I was not quite aware, until having seen from the top of a city-bound omnibus that a lady whom I will describe by the Aristophanic name of Praxagora would lecture at the Castle Street Cooperative Institute. I went and cooperated so far as to form one of that lady's audience. Her subject, the political status of women, was evidently attractive, not only to what we used in our innocence to call the weaker sex, but also to those who are soon to have proved to them the fallacy of calling themselves the stronger. A goodly assemblage had gathered in the fine hall of the cooperators to join in demolishing that ancient myth as to the superiority of the male sex. My first intention was to have reported verbatim, or nearly so, the oration of Praxagora on the subject. And if I changed my scheme, it was not because that lady did not deserve to be reported. She said all that was to be said on the matter, and said it exceedingly well, too. But when the lecture, which lasted 50 minutes, was over, I found it was to be succeeded by a debate, and I thought more might be gained by chronicling the collision of opinion thence ensuing than by simply quoting the words of any one speaker, however eloquent or exhaustive. I own with fear and trembling, for it is a delicate, dangerous avowal, that as a rule I do not sympathize with the ladies who declaim on the subject of women's rights. I do not mean to say I lack sympathy with the subject. I should like everybody to have their rights, and especially women, but they are sometimes asserted in such a sledge-hammer fashion, and the ladies who give them utterance are so prone to run large and be shrill-voiced, that their very physique proves their claim either unnecessary or undesirable. I feel certain that in whatever station of domestic life those ladies may be placed, they would have their full rights, if not something more. And as for parliamentary rights, I tremble for the unprotected males, should such viragos ever compass the franchise. Or worse still, realize the ambition of the ecclesiazusae of Aristophanes, and sit on the benches of St. Stephen's clad in the nether garments of the hirsute sex. There was nothing of that kind on Tuesday night. In manner and appearance our present Praxagora was thoroughly feminine, and by her very quietude of manner impressed me with a consciousness of power and determination to use it. Her voice was soft and silvery, almost as that of Miss Faithfull herself, and when, at the outset of her lecture, she claimed indulgence on the score of never having spoken in a public hall before, we had to press forward to the front benches to catch the modulated tones, and men who came clumping in with heavy boots in the course of the lecture were severely hushed down by stern-visaged females among the audience. Disclaiming connection with any society, Praxagora still adopted the first person plural in speaking of the doctrines and intentions of the downtrodden females. We felt so and so, we intended to do this or that, and certainly her cause gained by the element of mystery thus introduced, as well as by her own undoubted power of dealing with the subject. When the we is seen to refer to the brazen-voiced ladies aforesaid, and a few of the opposite sex who appear to have changed natures with the gentle ones they champion, that plural pronoun is the reverse of imposing, but the we of Praxagora introduced an element of awe, if only on the omne ignotum pro magnifico principle. In the most forcible way she went through the stock objections against giving women the franchise, and knocked them down one by one like so many ninepins. That coveted boon of a vote she proved to be at the basis of all regeneration of women. She claimed that woman should have her share in making the laws by which she was governed, and denied the popular assertion that in so doing she would quit her proper sphere. In fact, we all went with her up to a certain point, and most of the audience beyond that point. For myself, I confess I felt disheartened when, having dealt in the most consummate way with the other aspects of the subject, she came to the religious phase, and, begging the question that the Bible and religion discountenanced women's rights, commenced what sounded to me like a furious attack on each. Now, I happen to know, what perhaps those who look from another standpoint do not know, that this aggressive attitude, assumed so unnecessarily by the advocates of women's rights, is calculated to keep back the cause more than anything else, and matter and manner had been so much the reverse of hostile up to the moment she plunged incontinently into the religious question, that it quite took me by surprise. I have known scores of people who, when they came under vigorous protest to hear Miss Emily Faithfull on the same fertile subject, went away converted because they found no iconoclasm of this kind in her teaching. They came to scoff, and stopped, not indeed to pray, but to listen very attentively to a theme which has so much to be said in its favor, that it is a pity to complicate its advocacy by the introduction of an extraneous and most difficult question. So it was, however. With pale, earnest face, and accents more incisive than before, Praxagora said if Bible and religion stood in the way of women's rights, then Bible and religion must go. That was the gist of her remarks. I need not follow her in detail, because the supplementary matter sounded more bitterly still, and had she not been reading from manuscript, I should have thought the lecturer was carried away by her subject. But no, she was reading quite calmly what were clearly enough her natural and deliberate opinions. I said I was surprised at the line she took. Perhaps I ought scarcely to have been so, for she was flanked on one side by Mr. Bradlaugh, and on the other by Mr. Holyoake. But I never remember being so struck with the contrast as when at one moment Praxagora pictured the beauty of a well-regulated home and the tender offices of woman towards the little children, and then shot off at a tangent to fierce invectives against the Bible and religion, which seemed so utterly uncalled for that no adversary who wanted to damage the cause could possibly have invented a more complete method of doing so. The lecture over, the chairman invited discussion, and a fierce little working man immediately mounted the platform and took Praxagora to task for her injudicious onslaught. But, as usual, this gentleman was wildly irrelevant and carried away by his commendable zeal. Over and over again he had to be recalled to the question, until finally he set his whole audience against him, and had to sit down abruptly in the middle of a sort of apotheosis of Moses, as far as I could hear, for his zeal outran his eloquence as well as his discretion, and rendered him barely audible. A second speaker followed, and, though cordially sympathizing with the address, and tracing woman's incapacity to her state of subjugation, regretted that such a disturbing element as religion had been mixed up with a social claim. He considered that such a subject must inevitably prove an apple of discord. For this he was at once severely handled by Mr. Bradlaugh, who, consistently enough, defended the line Praxagora adopted towards the religious question, and justified the introduction of the subject from the charge of irrelevance. He also deprecated the surprise which the last speaker had expressed at the excellent address of Praxagora, by pointing out that in America about 1/3 of the press were females, a fact which he attributed to the plan of mixed education. Then a new line was opened up by a speaker. It was as impossible to catch their names as to hear the stations announced by porters on the Underground Railway. He predicted that if women did get the franchise, Mr. Bradlaugh's temple would be shut up in 6 months, as well as those of Messrs. Voysey and Conway and Dr. Perfit. The ladies, he said, were swayed by conventionalism and priestcraft, and until you educated them, you could not safely give them the franchise. A youthful Good Templar mounted the rostrum for the purpose of patting Praxagora metaphorically on the back, and also ventilating his own opinions on the apathy of the working man in claiming his vote. Then somebody got up and denied that ladies were by nature theological. Their virtues were superior to those of men just as their voices were an octave higher. He was for having a moral department of the state presided over by ladies. Only one lady spoke, a jaunty young woman in a sailor's hat, who said that in religious persecutions men, not women, had been the persecutors, and then Praxagora rose to reply. She first of all explained her position with regard to the Bible, which she denied having unnecessarily attacked. The Bible forbade a woman to speak, and that being so, the Bible must stand on one side, for we were going to speak. That the highest intellects had been formed on Bible models, she denied by instancing Shelley. If she thought that this movement was going to destroy the womanhood of her sex, she would not move a finger for its furtherance. She only thought it would give a higher style of womanhood. As to women requiring to be educated before they would know how to use the franchise, she pointed triumphantly to the government which men had placed in power. It was significant, she said, that the first exercise of the working men's franchise had been to place a conservative government in office. I dare say I am wrong, but the impression left on my mind by the discussion was that the liberty of thought and action claimed was the liberty of thinking as we think, and doing what we want to have done, a process which has been before now mistaken for absolute freedom. Stripped of its aggressive adjuncts, Praxagora's advocacy of her main subject would be telling in the extreme, from the fact of her blending such thorough womanliness of person, character, and sentiment, with such vigorous championship of a doctrine against which I do not believe any prejudice exists. Drag in the religious difficulty, however, and you immediately array against it a host of prejudices. Whether reasonable ones or the reverse is not now the question. I am only concerned with the unwisdom of having called them into existence. I own I thought that Christianity had been the means of raising woman from her state of Oriental degradation to the position she occupies in civilized countries. But I was only there to listen, not to speak, and I confess I came away in a divided frame of mind. I was pleased with the paper, but irritated to think that a lady, holding such excellent cards, should risk playing a losing game. End of A Woman's Rights Debate by Rev. Charles Maurice Davies.